All right. This is impromptu. So it's not, there's no formality whatsoever at
Nothing.
all. It's just for the hell of it.
Just for the hell of it. We're not here for well, we're certainly not here for the views. We're not we're not here as part of any kind of a regularly scheduled thing.
Yeah.
We're just here because we were bored on New Year's Eve. We're a couple of shut-ins on different sides of the country,
Of the equator.
and
Not
had
really.
nothing better to do than listen to the fireworks go off around us. Um, you've got your wannabe DJ down the block from you playing music till dawn, and then some. And we just figured
Various.
we would see, huh?
Various DJs.
Yeah, various DJs. Okay, so we just figured we'd go live and see what's going on.
Yeah, no, this
So
isn't a situation where it's just one person, like lonely sound coming from one direction. This is
yeah,
an assault brigade. This is kind of like the Battle of Waterloo, where you had the French plus, then you had the English troops, and you had, so you're basically being surrounded, and the Germans.
mhm,
So this is more of that type of an assault.
yeah, yeah. So what I
Sonic.
figured I would do is I would hit you with some diversions to kind of see, occupy your brain in another direction, and maybe expand your mind a little bit.
Okay, a couple of virgins. That's good.
No, not virgins,
Oh,
diversions.
oh, the versions.
Yeah, like you
I
don't
thought you said the virgins.
virgins. Yeah, you don't want young girls following you around going, "You're gonna call me, right?" Yeah, no,
I'd
that's
like to be like Paul McCartney and then screaming from like a little car, and I'm saying, "I want to hold your hand," but with an Elvis variation to it instead of the
yeah.
Beatles.
I was gonna say that was more like Elvis. Well, we have one viewer going, "Wait, what the hell's going on here? This ain't Tuesday. Am I in a time warp?" Yes, you are.
Do you
Um,
hear that? Do you hear those?
so yes, I do. I hear the fireworks. It's been a while since somebody's launched one around here, but like I said, you're closer to midnight than we are. It's only 20 after 7.
Dude, this is
Uh,
insanity.
Rick wants to know, is this live tonight? No, it's not. This is nothing but a dream, Rick. Go back to sleep. It's okay. Hey, Al, what's going on? And Jerry, what's happening? Came in to see what up. It's just us, man. It's just
What's going
us.
on? What's going on,
Um,
Jerry, Al,
mhm.
Rick, Harneal, the gang? We're just hanging impromptu.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
just
Mark. Do your thing.
fig- just figured why not. Talk to me so you can see what's going on. Anyway, I've been following this YouTube channel. I was telling you a little bit about it earlier. The channel is called No Protocol, and it's a different type of channel. She gets a little cerebral. She's very intelligent, very intellectual, borderlining on scary. And she did kind of a reaction slash review of this video called Shower Thoughts. Are you familiar with that term at all?
I think I can picture what it means.
Just the weird, random things that go through your brain while you're alone taking care of business in the shower.
When you're having your bubble bath with infused oil, essential oils, and incense and
Yes,
candles.
yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And heavy on the rose hips. Can't forget that, you know.
When you're sitting there, when you're sitting there, yeah, with and see, I was gonna go Egyptian with like people fanning. You, so let's
Oh,
keep going.
okay. Speaking of Egyptian, let's here's a shower thought, and just get your opinion on it and see what you think about that. There have been entire civilizations of people who never knew that water had a solid form. Ice.
That water had a solid form.
Yes, ice. There were entire civilizations who did not know about ice.
I don't know. Maybe because remember, civilizations.
Hmm. When you think about the Indus Valley civilization, they were in uh, very warm environments.
Yeah,
Now,
but the problem
there
there's
may
a
have
problem.
been snow in distant mountains and what have you, but
Yeah,
how many of them made that connection that there was a solid form of water?
I mean, remember they had writing and they would
Yeah.
so they had information. So I would assume at least at the very least they may never have had ice necessarily. Some people, but at the
Hmm.
very least they in their writings. I mean, somebody would have been informed to one
Well,
degree
yeah.
or the other.
Well, but exploration of any distance at any level is relatively recent over the course of human history.
No.
I mean, we're not just talking about the next valley over, you know.
Hmm. Yeah, but
And it also depends on, and I don't mean all civilizations, because obviously there were civilizations who knew by God that, yeah, you leave your water outside, it's going to get frozen. You know,
I mean that's kind of specific, Mark. The water thing,
sure.
it could go in any
Okay.
direction as towards because remember I gave you some options. Like I'm
Mhm.
sure. I mean, I don't know if the Indus people were writing. And by the way, up on those mountain hills, there's this solid form of ice, so I can't say that. But all I'm just saying is that there was, what do you call it? Moving information passage, even in
But,
writing. So
but even then, that's still relatively recent.
which part?
The information transferring from one area to another. I mean, that's still relatively recent. I
That's
mean,
but how recent are you saying?
well, I'm not saying anything recent, and I'm not saying every civilization. What I'm saying is there have been entire civilizations who didn't know that there was a thing called ice. They didn't know
Yeah,
that
I mean,
water had any kind of a solid form.
I guess. I mean, it's such a broad thing. I
Okay,
mean, I would
that
assume
would.
maybe in southern, like, do they have high mountains in some parts of southern Africa? Let's say.
Oh, I'm sure they do in some parts of southern Africa, but
Yeah.
you get into Saharan Africa, and no, ice is completely foreign. The Middle East, ice is completely foreign. It has to be brought in or made artificially.
Yeah.
And that
Ice.
technology didn't exist until relatively recently.
Yeah, but ice does exist in
Hmm.
in in northern Africa in the mountains, and
Sure,
people did live there, and I'm sure
and
that
right, and those people did. But you
and
get
I'm
down
sure that
into,
ice,
but you
like
get
ice
down into,
sheets, you know, are we delayed a little bit?
I don't know,
Wait, let me see. One.
two,
No, when you hear me say one, say one. One.
one.
Oh, okay. So we're not there. Go ahead. Go ahead. Because go ahead.
Okay, so that one was a little vague. I got a bunch more.
No, it was good. It's good. It made me
Okay,
think. That's why I started to push back to find a way to discover
that's
an exception.
you want to
Isn't that my
invite some more
job?
folks here? Well, no, it's not about finding exceptions. It's about just going, huh, yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah, but
And
I
I'm not
always think
asking you
about.
to agree. Yeah, here we go. The current King Charles, and Jamie Page is out there singing, doing his Vanilla Ice impression. Here's one that Jamie can wrap his head around. The current King Charles is the first British king to have ever used the internet.
Can't argue with you on that one.
No, you can't. I mean, and until he came along, you could have said no British king has ever used the internet.
That's true.
I
You
mean,
can't. That's a solid. That one you can't unless
mm,
you go into abstract realities or alternate
mhm,
universes. But other
yeah,
than that, you can't.
yeah.
You can't escape it.
Okay, here's
That
another one
one is
here to think about.
unescapable. We're a little
There
bit
may
delayed.
Are we?
There's something, yeah, a little bit delayed.
Well,
Or
Linda
are we?
says that I'm fuzzy, and somebody else up here earlier said that Mark is a little bit. Mark's camera went fuzzy or something. Yeah, Steve said Mark's cam went blurry. So
Come in
maybe
and
it's
out.
something on my end.
Come in and out.
Let me look at something here real quick. Hold on just one second. Oh, duh. I'm uploading a video. I forgot that that was going on.
Oh, I see. We're just
So
gonna
it's
have to
got
deal
about
with it.
another 15 minutes. Linda says that I'm very blurry right now. Yeah, and so is my camera. Uh,
You look
um,
like you look like blurry, just like your title today, like a 1969 video. So actually, it
yeah,
matches.
yeah. Tonight I'm on a party like it's 1969. You want to go ahead and put the? We can go ahead and put the link out there and invite people to join us if you want. Is that
Sure, you
cool?
want me to do that?
I'll do it. I mean, it's no big deal. There we go. And we'll throw the
Damn,
link
Mark.
out here. I'm on it.
Mark is like 5 steps ahead of me, man. I'm
Well,
just
since
still
I'm
trying to get my
blurry, I
head.
got to do something.
I'm still trying to get my head around. Yeah, well, there's two things happening here. One is that Mark is uploading a video, and I don't know if there's a little bit of an audio because usually our back and forth goes in a certain way that it's not happening like right now. Like we're cross channeling, crossing the streams slightly. But
Mhm.
another thing that's happening is that I also have the stimuli of like I don't know how many watts of music coming from all directions plus bomb explosions. So just keep that in mind.
Just think of it as that rocket's red glare, man. I just put the link out there in the chat if you would like to be on camera with us and come on the show.
Yep.
Click that link. You know what to do.
Yeah, join us.
Um, Here's your one to think about. There have been 11 babies born on Antarctica. Okay.
Baby penguins.
Maybe human beings, the researchers and scientists and stuff down there. I mean, it gets awful lonely down there when it's dark for 6 months out of the year. There have been 11 babies born on Antarctica,
Keep it in your pants, scientists.
and all 11 of them survived until, they left and then went on to whatever country their mother country is.
And do
That
they belong?
means
I'm sorry,
that
go ahead.
means Antarctica has a 0% infant mortality rate,
That's very good.
the best on the planet. Something to brighten your day.
Well, I'll throw this at you.
Okay.
According to some people,
Hmm.
conspiracy wise, although they have not physically done so, they believe that in the center of Antarctica
Hmm.
is a hole that goes down into the inner earth.
Hmm.
At which point, instead of cold, there's all sorts of like paradise temperature and environments.
Okay. I mean, without actually going there, how would we ever know? I mean,
The way that their anchor to their reference point is that an American general
mhm,
went to the Antarctic and in some broadcasts mentioned some weird things to
mhm,
include that beyond the ice wall, and that's another
mhm,
one, but he said beyond the ice wall as we went, it opened up into a land larger than the United States and is green with mountains and hills and so I haven't looked into it enough, but that's where they grab onto that um or at least that's the one main point where they grab onto their theory.
uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, stranger things have happened. I mean, there are thousands of holes in the earth that lead down to the center. We call them volcanoes. But who's to say what could be in some, old crater that we have yet to discover? I mean, who
They
knows?
do have they do have huge caves that are so broad in the
Hmm.
Philippines that when
Hmm.
you walk in, there is sort of like a little bit of an ecosystem going on, and they're
Oh,
like
sure.
vast caverns. So they're kind of
Hmm.
like their own little worlds within a world, kind of sort of.
Yeah.
But that's
Yeah.
different than what some people are claiming in terms of that center thing that we're
Right.
talking
Oh
about.
yeah. Oh yeah. Completely different. Here's one to throw at you here. There may come a day when you will have to add the word Earth to your address.
I will disagree with you.
Why do you think so?
If I had to bet, by the time that would possibly happen, we would be Earth. Oh no!
Well,
Wait, you know what?
okay, okay. That's not just necessarily to say you and me, because
Like,
the odds of that happening in our lifetime, I think, are pretty slim.
no, but our address would still be Earth because we would be Earth.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, yeah. If you want to get philosophical about it, yeah, you're right about that.
So either
But I
way,
mean,
you're right.
think about that. I mean, you may have to add Earth to your address. I mean, that's kind of whoa.
Would people shorthand it and say third stone from the sun,
I don't think that's shorter than Earth, but yeah, I get what you mean.
or paraphrase it?
No, in our postal service, no, because it could go in any direction. Knowing our postal service, you would have to put Earth or it'd get returned undeliverable.
Well, it's funny
Can't
because
find the third stone from the sun.
it's funny because Miami, if you write, even though you may live, like, let's say I live in Sweetwater, even if you live in Sweetwater and you write Miami, Florida,
Uh-huh.
which we were accustomed to all our lives because Sweetwater was so small,
Mm-hmm.
you still get your mail. And in the past, we never wrote Florida abbreviated
Mm-hmm.
FL.
Right.
We always wrote it FLA.
Yeah. Now we wrote ORE for Oregon and CAL for California.
Yeah, and
That's a fairly recent thing.
yeah.
So Steve says Steve says it won't be needed. The one smart enough to get off Earth ain't gonna want to write back here. Well, you never know. You never know. Damn! I forgot to bring extra double A's.
Yeah. My remote control don't work. The garage door opener is not working right.
Yep.
As far as that is concerned,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but I believe
Uh-huh.
that life exists only on Earth, and everything else not.
What's it called? The Fermi paradox. Have you heard of the Fermi paradox?
Mm-mm. Nope.
Okay. The Fermi paradox goes like this, and this is one of those videos that this channel, No Protocol, watched and reviewed. Basically, the Fermi paradox is this: we know that there are hundreds of billions of stars in just the Milky Way galaxy. There are around those stars, there are hundreds of billions of planets. Amongst, let's just say there are just 0.1% of those planets, it's possible to sustain intelligent life like us. Okay. And that's making a big assumption that we're intelligent. The Fermi paradox is basically, if that is the case, where are all the aliens?
Mm-hmm.
And that makes I think it may be right that we may be the only ones. But then again, who's to say? Because the next planet closest to us may not even be receiving our first radio signals yet.
Listen,
So
I don't know. Anything is possible. Like, if tomorrow, I think we've talked about this, but if tomorrow a huge ship lands, and by the way, the idea of a huge ship and landing is all from the imagination of humans that live on Earth. Okay, like, so everything we in our minds, anything, it's like us imagining. But like, let's say tomorrow, like, why would it have to be a ship? What if it's a plasma, ectoplasma?
yes,
It could be anything, and even that, I'm imagining. Well, here's the
beam me
thing.
down, Scotty.
Well, we don't know either way. You're right.
Mhm.
But let's say tomorrow giant monkeys with wings arrive on rocket ships.
Uh-huh.
Now we have the Earth, humans, all our knowledge, plus monkeys on rocket ships with wings.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, which is one of your
So,
points that you always say, which is the one that I don't like because it ends the conversation, which is what is it you say? So what?
well, no,
Or
there's
now
two of
what?
them. Yeah. Now what? There's so what? There's now what?
So imagine applying the now what or so
Mhm.
what in a situation like let's say we're hiking
Well,
and a spaceship lands and there's an alien and he walks up and he says I am from the planet Ectar 5000 and you
mhm.
say yeah so what.
No. Now I say now what? And that's still a legitimate question. It's just the emphasis is going to be slightly different. It'd be like, oh shit, now what? Now what do we do? Look, it's a flying damn monkey. Now what do we do?
And just the idea of it being a monkey itself is such a human bound you know what I'm saying, like we're stuck
Yeah.
in our thinking of what could be or might be, so we don't know, but
No.
if I had to guess or believe, which I kind of lean towards, is that we're the only ones, man.
So far, that is all we know.
Oh, wait a second. Al is not going to be too happy with that concept because he's a big Star Trek fan.
Yeah. Al says you would not even understand them. Well, that's an assumption too, because for all we know, they've been monitoring our radio and TV broadcast and speak fluent English. I mean, I, I mean, if you can have flying monkeys on rocket ships, I can have them speak in English. Okay.
It could be any number of variations because at the end of the day,
Mhm.
here's the thing. I like to watch debates with people talking about all sorts of crazy things like flat Earth or
Uh-huh.
political stuff or whatever the case. And when I sit and watch these debates, I'm always thinking, sure, I prefer one over the other in a debate, let's say,
Mhm.
but I'm always thinking both of these people don't know what the hell they're talking about. Not that I know any better, but I'm thinking to myself, if they knew, it would be rubber stamped already and it
Yeah.
would be common knowledge like water.
Yeah. There would be no need for the debate. I think you're right
Exactly.
about that. I think you're
Exactly.
right about that. I mean, when was the last time you saw, well, you just said it. When was the last time you saw a debate on water? How wet it is?
Right.
Maybe you talk about water pollution or something like that, but when was the last time you saw a debate on how hot fire is?
I'm going
You
to give
just
a,
don't.
you don't because it's such an obvious thing, but I'm going to give you a little bit slightly controversial, but not really because I'm not going to go there, but a point.
Hmm.
One of the debates that occur, which I'm fascinated over because I want to see how they work it out, and they never do, but is the one about flat Earth. So you have people that, honest to goodness,
Hmm.
100% believe, convinced
Hmm.
that Earth is flat,
Okay.
and then you have people that believe what the standard understanding is that the Earth is a sphere,
Hmm.
spherical, sphere, sphere,
Spherical. It's an oblate spheroid.
spheroid, and so here's the thing within that debate on just on the idea of is Earth flat at a certain level, the flat Earth people are correct because if you go out your door, you see it at that local level. I know that's not what they're saying, but I'm
Hmm.
saying that at that local level, it is flat. It's just that when you zoom out, there's a different. So now you have a little bit of a truth locally, and this bigger truth. I know that's not what they're saying, but the point is this: within that debate, there are certain scenarios where the round Earth people can't properly answer the questions of the flat Earth
Hmm.
people. And it doesn't have to mean make or break one or the other, but you notice the cheating in their battle between each other because they'll try to cover up what they lack in understanding, even when they're on the round side. And so I enjoy that because I see that there's a little bit of peppering of bull hockey in everybody's thing. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
if that makes
Okay.
any sense.
Here's one for you that's gonna get kind of weird. Let's see how you take this. When you brush your teeth, that is the only time you ever really clean a part of your skeleton.
Yeah,
That takes a little bit of wrapping your head around.
I'm trying to figure out what other orifice could include
A
bone
part of your
structure.
skeleton.
Yeah.
There isn't. I mean, brushing your teeth is the only time you ever really clean a part of your skeleton.
Do ligaments count as
Do you clean your ligaments?
No, I'm starting to think of my ear,
That's
like
going to go away. That's going to rot away.
the cartilage. Yeah, there's no escaping that one as far as I can think of. Well, wait a second. If you put your finger in your nose,
It's cartilage.
although that's cartilage,
Mhm.
and you're not scrubbing it. Well, you could call it scrubbing. If you take one of those long, you could take one of those long. Remember the testing sticks
Mhm.
that people were doing that
Yeah.
sticking it straight up into their giving themselves
Yeah,
lobotomies.
until you saw the top of their head move. Yeah.
Mhm. But that's not washing. So yeah, I'm gonna have to accept that one.
Dan says, well, when a doctor goes in and removes crud around your arthritic joint, but that's a doctor doing that. That's not you doing that. Ah. These are the kind of thoughts that kept me out of the really good schools, you know. And while we're on the subject of cleaning, you can't clean anything without making something else dirty.
You can't clean anything without making something. You're transferring whatever thing that you're trying to get off of something onto something else. Is basically
Right.
what you're saying.
Yeah, basically, you can't clean anything without making something else dirty.
Yeah.
As you wipe it with a towel, you just made the towel dirty. You throw it in the washing machine, you just made the water dirty. The water gets pumped out of the washing machine, you just made the pipes and then eventually the sewer dirty, you know. So you can't clean anything. And to be honest, cleaning is doing nothing more than just rearranging dirt. So
Yeah.
you're just
Well,
moving it around and making other things dirty in the process.
let's say you have your finger that you just stuck in a jar of Nutella,
Uh-huh.
and now your finger is covered in Nutella,
Uh-huh.
and you suck the finger and all the Nutella off. You've cleaned your finger. Now you've dirtied your mouth because you're ingesting it.
And you've dirtied the jar of Nutella because what were you raised as a barbarian? Use a knife or a spoon.
I
Now
said
you think I want some of that Nutella now that your finger's been in there? I don't know where you've been.
I cleaned it off the ass of a raccoon prior, so it should be
Okay,
clean.
well then, yeah, that's all right.
It's the raccoon's butt that's dirty now.
Yeah, really.
My finger's clean. It's the raccoon's.
Okay. Here's one. Here's one that's that's let's see. Almost
Raccoons always get
the short end of the stick.
the
Yes.
crappy end of the stick. I was going to say another word. Go
I
ahead.
know you were.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And Steve says that's supposing he would offer you any of the Nutella. Yeah, pretty presumptuous on my part. Yeah.
Why is there raccoon hairs in the Nutella? And
Shut
why
up.
does it smell like raccoon butt?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Almost, not quite. Almost everything you have ever owned is still somewhere on Earth.
In some fashion or another.
Yeah, maybe not in the form that it once was broken or busted or something, or burned. If it was burned away to nothing, the ash is still there, but it's no longer the object.
You cannot
So,
get rid of material
right.
in this reality.
So
It
everything you have ever owned is somewhere on Earth right now.
everything that exists
Hmm.
continues to exist material wise. Nothing can be energy can be displaced and stuff, but it becomes something. Everything becomes something else.
Hmm. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and also we are a closed circuit system, basically. So that leads me to the next one, which is where'd it go? Just had there it is. Except for the few odd gallons that were just charged during a space mission, all of the water the Earth has ever had is still on Earth. It's just recycled and reused and distributed elsewhere around the globe.
Mhm.
But all of the water the Earth has ever had is still here.
Mhm. Mhm.
There
Yeah.
is no such thing as nothing.
Yeah. As far
It,
as I can tell, it becomes vapor in some instances,
Mhm.
and that's just mist, and that comes back in some fashion
Mhm.
or another.
Yep. Even if
Yeah.
we drink it, we expel some of it. We sweat, our breath, uh, we expel water vapor there. I mean, it's all still here. It's a closed circuit system because of that atmosphere.
Yeah. It doesn't go. It doesn't. It just seems like we're wasting it.
Hmm. Well, there really is no such thing as the concept of nothing inside the atmosphere. Okay, out in the vacuum of space, you can argue about whether there's nothing out there, but here within this atmospheric sphere that we live in, there really is no such thing as nothing. There is something there.
One of the cool arguments. Let me just throw this at you.
Hmm.
One of the cool arguments that people, and I don't know the answer to these things. I watch these. It's not like I'm, but I do
Hmm.
watch them because I like the interaction. One of the cool problems that the flat Earth people throw at the round Earth people
Hmm.
is that okay? So we have an atmosphere and
Hmm.
we have air.
Hmm.
Um, why doesn't the air just suck out into the vacuum of space? And then the person's on the other side says, "We have gravity, dude." And then the other person says, "Well, wait a second. We have gravity, but if I can lift my hand up, I haven't. If gravity's a weak force, and I can lift my hand up, and air is it doesn't have that force that you know air should always be constantly leaving." And then they go back and forth and back and forth. These are little things. So like the closed system and all that. These are things that they fight about, but obviously they never. I mean, they sent rocket ship like what do you call it? Amateur rocket ships
Hmm.
up. They do all that stuff, and it's like a whole industry with these people.
Well,
But
good.
I find it interesting though those points.
It keeps them off the street, and that's fine.
What do you
You
think of
know,
that though? Wouldn't air dissipate?
I don't even claim to understand the science of what keeps our atmosphere here.
Right. Yeah, me too.
I just don't know. I have never studied it.
Yeah,
I really
me
don't
neither.
know. You know, but
But it is a
but
curiosity.
there's a curiosity, but then explore that curiosity. You can't just go make a claim because you don't know the answer. And that's what I mean when I say I think we're in trouble as a species if we refuse to believe in something we can't do ourselves, you know, because I can't do it, it can't be done, kind of a thing. Because I don't know it, that means it's impossible to know. Well, no, that's a bunch of BS.
No, no, no. But what are you
You
trying
know,
to say though?
I'm trying to say, read a book to these people, read a book,
Yeah,
study about it, learn about it before you go making a claim that
but
it should just dissipate out into space.
but here's the thing.
Well,
You're well, okay. But here's the thing. Obviously, I don't know. But here's the thing. If or my reasoning is this: if these people are on about battling that topic and looking for ways
good.
around, the established consensus, understanding. Um, they make arguments that perplex the people that are supposed to know the thing,
Mhm.
but they don't always have the answers available. So there's never a conclusion to it, and so that's one of the points with the
No.
atmosphere. I haven't studied it, but every time I watch a debate, that's one of
Mhm.
the ones that never go anywhere, and they both retreat back because they can't overcome the issue of, if gravity is a weak force and we're stuck to the earth, but we can jump. So we have the ability to jump up, and then we have an atmosphere, and then we have a vacuum out in space, and earth is floating in space, and there's a vacuum all around it, and the atmosphere touches that vacuum. Vacuum extracts from non-vacuum. It sucks everything out. Let's say you would assume that gases and stuff keep going up, and why wouldn't they? And so that whole argument, I don't know I'm not, but that's
Yeah.
one of the points where they can always battle, and you see them starting to cuss at each other slightly
Yeah.
because they
Well,
never
by the
figure.
time they get to that point, the level of frustration is high on both sides. So, you
Yeah,
know,
yeah,
but
yeah.
to those people, I still say read a book.
We've got a guest.
We have a guest. Yeah, Jamie said earlier, and I was going to wait until he showed up before I said that. Okay, it's gone off the rails. Repost the link. I'm going to my computer. Time for me to join. Howdy, Jamie. How is 2023?
Same as 2022.
Oh, damn it.
It might change once I've gone to sleep, though. Who knows?
Oh, okay.
Who knows? But yeah,
Oh,
still same.
man.
Still cold.
Still cold? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Is it
um,
cold?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
they live. Jamie lives in a relatively cold country.
Mm. I had
It's
no snow yet, though.
oh,
Well, not
thankfully.
where I live. I live right near the ocean, so
Mhm.
the salt keeps that away.
Well,
That
the
helps.
reason I mentioned it is because I was just prior when it turned 12 in Spain. I was talking to my cousins, and they said that it was relatively warm compared to what it should be, and some folks in France as well are not having the cold that they should have during this season. But I guess it depends on exactly where you're on an island, so
Well,
and
not only
further
that,
north.
they're much further north. Spain. They go to Spain for a warm vacation.
Yeah.
I've actually got my thermometer here, so we can actually see what temperature is in my workshop right now.
Oh, okay.
Let's do the window. 56 Fahrenheit.
Well, that's not too bad. That's not too bad.
It should be. Would it be colder during this year or
It's
during this
probably
season?
that probably means it's 57 outside.
Okay. that bad, huh?
Yeah.
Here we go. Steve has a question. If gravity is that weak of a force, show me somebody levitating. Yeah.
It's currently 65
David
degrees.
Blaine.
It's currently 65 degrees in northern Spain.
A
And
good point.
you said you're what?
Cold.
What temperature did you say?
He said 56.
56 in the inside the workshop.
Yeah, so that's they were saying it was a relatively warm winter. No, yeah, for Steve's thing, I don't know. Am I the guy that I'm just explaining what I see? But the argument that they're making, and I say it badly, is that you can so gravity sticks everything to the ground. Everything goes down to the ground.
Mhm.
You throw something up, it comes back down. So there's that motion, right? There's that. You can lift, but it's a weak force. It's not. It doesn't glue you like you can't move, right? Gases are lighter than you, and they go up in the air, and then there's space. You know, I, that's the argument they make. I don't have the answers to none of that stuff.
Okay. Al has a proposition here. He said the atmosphere is held around the earth by gravity. Gravity pulls the gas molecules in the atmosphere towards Earth's surface, causing air pressure.
But
Now,
here's the wait. Let me
now,
just say
now
this because I have the here's the problem with that. when you that they, and I've watched plenty of those, when you release a canister of air, not even helium, just any gas, um, it floats up. It goes up. If gravity were that strong for those molecules, why don't those molecules return to the ground and stick to the ground? They go up. And so the argument is bordering the atmosphere out into space as it graduates out into the deeper space. Um,
Okay.
you would
Uh,
assume that you would.
uh,
Let me finish. Let me finish saying my bit. Those gases would. Their argument is would leak out. I have no answers towards that. Go ahead.
so I've kind of seen some stuff like water vapor, for argument's sake, that goes up, but it gets up so high that eventually it freezes and comes back down as rain
Or ice.
or ice.
Yes. And that's the point. That's what creates air pressure. The higher up you go, the thinner it is, the fewer of those gases there are. So there is a point when you get up there where you are breaking that area. And who's to say some gases don't leak out?
Yeah, I don't
But
know the answer to that. Welcome, welcome.
How you doing?
what's the good word?
You're on mute. Probably. I'm not sure.
Am I on mute?
No, now
Nope.
you're
Okay, now we can hear you. All right. There
yeah,
you
now
go.
you're good.
I hadn't said anything.
Well. So what's going on? Hello.
I'm here.
Okay, what's happening? What's going on?
Same old. They just had the fireworks across the river, so we had to listen to that. And I've been. We're planning a big trip around the country next year in the new motorhome, and
Mhm.
I spent all day on the computer making reservations all around the nation.
Fun.
Nice.
Fun, but
Nice.
I'm
I
here
knocked
to
most
tell
of them
you.
out. I knocked most of them out.
For those that don't know out there, this is Rick.
Hi.
How you doing?
Rick French.
Ah,
The guy I cheesed off about a year and a half ago when I was struggling for the word jerk. And I told people not to be a Richard. I felt bad about that for about 3 days.
You
Oh, I
should.
remember that.
But
I've
only
been,
3 days.
I've been called worse.
But he's like, "Hey, that's me," and I'm like, "Oh crap!"
Oh shit.
I was trying to keep things PG-13, and it just
Yep.
I failed miserably. So yeah, you said up here a little earlier that you're going to be in Roswell, New Mexico, May 16th.
Yeah, that's one of the towns we're passing through. We're coming up from. We're going to spend a few days in Albuquerque. Then we're heading up towards the Mesa Verde, and then up into Moab and all that area. So we're got to pass through Roswell. So we figured we're making a short run that day, so that we'll be able to spend the afternoon in Roswell just looking around. There's nothing. I'm not really into that kind of stuff, but I figure I'll poke around a little bit.
Spoiler alert: the people selling stuff will tell you that Earth is not the only place with life. So
I've been to. Go on.
I'm sure there'll be somebody that want to sell me a piece of aluminum foil for $1,000 and tell me it was off an alien.
Mylar. Mylar. Yeah, Mylar.
I've been to Roswell, New Mexico. In the Roswell, I think it's a space museum, or I can't remember exactly what it's called. It had a lot of aliens stuff in it anyway. There's actually a spaceship in there that Cole Jacobson turned.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're seeing, I mean, that kind of stuff's worth it. Even if it's a gimmick, it's worth the gimmick factor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a museum dedicated to the nuclear development in New Mexico, and actually in downtown Las Vegas that I toured. It's part of the universe. It's part of it's a remnant of the Manhattan Project, and that's got a section in it on the alien aspect. I was out there. When I was working full time, I was doing some work with the National Domestic Preparedness Consortium, and they do a lot of WMD training and responder preparedness and that kind of stuff. And their headquarters for their New Mexico their New Mexico site is actually in Las Vegas, because there's
wow.
nothing out there other than the test site. There's
Mhm.
really nothing out there. They keep their headquarters in Vegas. So
Rick, why don't they ever land? And I'm not suggesting one way or the other in my belief, but why don't they ever land in the middle of, like, let's say, a mall somewhere in USA, and they walk in like down the hallway, and it's always in the most remote of areas. And I'm not suggesting maybe it is true or not. I don't know.
It's been a long time since I've been in a mall in the Miami area, but if an alien walked through a mall in upstate New York right now, he'd probably be indiscernible.
No, even in Miami. No.
Also, why do they always leave pretty patterns in fields?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Crop circles.
That's a dangerous area because there are ancient examples of that, as far as like formations where they've calculated it out, and they're like, the people whoever made this, they had to have some savage math behind them in order to create like these figures that are so huge. So I don't know that it was aliens. I think it was humans doing math, but who knows? Maybe there's something there. I don't believe it myself, but
okay, we can always go a little bit back, a little bit further. Why do they build 3 pyramids and just leave them there?
A lot more than 3. You got them all over South America. You got them in Mexico. You got them in Egypt. You got them.
Well, you know how it is, Rick. The minute you make something, somebody's going to put it out on the internet, and everybody else is going to copy it. So that whole pyramid thing just blew up.
There was no copyright. There was no copyright back then, so you couldn't.
So wait a second. So where do you all, if you want to say, where do you all stand on is there or is there not aliens? I say, I don't think so. I'm ambivalent on it, but more leaning towards I don't think so myself.
I got to
go on, Rick. No, go for it. Go.
I got to believe that there probably is, whether we've come in contact with them or not. Whether these people that claim they've been sucked up into a spacecraft and then brought back a day later, or after all kinds of crazy experiments. That's too many hallucinogens when they were younger. But I got to believe there's other life out there.
Okay, fair enough. JP,
I'm not the mind. I just don't care. To be honest with you,
you don't care.
If all of a sudden something comes and try wiping my mind, there's nothing for them to take.
No, but you don't care. You don't care either way. But do you believe that the possibility?
Do I believe there's a possibility of something there? But maybe believe there's something out there.
Okay.
But I don't know what. It's kind of like a higher power kind of thing. There's something out there. I just don't know what.
Okay.
Nor do I care.
Okay. I think statistically it's probable when you look at all the stars out there, but I don't know. Okay. I don't know.
It's a toss up.
Well, these are all reasonable.
I'm with Eloy on this one. When they land in downtown Boston and, start asking for tickets to Celtics games, then I'll start going, okay, well, maybe there is something to that. But, you got
to figure that they're still discovering species of fish in the oceans and insects in the forests that we never knew existed. So how can we blanketly say that there's nothing out there? I mean, we haven't figured out a way to discover it yet.
We can't blanketly, if we're being fair, the answer to almost everything is I'm not sure or I don't know. Yeah. If we wanted to be a balanced person, the answer is
all about, though. That's what science is all about, is I don't know. Keep digging.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That would be the more reasonable, fair thing to say about just virtually everything in terms of, if you know for a fact or not, the answer is, well, I don't know, maybe, and so on, unless it's water or fire or a rock, or hey, this is a rock. I mean, simple things, but life on other planets, I don't know.
That's one of the problems with science, and let's keep digging. At what cost? I mean, take Oak Island for a prime example.
That's not
How many
science.
people was that killed?
That's not science
Well, yeah,
anymore.
but I very rarely have sympathy for self-inflicted wounds like that, though. You know? I mean, to
That's
be
just silly,
fair,
isn't it?
yeah.
I figured it was one of the weakest shows now. That's why you guys were up against it on Tuesday nights.
Yeah, and you see our ratings. Okay, what started this whole thing was shower thoughts. Were you here for that? Did you guys hear what that is?
No, I
I
didn't.
didn't realize you were on
Okay.
tonight.
It's well, we didn't either until we decided to be.
That's
You know,
cool.
it's just two guys at opposite ends of the country who were bored on New Year's Eve because we don't leave the house. You know,
You can see where I am at my recliner.
shower thoughts are just those weird, random ass thoughts that run through your brain when you're taking care of business all by yourself in the shower, and your brain is just going wherever it wants to go. Like, for instance, if you think about it, in order to sleep, you have to lay down and pretend you're sleeping first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You don't never thought about it like that. The amount of times I've laid there and started counting up in twos.
Mhm.
Yeah, that don't work. Tried everything.
The number of people that you encounter during the day that you'd swear are walking around in their sleep.
Yeah.
I question that a little bit. They're just
Well,
they're zombied out. They're you know,
on a
maybe-
related note,
maybe chemically induced. I don't
that's
judge.
possible. That's possible. But on a related note, let's see, where's it at? I wrote all these down. Every
I
day.
thought you said this was impromptu. You have a whole thing that you were thinking.
He's got a script.
No, this is a list. I've got tons of lists like this. You would not believe some of the random thoughts that pop into my brain.
Continue.
You should take up something like woodworking to occupy some of your time.
Well, I tried that, but it's real expensive. Every day of your life, you see people that you will never again see in your life.
Most of that is family for me.
That's fair.
Oh, ouch.
Ding.
Ouch. And so now this is probably going to ring truer for Eloy because you're in a high tourist area. And especially when you were out in the Everglades driving airboats and what have you.
I've seen so many people.
Yeah. But this one here, when you think about it, let's see, where is it? I had it here. Where'd it go? How many people have a picture of you in the background of a family photo hanging in their living room or sitting on their mantle or something?
My picture has been taken. I know this is not like, but due to the job that I was doing as a tour guide in the Everglades for over 10 years, I can assure you that I've been photographed innumerable times, and my pictures anywhere from India to China to Russia to Canada over here to Hawaii. It's most of those, or a lot of those, a friend of mine that was the elder statesman of the place and a good friend of mine, he said, hey, when they can take it back, and they don't know what they have until they develop the film. Every time they turn around and snap, when they just about to snap, put your middle finger up in front of them and give them, so they take home you with a middle finger. And I did that for a while until I said, oh, that's not nice. But there's me giving the middle finger everywhere.
I never realized you did that, Eli. What years were you out there?
I worked there from 98 till about somewhere in 2008.
Okay, I got my Everglades tour on an airboat after that, so you weren't my guide.
I'm going to go and check my pictures from 2017 now, because he felt like doing it again.
He'll do it for you right now. Click, you know.
People, it's funny because of the uniform and obviously the role that you're in. You're actually a tour guide, and you're driving the airboat, but you're just but to people you're also you're the expert. there's that, but you're also sort of like a roadside photo opportunity, so they can stand next to you and say, look at this.
Mhm.
And so you're there with your uniform and stuff, and so a lot of people, so you're also sort of like a little bit of a souvenir. That's your job as well. It's hilarious, dude.
Man, I've not been in that position.
Very
I've
weird.
Position.
because I said, like I mentioned earlier, I live right down on the coast, so we get a lot of tourists, like students and things like that. Because we've got like a school of English, so we get people like Spanish, German, French, all that sort of stuff come over,
Mhm.
and they go to school. They even go to actual our secondary schools, which would be like your high schools,
Mhm.
for maybe a week or something. And they get toured around and blah blah blah. Well, anyway, like I say, they go to the School of English, and they stay over here in certain people's houses, distributed out and all that kind of stuff. Well, at certain weekends, they all group up. They all have to stay together if they want to go out and all that into town. They all go out into town, and I got caught up with one group at one point, and they all handed me their phones and asked me to take photos of them all standing with the beach in the background. So it's on the cliff top. So after about the fifth phone, I started getting really wound up. So so all of a sudden, obviously, I know how to work a phone. So I I just hold my finger on the pulse and said, "Pulse a load of selfies of myself," and then I quickly flipped the camera around, and then just took a couple of them. So if they went back a couple, they'd see a group photo of them each. And I've done that to about 20 phones.
Oh, jeez.
Because of the traffic of just people coming in and visiting, just constantly, sometimes people would lose or leave behind certain items, be it on the boat or on the picnic tables or whatever. And you're never going to track these people down again, because it's just a slew of people coming through the doors in and out. And so one time there was not the camera, but the actual memory card sitting there. And I was and I grabbed the memory card and I said, oh, and it fit my camera. So I said, oh, okay, cool. So I brought it home. And then, after finishing up at home, I said, let's see what's in this. And I put in the memory card into the computer, and there's that folder, and it was a nudist couple in terrible shape. Picture after picture of them just shooting the breeze, no pun intended. And and well, I wiped that out, and now I have a card, but it's always been, that one memory card has always been sort of tainted. Because it had...
Plot twist, Eloy. They wanted you to find it.
Dude, that's horrible.
Here's another twist. That's karma for all those years you wanted to find somebody else's nude pictures on a camera or something.
Yeah. Not all the times you flip the bird.
That's it.
Dude, I used to
They flip you the bird in another way.
Do you guys remember that Kinko's / sort of like a photograph or photocopy? I used to work at Kinko's sometime in the 90s, early 90s. And people would bring in stuff to reproduce. That was insane, dude.
Oh yeah.
It's like, a gift from my husband in my birthday suit, or such and this and that. And I'm like, dude, do we have to process these things, dude? Yeah, people back then, I was just amazing. So that's been curtailed due to the internet, digital
cameras and what have you.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, crazy.
Well, to get back on track just a little bit, if you go to any kind of a tourist area, I mean, I ever since I thought of this, I can't help but think about when I worked on Waikiki. There were tourists with cameras everywhere. So there has to be somebody has this big portrait of their family in front of the Royal Hawaiian Hotel, taking a picture, and me chilling out on a coffee break and a bench off to the side.
Interesting, yeah.
How many pictures hanging in somebody's living room am I in the background of?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a weird thing to think about.
Just one extra thing. I don't know the math on this, but I'm assuming, big assumption, all of us here alive today, throughout the from the 20th century into this
Mhm.
space world that we live in now, due to the advent of the photograph, just what Mark is saying, the sheer amount of photographs taken, whatever that number might be, the odds are, be it walking through a mall, be it whatever the case, you are all in those photos to one degree or the other, and even movies, films. My car showed up in a movie, in a Hollywood production when I lived out in California. It was just parked on the side of the road, but the movie actually was filming down the street, and so
Mhm.
my car, and I was like, holy! It was a TV show. I was like,
Mhm.
holy crap, my car's in the TV show. So stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's actually just reminded me. Actually, I'm actually on a postcard of Broadstairs, and they still sell it now. And it's from when I must have been about. I'm going to say about 12, between 12 and 15, and they
It,
still sell the exact same postcard now.
so they
Oh,
took
wow.
a photo for this postcard. You just happened to be in the picture,
I happen to be in the picture.
and they're selling postcards of that. Wow.
I mean, I don't know if it's this one.
If you can
Linda,
find it, that'll be cool.
my wife Linda says, my dad worked in a photo shop doing the film processing. After he died, we found a shoebox with, I guess, his favorites. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to wonder about that too.
I found it.
If it's Mark in the photo, odds are
Right.
he isn't working. Okay, let's make
So
it all about Jamie.
the person in the black shorts is my cousin Michael,
Uh-huh.
and that person there is me.
You
Well,
sitting, okay.
wait a second. What
I'm laying on a bed.
can you message that to me through Facebook, and we'll show it here in a better quality? That's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
If it's Mark in the photo, odds are he isn't working. Yeah, well, people are allowed to take breaks there, Jim. Come on, man.
You can calculate out Mark's rest time from his work time during
Yeah.
those years.
Well,
Just by the
somebody
photo.
who's good with math can figure out I'm chilling out on a bench with a bottle of Diet Pepsi and the sun. You can figure the angle of the sun. Yeah, it's right about lunchtime. Some of us went outside. Then again, I worked outside. So,
The only downside to this, because chances are we appear in many places we would not expect. But
right.
the bad or the weird part, maybe good, is that you're just an extra in those people's films.
Right.
So your name, the concept of you is just, oh, there's an extra guy. Or
And,
whatever.
and that's another part of that thought too, is how many people, friends, relatives, family members have walked by that big portrait and pointed and said, who's this guy? Or
Yeah.
look at this weird guy. Oh, why did he have to be in the background?
Or paid no mind whatsoever as well.
Yeah.
If you think about it.
I don't know if other sports venues do it, but I've been to a couple football games at at the New England's Patriots home field, Foxborough, and they take panoramic photos of the entire crowd for an entire game, and then when you get home, you can find your section and zoom in on you and your people at the game. So they've got everybody, and when you do one of them, obviously you get the people all around you.
Yeah,
pretty neat thing though. You can get a picture of the group that you were with without having to have somebody try and get the picture.
So where's Jamie Page in this?
Right. So right at the very very bottom of that picture, my cousin Michael was wearing the black shorts, and I'm laying on the bed.
This
in
is
the
your
blue
cousin?
shorts. That's my cousin.
And this is
and I'm right below it, and yeah. And the reason I know that was both of our colours swim shorts, and it was our school friend Daniel Morelli, his family owned an ice cream parlour, literally right up on the cliff top. If you go up those stairs just behind the huts, literally right at the top of them stairs, was the ice cream parlour where they also owned all of that. Yeah, that's it. Go right up there, and then right at the very very top of the cliff. That was where the ice cream parlour was called.
Man.
Nice.
and they owned all of that event thing there.
That looks like a happening place. What year was this?
So I must have been somewhere around the age of 12 or 15, somewhere around that sort of age.
Very cool. That's awesome, dude.
That's weird.
But they still sell that postcard now, and they also sell that postcard on its own as a postcard.
Oh.
That picture on its own.
So you're a star without knowing you're a star.
Mhm. I'm also on Google Earth as well.
You got to tell me about royalties.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
I want a penny for every postcard you've sold.
Yeah. I probably could do that as well. You took my picture without me asking.
Yeah, I didn't sign a model's release.
You almost didn't make it on the photo because you're actually laying across,
Yeah.
and the Broadstairs wording almost could have
Took me off.
covered you. Yeah,
Almost cropped you out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
awesome, dude. I like that. That's a nice,
Mhm.
forever immortalized in a postcard.
Yeah.
Al says that place looks awesome. Is it like that still today?
So that but I don't know if you can get the beach, but that postcard back up again, Eloy.
I can.
But
Let me-
that beach there, I don't know if it'd be on any of the pictures, but that beach there is called Viking Bay, and right at the very, very corner, so it'd be right along the beach. That house, there's a house there called Bleak House, and that's where Charles Dickens used to live.
Oh,
The
really?
author.
Don't Charles Dickens me around.
I see what you did there.
There you go. The big house on the or big castle type thing on the top, bottom right hand picture.
Oh yeah.
Right on the top of the. There you go. That's Bleak House.
And that's where Dickens lived.
That's where Dickens used to live.
Okay. Man.
Did a history lesson tonight.
Yeah.
That is very cool.
Entertaining and informative.
Yeah.
Just two things we aspire to be.
Another little known fact. 1 year when I was about between 20 and 25, I got a bit too drunk one day and decided I was going to jump off that pier, thinking that the tide was in, and it wasn't.
Oh,
And decided I was going to jump into about 2 foot of water and ended up spraining my ankle.
Yeah.
oh.
That's what I mean when I say you can do anything once.
No, I never did it again.
Yeah.
Here's this boat here with Razor Bill from Ramsgate.
Yeah, Ramsgate will be the next town over.
Oh, okay.
Razor Bill. Very cool.
I think me and Eloy one night sat up until the early hours, and I was just like giving him a detour.
Yeah, we've done that a few times.
We've done that a few times here too. I've done Google Street Views tours of the neighborhood. Not much to look at, but it's different, So
Worst case scenario, if I wanted to hunt you down, JP, I could make it. Well, obviously you don't hunt you down because you're coughing every time I say something.
Yeah, I was trying to cut something.
No, if I wanted to hunt you down, I can broadly
We did that.
get myself into that area where I can figure it out roughly. So, and you've been here, so
I know exactly where you are.
Compton.
Yeah, Compton. Yeah, Compton, Miami.
time for another shower thought.
Go for it.
It is perfectly acceptable to ask a tall person to reach for something to hand it to you if you can't reach it. But if a tall person were to ask a short person to hand them something they just dropped, that would be an insult.
I mean, is it?
Yeah.
True.
What if said tall person was in a back brace?
Now there's always going to be an exception, but I mean, an otherwise healthy,
Because
Tall
what are you
person.
telling them? What are you telling the tall person? You're closer to the ground, so
yeah, you're closer.
squirm me over and slither over and grab that for me. Yeah, but at the same time, it would be kind for the look. There's advantages to shortness as well. You can burrow in any place you want. So there's
It's easier
that.
to hide. Yeah.
But
Mhm.
it is. I mean, it is a long drive from up there down to the ground. So
Well, yeah, it's just like I would have no problem. In fact, I have zero problem. I've done it several times. I'm 5'7". And if something's up on the top shelf, I've asked taller people, hey, could you hand me that, please? Thank you. You'd think that they would put stuff where the customers could get to it,
but you've never said, "Go ahead and grab that for me, there, boy."
No,
You've
never done it like that.
I was
There's
in
my
the
brother.
I was in the supermarket the other day, and some old lady. I think she was just refusing to ask. She would just stand there looking at the cheese fridge, just looking up at a shelf full of cheese that she couldn't reach.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Do you need any help?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Linda has to be the exception to the rule. I've helped get stuff from the bottom shelf for tall people. And
That's
you
at least
didn't
a
feel
nice person.
insulted.
I gotta throw this at you guys, considering what Mark is talking about here. You tell me, I've done it. Have you guys ever been at any store or outlet or whatnot? There's no one around employee wise to grab that tall thing. I don't know your well, I know JP is slightly taller than I, but whatever. It's not like he's a monster. But there's something way too high, and I'll go ahead and grab a broom or some stick or something, and I'll nudge that, especially at Home Depot, and bring it over to the edge and slightly, and then let it catch it. Have you guys ever had to do that at your local whatnots?
I've gone as far as pulling down a set of ladders with wheels on the bottom of them, and gone up the ladders.
I'll drag one of the employee only ladders and just use it myself.
I have discovered that is the secret. That is, if you are walking around the big box store, Lowe's, Home Depot, I don't care which one it is, you can't find anybody to help you, just push one of those ladders about a foot. Employees will come from out of the woodwork to tell you you're not supposed to be doing that.
Yeah.
How does that work? I've noticed that too, because I have tried the ladder thing, Rick.
Yeah.
And I've been stopped, and then okay, well, can you get that for me? So that has happened to me. Actually.
Yeah, it's kind of like a potato chip bag with a dog in the house.
The Home Depot. Yeah. There's a Home Depot about 1.5 miles, 2 miles from my house, and I swear, if I'm not down there once a week, I get a get well card from the manager.
Those employees. I will say there's a few companies that are probably glad that I haven't got a forklift license.
No, I got a license. I just don't have a key to any of their forklifts. I do have a forklift license, but not that I don't have a key to theirs. But those guys see me down there all the time.
Well, if you're really desperate and you can find it, even moving the ladder doesn't work, go back to where they cut boards and pull the trigger on their saw.
Yeah, I've cut my own wire. I've cut. If I need a 25-foot piece of wire that's on a 400 foot spool or 500 foot spool, I'll cut my measurement off. Put the little tape on it. Write the product number and the number of feet on it, and just bring it up to the register. I don't lie. I'm not cheating them or anything. It's just you can't find somebody to wait on you. You wait on yourself. They want us to check ourselves out. We might as well help ourselves on the shelf.
It. Yeah, well, you got a point there. Yeah. Have you ever asked them, with the self-checkout, have you ever asked the attendant there when they're sending out W-2s?
Yeah. I guess from the employee discount, and that doesn't even get a laugh anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. Not of you, but it was probably funny the first 758 times they heard it.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it is. That pushing that ladder around is like having a dog and a potato chip bag, because you call your dog forever and they don't do nothing. But the minute you rattle a cheese wrapper or a potato chip bag, they're right there, man.
That's how my wife used to find her cats when she was looking for them. She just run the can opener for about an electric can opener. Run the can opener for about 10 seconds, and the cats would be right out. They think they were getting fed.
Yeah, really. Jim Dockrell wants to know, was anybody invited to the staff Christmas party?
I missed that one too.
I did. I had a great time. I had it on my own.
Now, my wife Linda, country girl, she's had horses all of her life. I think she learned to ride before she learned how to walk. You've seen occasionally the news story where a cow or a horse has gotten out and you got all the highway patrol chasing it down the street and everything. She just cracks up laughing because she says, all you have to do is get a plastic bucket, And just doesn't even have to be feed. Throw some gravel in it and shake it.
Yeah.
They will think it's feeding time and they will come to you.
Right over.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, oh, are you kidding me? A handful of gravel in a bucket and they'll come running to you. Okay. Makes
Uncle
sense.
does that with his tigers. He just shakes his keys and they walk up the side of the cage with him.
My dog is freaking out with the explosions.
Yeah. We used to have to not quite tranquilize, but very close to tranquilize our dog with fireworks. Not a good thing. Let's see here. Okay, we're all on the internet. We've all used technology. Here's another shower thought. When you scroll a web page or document, you're never actually moving anything. All you're doing is changing the color of the pixels on your screen.
Yeah.
Nothing is moving
That's
except
problematic.
your thumb or your. Why is that problematic?
The concept is problematic if you think about it, because it's true. There's nothing actually freaking moving. It's all cerebral or a translation due to zeros and ones using, like you said, pixelation and color. It's surreal stuff if you think about it in that fashion, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know why? It almost borders along the lines of the virtual reality goggles, which are doing the same thing, but to a greater extent, engulfing a person into that world that is being created for them to experience. They're not Are they experiencing something, or are they not? They're in a virtual world. So it kind of leads into that direction by that simple thing that you said, which is true.
Yeah. The only thing moving is your thumb.
That's the only thing moving is your thumb. You're
You end
not
up
moving
hurting your neck,
anything.
wouldn't you? If you end up like that.
Yeah. Oh, the virtual reality thing. I've not played with the virtual reality thing yet.
I've actually had a go at that, and
Mhm.
I'm actually blind in my left eye. It had no effect on me.
What do you mean?
So you know the goggles that go over your face.
Mhm.
I do.
I'm blind in my left eye, and
Mm.
it didn't have no effect on me.
It
I
didn't
went
work
on like
for
a
you.
roller coaster ride thing,
Mhm.
and everyone else was going, and I was just standing there.
Yeah.
It had
Oh,
no effect. Like you get the 3D movies as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, that doesn't work either.
yeah, you need
Need both vision.
the two converging points
Mhm.
to get that
For the 3D,
perspective sort
yeah.
of
Yeah.
yeah, because if
But-
you're yeah.
What's that big
Yeah.
ride with Disney World that they put you in the theater and you think you're flying in a balloon and you're doing
Flying.
soar. That's what they call it. Soar. And
Yeah.
you think you're soaring and you're flying all over and you're just sitting in a seat in a theater. but if you look at other people, they're leaning and tilting and
Well,
you
now let me ask you this: is that one where you're sitting in seats? It's a rows of seats, but it's on a gimbal and it's moving
yeah,
Yeah.
it does move
as the
some.
screen. Okay, all
It
right.
does move some, but
Yeah.
nowhere near the exaggerated movement that the screen is taking on.
Right.
So
Okay.
They
it's all illusionary.
they did okay, so this is an experiment, and a lady was the test subject, and so there's a table, and then they put a board in the middle of the like half of the lady. There's a board, so that actually, I'm sorry, the board is covering her left hand side, so she can't see her shoulder on the left hand side nor her arm. She's asked to place her arm on the table that she can't see, and the other arm she can see. And then they place a dummy hand to represent her left hand in front of her. So she sees two hands in front of her, but her real hand is hiding behind that board. Then they take like these, those scratchy scratch, like sort of like thin, I guess, like they're just wires or whatnot. And the doctor starts to rub the fake hand and her real hand with that feathery thing, and they do it again and again, and all she's doing is watching the fake hand and her real hand, and her other hand that's covered is being touched at the same time as the fake hand. He does that a few times, stops, starts again, stops. Then he takes a hammer and smashes the fake hand, and she jumps because what happened? She jumps the whole thing. Because what happened was that she started to associate the fake hand and the feeling as real. There was no, and she felt a threat of danger. Dude, I gotta find the video and show it to you guys.
That's cool.
You
Yeah.
piss your pants. Yeah. He goes like this. He grabs it violently. He grabs it. And he goes, bam! It was hilarious, dude. Yeah.
That's cruel.
But
that is cruel.
But that is to say that you can actually get a human being to start to associate things that that aren't attached to you.
Yeah.
Where you can feel so there's that.
I don't know if you've ever seen him. There's a guy in the UK called Darren Brown.
No.
Have you ever seen him? He's like I don't know, he does all sorts of mind tricks. Yeah, Google him. He's absolutely fantastic at what he does. Absolutely fantastic. He does specials. They've done one about Svengali, and he's convinced people to take a bullet for a stranger. Like he got this white dude that was he puts all these put them through vigorous testing and all this sort of stuff. But he gets this white dude that was basically a racist in a matter of words. After all the testing and all that sort of stuff, and by the end of the show, he got him to take a fake bullet for this Asian guy, or whatever, someone in real life, if you like, beforehand. There weren't no way he would have done it. Do you know what I mean? So not only was he a stranger, but he was of a different race as well. But some of the stuff that he does is just unbelievable.
I've heard of him.
I've
heard of him, but I've never seen any of his performances. I don't know what
he's a fantastic. But I'll tell you what else he does. He goes out of his way, because you get the people that claim they can talk to the dead and how they're psychic and all that sort of stuff. He basically goes and does exactly the same, but turns around and says, "I ain't a psychic. I don't talk to the dead." He goes, "I'm basically lying to you.
Yeah,
I have no idea what I'm doing." And he's actually done shows calling them out. Basically saying, "Look, I can do exactly the same, but I don't know what I'm doing."
That's cool because it's a different take on people usually. That's
Well,
it's Darren, not Darren. It's with an E.
Welcome
to the madness, man.
Live long and perspire.
Indeed.
Oh, sorry, it's like that, isn't it?
Yeah, I know it's like that. One of the 12. I don't know.
Oh yeah, it's like that.
I don't know. I don't know. I haven't watched Star Wars in years. I did that for Al.
So
I'm gonna test Al to see if Al has his Star Trek knowledge proper. I'm gonna ask you a question. If you do not know the answer to this, Al, and by the way, my knowledge of Star Trek is very limited, but if you don't know the answer to this, I will be quite disappointed. Are you ready?
You start getting disappointed.
You didn't know there'd be a quiz, did you?
No.
What is the real world origin of this hand symbol? What civilization does it come from?
All right. Since you're not trying to stump me, right?
I'm not trying to stump you.
Right. In the synagogues, the rabbis would go like this and bless the people, and Neboy specifically, he was told, shut your eyes, don't look. What did he do? He looks, and to bring something, a twist into the show, he said, let's do this as the greeting, and it developed from there.
You are completely correct, and plus you added more information that very good.
It's really interesting. It's really interesting how that developed.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, so now, do you want to keep that, or do you want to try for double or nothing?
Which door do I?
Oh no, it's the box Carol Merrill will be bringing down the stairs here pretty soon.
Look who's looking over my shoulder.
That's so cool. It's true. He's kind of shaded off a little bit.
There you go.
Make it so sticker.
Isn't that awesome? Isn't that
That's
awesome?
That's how much he likes. Star
Every time
Trek.
I see that just it's like, be still my beating heart. Yeah.
You got to make your way to upstate New York then, Al, because there's a guy that's got a huge Star Trek museum up in Plattsburgh. He's gathered all the stuff up himself and put it together into this museum.
Oh, I bet that'd be a blast. Shatner's going to be up here in January. I'm going to try to go to see it in January or February, I think, or January, which is like next month, right? Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. Right.
Well,
In about
getting
45 minutes.
closer. In about 15 minutes for Eloy.
15 minutes for me.
Yeah.
Ooh, 15 minutes.
Yeah, Rick
Nearly
and
5
I are
hours
in the
ago for
same.
me.
Man.
When I was just another Star Trek thing, I remember when I was a little kid, my dad would take me to see the movies and whatnot, and he took me to see the first Star Trek the motion picture. So I got to see that when it came out, if you recall back then. And I was a little kid, and we went and sat down, and I remember, well, number one, that movie is very long and slow for a kid. I fell asleep, but I remember thinking, why do they have different uniforms than what I see on TV? Which really bothered me. That it was like a break in reality for me. But I've learned to appreciate it after the fact. But as a kid, I was like, this is not how they dress, and all that.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever go to see that motion picture, the Star Trek?
I did.
one? Okay.
I did. And it was an okay movie. You're right. It did move kind of slow. But the one thing about that flick that still fascinated me, and I thought about it for quite a long time, the whole concept of taking, in that case, Voyager, who wanted the information.
Ball-headed chicks?
Yeah.
Is that what fascinated you?
No. It was the concept of them finding one of our satellites that was constantly looking for information. That's what its programming was to get all the information, and then running with it to the nth degree. Just the concept of one of our satellites out there coming back more or less to haunt us. And that was kind of a strange thought for me back as a young adult. Because when did that come out? 79? Okay, I was 18.
Welcome to Snow Crusher, which was trying to pull a fast one by putting the question mark so we wouldn't know just who it could have been.
Well, here we have question mark
Greg.
on the Mysterians.
There you go.
The right people will get that.
Hello, all.
Okay, Jim Dockrell, Kirk or Picard? Choose your favorite.
Kirk.
I mean,
I'd pick Kirk.
No
I
vote. I
didn't-
never followed it.
I didn't follow it either. I mean, my Star Trek knowledge is like, I
Yeah.
kind of like the episode with Abraham Lincoln in it, and that's about it.
No, but you
Which
guys
is
didn't.
which?
You guys didn't passively watch it growing up. Come on.
I knew who Kirk was. I didn't even know who
Mhm.
Picard was until, being repeatedly bombarded with it.
Okay, Al, can you believe this that we're listening to right now? Is this even acceptable?
Yeah, and my dog wants me to let her out. Oh.
He's even had to walk away. I bet he's got a button there with a dog barking, just so he can walk away.
He doesn't even have a dog. That was a teddy bear he had in his arms.
Yeah,
Kirk was.
that's how
radio.
sci-fi it is. It's a hologram.
Mhm.
Uh,
Kirk was Shatner was Canadian.
Oh, so
Yeah,
there you go.
You see, we always
It's
do
good.
that. Americans always do that. They find the Canadian link and they quickly put it out there. Yep.
So
You know who else was Canadian? The band Rush. They were Canadian too.
Yeah.
Out of random, I'm just gonna throw that out there.
And
Greg's
some of,
Canadian.
and some of the band was Canadian.
The
Most of it.
band called the band was Canadian.
Yep.
Yep. Go ahead, Jamie Page. You were gonna say something. I'm sorry.
Was that?
You said you were gonna say. Oh no, it was Al that was gonna say something.
Yeah, they're all my captains. Don't forget Janeway. Don't forget Cisco. Don't forget Archer. Hey, you know, even I don't know.
I'm with you, Rick. You can't forget the ones you've never heard of.
Picard is the only other one I know besides Kirk.
I will tell you.
After that, it just got to be a mess, you know.
Which one did I
Could have been
forget?
Battlestar Galactica. It could have been, you know, whatever.
I
Dinner
will
with the
tell you.
Romulans. Who knows?
I will tell you this: the Archer, which was a Star Trek Enterprise series, I enjoyed that fully. It was so well done. I enjoyed it, you know, a lot, with Archer as the captain and whatnot.
I keep coming
Al,
back
did you
to
ever
that
get your
Saturday.
Spock-
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'm
Al,
sorry.
did you ever get your Spock dollar?
My Spock dollar?
Yeah. Did you
No,
find one?
no. The are you talking about the Canadian?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, never got one.
I found one.
Yeah, oh,
But I don't know where you are, so.
in Texas.
Oh, God, that'd be way too far.
Huh? Yeah.
It'd be so devalued by the time it got there, it wouldn't be worth a nickel.
Well, it's
They got mail in some places in Texas.
yeah. We get Pony Express comes through every week.
I was getting ready to say some of it's delivered by Burrow, but you know,
Yeah.
Burrow.
no lie, we still have 2 mail routes here in Oregon that are delivered by boat
Wow.
right on the river because you can't drive into those 2 towns.
That's freaking awesome.
Well, there are a lot of places in Alaska where it comes in by small plane because you can't drive into those towns either. In fact, the capital of Alaska, Juneau, you can't drive to the capital.
You still use trams in the UK.
You have to either fly in or go by boat. There are no roads that go into the capital.
Roads where we're going, we don't need roads.
I
Yeah.
think Al is about the only non-Canadian knows what a Spock dollar is. It's
I don't know what it is.
You know what it is?
I don't.
No, it's what they did up here is people doodled on the $5 bill of a few years ago, the iteration of a few years ago, and they had, I think it's Wilfrid Laurier, which was a prime minister from way back, and he kind of has this face, long face, you know, with a bit of ink. He turned him into a Spock.
Yeah.
And they were circulating like that up here in Canada.
That's hilarious.
There was someone that was doing that to a lot of dollar bills, turning them into all different sorts of different characters.
I've seen.
I think he went viral.
I've seen a meme around here where they have taken a US $5 bill with Abraham Lincoln and turned him into Bill Murray.
Oh yes.
Ah,
I've seen them.
It's not difficult to do.
I've seen that one.
Well, PM me your information there, Al, and I'll see if I can get it out to you.
Okay. All right.
That's sweet.
I will.
Heck yeah.
Okay, time for
Thank
another
you.
shower thought.
Thank you.
A shower thought?
Shower thought. Just thoughts that you that pop into your brain when you're by yourself in the shower, taking care of business, doing whatever.
Really?
You never
Where's
really
the soap?
know. Well, don't drop it. You
Oh, okay.
never really know when will be the last time you will hear a specific song, watch a specific TV show, or see a specific movie.
That's life, the universe, and everything, Mark.
Yeah, that's what we
Yep.
do here.
Life goes on.
Welcome to the Trampled Underfoot podcast.
Well, for myself, with music and songs, it's usually what I program
Mm-hmm.
because I don't listen to radio.
Mm-hmm.
Or that I listen to MP3s, and I've got it set up in my phone, my truck. I got one of them things you plug in the USB and it sucks the music right out and puts it through the speakers,
Mm-hmm.
almost completely automatic. And before that, I used to have the discs, like the CDs that you would
Mhm.
make, and I get about 100 or so songs on each CD.
Mhm.
And so I have a one of those sleeves up on the visor with 5 or 6 CDs. So there's 500 songs there,
Right.
depending on which one I put in. And so yeah, and when's the next time or the last time you'd hear something? Well, it just depends. If it didn't,
You're
come
so
up.
you're so 2005 technology at this
Yeah,
point.
I know. Well, my motorcycle, it had an 8 CD or available. I think it was a 6 CD changer available, but they were like from Honda, from original. There's like $1,000 touch here.
Yeah.
And but now those wonderful Chinese, they come out with these things called CD emulators. Plug and play into a Goldwing. It emulates a 10 CD changer, and you can get 100 songs on each emulated CD. In other words, it's
Mhm.
it's just a file folder, and that's what I listen to the most when I'm riding around. And
Sweet.
like I've got a folder of a hard drive, external hard drive, and it's got 72,000 MP3s, wave files.
Geez.
Not so many wave files, but what's the other one? FLAC files.
Okay.
So I've not gone through it completely.
Well, it's time for you to
There
get
is-
to work.
Yeah. Now there are duplications,
Oh, sure.
But what Mark so and that
and I
I'm-
did pay for one of them.
but so
Ah.
I like the thing because we now know that you're using technology as such, but and everybody uses it in their own way. But Mark was, don't you
I
think
know.
that Mark was kind of saying, like, let's say you hear Barbara Ann today, you never know, or when,
Is that going to be the last time you hear that song?
right?
Mhm.
Is it a fact or not? Obviously, I think it's a fact. But what do you say? Boy,
Who knows?
Does it change anything? Does it change anything?
Probably not. It's just one of those things that make you go,
well, wait a second. So that Rick just said is another variation
on now what?
on now what that you always say. So
Yeah.
that's a third iteration of the
Mhm.
concept of and now what?
Yeah. Well, but to put it in, let's put it into a different context here, okay? At
Okay.
some point in your childhood,
I gotta
you
go
made
back
the
that far.
yes, difficult for some, very easy for others because we never left. At some point, you made the conscious decision to get up, go outside, go play with your friends for the last time. One day you did it, and then you never did it again.
That is so true. And if I could remember exactly that point, it would be a cool memory thing.
Yeah.
I've got
guess-
memories like that. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We sometimes get philosophical. It happens,
I can't remember the exact date, but I know exactly where I was and why it happened. And yeah,
Well, hopefully it wasn't a tragedy.
it could have been.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I got out before it did.
Meteor
No,
landed and the whole
I'm-
town was wiped out or something like that.
I made a decision, and I never saw any of them again.
Wow.
Well, here's a variation on that. When was the last? Okay, this is for everybody, and if you want to share, if not, that's fine. But it would be cool if you did. this is a variation on what Mark said. When was the last time? And by the way, at the same time now, I'm having bombs exploding all over the room. When would I don't know if you heard it or not, but it's like a barrage.
Yeah, we heard it.
When was the
We're
last?
gonna hear it again.
1 minute to go.
Jeez. When was the last time that you did something that you could say or reference in your mind and say, man, that was really stupid of me to do? When was the last time you can remember you did something so stupid that you recognized it yourself and were kind of like a little bit cringed over it?
What time
Do I
is
have
it?
to-
Do you want
do I have to tell on myself?
You want it?
Do I have to tell on myself?
No,
Mark,
you don't have
Mark
to.
said about an hour and 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, there you go.
You're giving me that, huh? I mean, geez.
It's New Year's. That's why this is happening. It's New Year's. So happy New Year's in Miami and New York for that matter.
Happy New Year's.
Feliz Año Nuevo, Miami.
Happy New Year's.
Happy New
It's
Year to the
crazy.
East Coast.
Happy
Holy
New Year.
cow. Yeah, that's right. Who knew we would be on this long? A whole
now that-
2003.
So now that Jamie and you are in the new year, what's it like?
Yeah.
The
Now that
same.
you guys are 1 year older, right?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Than us.
yeah.
Is the air a little sweeter? Smell a little sweeter? Does
Nah.
the water taste a little cleaner?
Nah.
If you
I'm
travel to the
disappointed.
future, can you cause a time paradox, or is it only when you travel backwards? So don't tell us anything. Don't tell us anything in the past because you might cause a paradox.
I tell you something, I just got another year older. And I see if Eloy remembers this. I sent him a picture of it. It's a dollar bill that Eloy signed.
That's right.
Holy
Oh, cool.
cow.
As in-
You still have, well, not many places to spend it there.
Yeah.
That-
I
I do remember
also
that.
got a $2 bill. Some people might know what they're for. That's signed by Doc.
Got a flatbed Ford
Wow.
and a $2 bill.
Yeah.
Jim, you are not the first person to say that, and you will not be the last. And I don't mean on this day of the year. I hear that 365. Yes, I'm living in the past. Part of me is still stuck in the 60s. It's up to you to decide which part.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Start holding your taxes.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, so Eloy and JP are talking to people from the past right now here.
Mm.
God, I got to find the name of that. We've already talked about it once, but I don't mind talking about it again.
If I told you what my first thought of the New Year's was, I could probably be banned, because it involves all the fire. This is horrible. It involves all the fireworks, but instead of it being launched into the air, it would be redirected in a certain direction to certain entities that cause so much strife. But let's move on.
Okay.
The Spanish and the Brits have already had their arguments, Eloy. You can't start that again.
I wasn't thinking of the Brits per se. Nor
Said
in
the worst, same as
reality.
the first.
I know, but they're back there.
No,
No?
no,
No?
please.
Are we causing a paradox?
No. We're not causing a paradox. We're avoiding a crisis.
Okay. Avoiding.
Oh,
Linda, yes, because this is a small room. Linda has this thing. We're very quiet people, but Linda has one thing that she does on New Year's is at midnight, she goes out on the front deck, walks up and down the front deck, and she pipes on the bagpipe, plays
cool.
Old Lang Syne on the bagpipes.
Oh, cool. Cool.
She just walked in with her pipes and said, "It's midnight back there." I'm like, no.
Can she do Thunderstruck for us?
No. She can. Yes, she can play Thunderstruck
Oh yeah.
on the stereo.
Does she have the flaming pipes?
No,
Well, that guy's in Portland.
that guy.
We've got to make her some.
and that's why
we've got to
I'm not
make
in
it some.
Portland, because I can keep my eye on that asshole from down here.
Well, did I strike a note?
Or just tell us you
No,
can't ride a unicycle and play a bagpipe all while wearing a Darth Vader helmet.
I can't do any of those three things, so I'm safe.
This guy routinely does it
Right.
around the parks.
Give me 1 second.
I really, and I'm not a boot person, but I really like his boots too. They're just,
Right.
That guy is a pariah in the bagpiping world.
I need to YouTube this guy. What's his
Yeah,
name? Bagpiping arsehole.
that's what it should be.
Aren't they all? Did I say that out loud?
Well, there went your box of cookies, Greg.
Oh, shucks.
The thing about
Evidently,
it, Al,
there's a lot of them.
the thing about it is, Al, is everybody that knows me has sent me that video.
Oh, I bet.
People that don't know me have sent me that video.
People that don't know you.
And every single person thinks they're the first one to have sent me that video or any
Right.
video involving anything having to do with bagpipes.
Right.
And I'm here to
Well-
tell you, if you're in this community at all, you've seen it.
Yeah, well, I'm sure. To me,
thousand
it's just so impressive. It makes me want to learn how to play bagpipes with
Well, go
flames
for it.
coming out and wear them funny boots that I like.
And if you mention flames with bagpipes, you will not find anybody to teach you how to play. That guy is that hated. He is that hated.
The closest thing I come to playing the bagpipes is playing the cat.
The cat.
They are close. They are close.
Stepping on the cat's tail.
I
Well,
mean,
no,
they're-
you stick the cat under your arm
Hmm.
and you grab the tail and you chew on the end of the tail and you kind of give it the old.
Well, that's it. That is close. There have been times I have jokingly said to Linda, if you stop squeezing it, it'll quit screaming.
Right.
But I have to be nice to her. She cooks my dinner.
They say that's one of the hardest instruments there is to learn how to play.
Well, yeah, and that's the line. There's only 9 notes. How hard could it be?
Uh,
Well, there's a little bit more to it than that.
You get people that can't even play the canter right, and they want to move on to the pipe.
Yeah, really. Now she has fun with it, and that's great. Heck, I bought the pipes for her. So
How long
call me
has
an
she been
enabler.
playing, Mark? How long has she been playing?
Right around 20 years, isn't it, Linda?
Wow.
Right around 20 years,
It's great.
something like that. She's been in a couple of different pipe bands.
Very good.
Yes, she's also a prize winner. She's won her fair share of competitions and
Well,
has her medals
congratulations.
and everything else. Yes,
Yes, correct. Congratulations.
Good. Very good.
she
Come on, Linda.
yeah, almost 20 years, almost.
Can you answer this truthfully for me, though? Don't you want to wear boots like this guy wears and have flames coming out of your bagpipes? I mean, come on, for Thunderstruck, you got to do something like that.
I'll let her go ahead and
Not
type,
even a
but I
little
know
$10
what she's
says
going
she
to
says
say.
no.
Not even a little bit. Not even a
Oh,
little
she
bit.
said she'll try.
Oh, tell
He's
you what,
thinking about it. He's thinking
I'll
about
give
it.
you $10 if you try.
I'll even buy her the Mohawk wig.
Steve, I can arrange photo delivery if you'd like. And if that doesn't put him off his Reese's peanut butter cups, nothing will.
I bleach.
Yeah.
Flames,
Pardon me while I
no,
go.
but I did wear combat boots for 20 years. Well, cool.
Yeah. Yeah, she's
There
a
you go.
retired sergeant first class, 22 years Army.
The video just put Thunderstruck together for me. I mean, I've heard it for years, but
There-
it just put it together.
There is a guy by the name of Gordon Duncan who actually played Thunderstruck on the pipes decently. And the guy is so fast and so precise. I swear he sounds mechanical.
Oh, sorry.
Right,
And-
fellas, I'm going to hit the sack. So I'm going to love you all and leave you. So
Nope, nobody likes
Jamie,
to
have a
play.
great
happy
one.
New Year and
Happy New
all
Year
that
to
good
you too.
stuff.
Yeah, see
To
you
everybody
next
that's
from
in the
here.
New Year and to everybody that's about to be there. So take it easy, everybody.
See you.
Have a good night, Jamie.
I hope to,
Bye bye.
I hope
Take
to
care.
I hope to talk with you more this year and maybe do a couple of shows.
Next year for us.
Eloy, stop lying. Take it easy. Bye-bye.
How did he know I was lying?
He knows you.
Your lips are moving.
Now be honest. When he came and visited you at your house there in Sweetwater, and you
Yeah.
guys all went out to the Everglades, was there at any time even the least little thought he thought you were going to throw him out the boat into the alligator pit?
At least from my, you never know what a person thinks in their heads, but at least from my perspective, he seemed quite comfortable, and it felt very natural. When I saw him, I was like, oh yeah, of course, this is JP right in front of me. It was a little bit shocking to see him, but I don't know that I think he felt I fed them. I gave them room and board. I did all I could, and what did they give me? Well, my toilet never worked the same after.
I have a question. Did you ask him to pick something up from down there, or did he ask you to pick for something up from down there? Who was the?
That's almost like a pitcher and catcher type of question, but running around the baseball diamond sort of way of saying it. When in Miami, do as Miamians do. No,
on the beach.
Es lo que es.
Well, because I remember him saying all he knew about was Miami was what he all he knew about Miami was what he got from Miami Vice. So he was looking for the Ferraris and the gunfights and all that other kind of crap.
Lapels
It's much
Yeah.
stranger than that. It's much stranger than that.
it's way stranger, but it's like the same thing. It's like if I go to Canada, I expect when I go and see Greg, he's standing there and there's two moose there, and he's got shotguns and furs on him.
And I'll
Say,
invite
"Hey,
you into my
welcome."
igloo, and we'll have whale blubber and.
Hey, I'm in.
I thought that was Alaska. See, I'm not getting Canada vibes there. I'm getting Alaska vibes.
I said I think I threw in moose, and you know what happened?
Squirtle?
I didn't throw in Slurpee, and holding a thing of Slurpee in his hand.
There you go, Slurpee. Okay.
Well, all Americans think we live in igloos.
I never thought that.
I
Oh,
always
yeah,
thought
right.
it was
You just
log
didn't let
cabin.
it.
See, I got Alaska vibes from that.
Dude,
Uh,
I saw plenty of movies where Canadians actually lived not in igloos. So thank you very much.
They're the
Jamie
hoity-toity
says-
ones, yeah.
Jamie says he's still listening. Mention the tattoo, Eloy. He loved that part.
Oh, I think there's a video about that too. So Jamie Page, when he comes over, he began this whole thing of tattooing himself. I mean, the guy's riddled with tattoos, and so, but he had one tattoo, an Andy Berkey tattoo. I think this is what he's saying.
Yeah.
And I think he had just gotten it and was like, Jamie Page, you know, you're going out in the sun, airboat and whatnot. You're going to have to butter that tattoo up. And in fact, he started buttering it up. And so I filmed it. And it was almost some erotic element to it. But we made it into a joke because he's just rubbing the Berkey sign and leathering it up. And so it was hilarious. I don't know if that's what he was talking about.
He says, yes, he's got a video.
It was hilarious, dude.
Oh, man. I don't know.
No, it was
I
great
don't know.
to meet in person. You know, one of the things when the people I have met in person,
Mhm.
they happen to be just like you know them on screen. Like literally, JP is. I mean, obviously, but what I'm saying is that the vibe, the JP vibe, is attached to him in real time as well, which is a great comfort to know that people. I think that everybody online for the greater amount of the time are literally more open because they're comfortable at home, like Marcus said, and you can see their personalities shining through. That's why I'd never sleep in an igloo all night long with Greg.
Oh my God.
Well, you do know the Eskimos are supposed to share their wives, eh?
Oh, crap.
Yeah, but have you seen
With a
them
guess.
women?
Yeah.
Oh my God. This is going on the wrong road, guys.
I mean, it's,
sorry.
you know, well, but come on. I mean, when you have that much fur on all at once, it's like sharing what part, you know?
By the way,
That's
there's a
why they
secret-
rub noses. Their lips are forever chapped.
Right?
As long as it's wow, dude. That was, you know what? They could go some
that
weird
was
place.
sneaky. That was sneaky. They just got that in there.
Yeah, Jamie, did hear about that. He put stickers everywhere around Eloy's house. Basically, he wallpapered you.
There's stickers behind my toilet, on my crown molding, in the frick behind like appliances,
Oh my
in
God.
my car. I mean, I've got like Robert Jacobson
Carl Jacobson.
Carl Jacobson?
stickers
Yes.
everywhere. Yeah.
Oh, so
that
they weren't
many
Berkey
stickers, and
stickers,
that many stickers, and you still got the name wrong.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. I'm in the middle of a war scene with bombs exploding. For goodness sakes.
We're in the same boat here.
Oh, dude. When was the last time you were in Miami, Al?
I can't
That long
remember.
ago?
Yeah.
Did you
I
ever
think-
spend the New Year's in Miami?
Well, I mean, I have been in Miami during New Year's, yeah, or
Dude, it's
North
savage.
Miami.
Dude, this is barbaric. Dude, they've been working on just. It's been a constant
not
music. What's that?
but not recently.
No. Okay, so they've been playing music in a just a lot of volume, back to back against each other, creating a flurry, sort of like a flurry of sound.
Kind
And
of
then
like
there's
Dick
the
Clark's Rockin' New Year's Eve.
No, dude, but this is barbaric, dude. This is savage. But anyway,
It's competing venues. I mean, everybody's on
Yeah.
max volume, and no two people are
Wow.
playing the
Two
same
Dick
tune,
Clarks.
same rhythm.
What
same-
about like
there's a rap group that set up shop at the FIU University, and they have like deep bass, right? So it is actually traveling through the ground. I'm not even exaggerating here. Inside my house for the past few days, it shakes inside the house. That's how savage. And what are you gonna do? You have to just take it in stride and hold on for dear life. And yeah, so hopefully this will be done with maybe tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah.
wow?
Except for the people that have to burn off all the fireworks they were too drunk to light tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that happens. I mean, Richard, you were firefighter for how many years? You've seen your share of that.
Yeah, you never never underestimate the ability of stupid people.
Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, I know. Well, we're on New Year's, and I have talked about this before. I know I have talked about this before, but have you heard the story of the ship that existed in 2 centuries at the same time?
I like that story. You have mentioned it, but go ahead.
Okay.
Hmm.
This was the SS Warramoo. It was carrying passengers between Canada and Australia in December of 1899. While on the way, Captain John Phillips realized he had the opportunity of a lifetime to do something absolutely extraordinary. So he commanded that the ship head for the point where the equator crosses the international date line.
Mm-hmm.
The ship arrived in time to straddle that point as the clock struck midnight on December 30th, 1899. Here's what that meant. The forward part of the ship was in the southern hemisphere in the middle of summer. The rear part of the ship was in the northern hemisphere in the middle of winter. Half of the ship was in 30th December 1899,
Yeah.
while the forward half was January 1st, 1900. So the ship was not only in 2 different days, but
Mhm.
also in 2 different months, 2 different years, 2 different seasons, 2 different hemispheres, and 2 different centuries all at the same time.
Amazing.
It's pretty cool.
Yes, it is.
Welcome, David.
And they say time
Hello, Dave.
travel doesn't exist. Hello, Dave.
Serious.
Hey,
David.
guys, how y'all?
What's up?
Think
Good.
I'm gonna make it. Think I'm
I don't
gonna
know
make
about
it.
me.
How
I
things
made-
doing
I
in
made it
Georgia?
this far. Well, fucking pneumonia killing me.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I love
sound
the
good.
emphasis on the live on air. He just hit us with it. Did it just start now, or you have had it?
No, I've had it. I was being in the hospital last night for it.
Oh, I see.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, didn't know what that. Good grief. Hope you get better soon.
Hell, it's been a kick in the ass for the last 2 years. But you know what? I'm still on the top.
Yeah,
That's right.
that's right. As long as you can keep the sunny side
watched-
up.
I just watched the sorry ass Bulldogs pull one out.
Uh-oh. Yay, sports ball.
Yeah, sports ball. Well, I'm not a Georgia Bulldog fan.
Well, I
Even
thought
though I
that
live
was
here.
I thought that was the official greeting in Georgia was how about them dogs?
Yeah, but and I despise Ohio State, but I was
Oh,
actually
okay.
pulling for them bastards tonight.
Right?
You will live dangerously.
Georgia come back and won by 1, and I think they paid Ohio State's kicker off because he's been kicking over 40-yard field goals all night, and then all of a sudden on the game-winning field goal, he can't kick the ball more than 10 foot.
You got a better offer, is what it sounds like.
Yeah, that's
There you
what
go.
I'm.
Somebody added a 0 to the check.
Right?
Okay, some of these are just silly. Now it's time for another shower thought. Some of these are just silly. For instance,
None of us here are, though.
the sentence
Oh, you want to bet?
the sentence you can totally Google it can be said without moving your lips.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
You can totally Google it. You can say that sentence without moving your lips.
You can totally Google it.
Watch this. Watch this. You can totally Google it. You can
I didn't
totally
mean-
Google it.
It didn't mean close your mouth.
You can totally Google it.
You can totally Google it, guys. You can totally Google it. You can totally Google it.
Yeah, didn't mean you look like you needed to go crap either.
Yeah. Thanks, Metamucil. Oh, I moved my lips.
Oh crap, man! You know what? You can never. I mean, it can never be a decent hangout with appropriate
Okay.
comedy.
Then
Right,
let's
right.
do it
It
this way.
always has to go down the wrong path.
Then let's bring it back around for the Trekkies
hold
and
on,
the
hold on a
space
minute.
people and everything else. Go ahead.
I got to fill in for Patrick. He's not here. Somebody's got to.
No. Wait a second. Hold on.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
Somebody help.
But in my case, it's this.
Yeah, really. Kilroy. So let's bring it back around to space for the Trekkies and science fiction guys. The last time all living human beings were on Earth was the 2nd of November, 2000. Since the 3rd of November, 2000, there has been at least one person living on the International Space Station orbiting Earth.
I see what you're saying now.
I thought you just lost your fucking mind.
No, it's right here. I keep it in a jar on my desk.
I don't doubt that.
Soon there's going to be some living on the moon.
Nah.
But so November 2nd, 2000 was the last day every human being lived on Earth.
That makes sense.
Well,
Weird.
What about Skylab?
Damn,
What
Russia's
about
got to keep the
Skylab?
spies up there all the time.
Wait a second. What time period was that again?
November 2nd was the last day all humans lived on Earth.
November
there's still-
2nd, what year?
2000.
Is that when Skylab went up?
No, the International Space Station. That was the first mission to put
Skylab
people in the International
down.
Space Station.
There were lapses after Skylab.
Yes, after Skylab came down, there was a period when nobody was in space.
Yeah.
But ever since the International Space
Oh,
Station
I got
has
you.
been completed and they sent people up to live there,
Gotcha.
which was November 3rd,
Gotcha.
2000.
Yeah. Yeah. Not
they-
that the first time that
Right.
not all humans
Right.
were on
That
that we
was
know
like-
of. That we know of.
that
But
for
hold on.
22
They've been
for
extracted.
22 well, true. And
Yeah,
got
but
probed,
hold on. You guys are so they're not on Earth, obviously.
right.
But there's a lot of people that are not on Earth currently that are flying around in airplanes.
True.
Is it within the atmosphere?
I see
Yes.
where he's going with this one.
You see how I tried to get
Yes,
somehow
and
out?
that's an excellent point.
Yeah, but,
I've read
okay,
it depending
let's put it
upon
this way, continuously.
Yeah.
You know,
Mhm.
continuously.
and
Airplanes are going to fly what, maximum of 10 hours?
well, more than that
10
if you're going
hours?
to like Australia.
Yeah, but I mean, most planes are going to land somewhere and refuel before then.
Okay, they do make the distinction. There has been at least one person living on the International Space Station. So I don't know if you would consider being on an airplane even for 24 hours, if you would call that living in the airplane. But
let's
Nah.
restrict the boundaries of that for half a second for creativity's purpose. When was the last time, literally? Well, I can't say literally. Before balloons, before anything that people could actually just hover above the. When was it where everybody was? I guess
Earthbound?
Flat-footed,
Earthbound.
Earthward bound.
That would be in the
that would be in the early
1700s.
1800s.
The 1800s, yeah.
Well,
Okay.
when did the
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Montgolfier brothers do the hot air balloon?
But then again, I mean, at what distance? Because I mean, if you jump in the air, then you're not on the earth.
You're right.
So-
Or
so
if
I'm
you
just
fell
saying-
off a mountain.
Well, I'm going to say, what I would say is Earth's atmosphere.
Okay.
If you're still in Earth's atmosphere, you know,
You're earthbound.
Yeah.
Well, but what about a guy in a balloon? That's not earthbound.
Yeah.
A guy in a
And,
balloon
um,
isn't going to stay.
the Montgolfier brothers invented the hot air balloon in 1783.
So
Damn.
so outside the
Yeah.
atmosphere.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've heard it said, and depending upon who you want to believe, anywhere from at any given time, any moment, right now, there are somewhere between 400 and 500,000 people on an aircraft flying. So, you know, whether you say they're not on Earth, I don't know.
Right.
they're still in the Earth's atmosphere. They're not in
Yeah.
not in orbit.
Okay. Okay.
That's what I would say.
But it's just weird to think that that thing has been up there for 22 years and there's been somebody living in it continuously. There have been somebody in there for the entire 22 years.
Hope they clean it once in a while.
Yeah. I'm not going there.
Really?
Do they
You gotta wonder
eject it?
You got to wonder what kind of mechanical condition it's.
There have been fluids ejected, yes.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's got to be seeing some real wear and tear after 22 years.
And
Well,
you know, I
Do
think
things
that
wear
was
in a vacuum?
I think that was an opportunity we missed with the shuttles, because we know for a fact, in fact, they're tracking it. We know for a fact that the second satellite we ever sent up into space is still up there floating around.
Yeah.
I think they should have grabbed it and bring it back, and just to study it, to see what that much time, because we're talking about 1957 it went up. They should have lassoed that son of a gun and brought it back just to see what that amount of time up there exposed to all of the elements without the protection of Earth's atmosphere does to those materials. I think that was a huge opportunity lost. Is that the ball coming down in New York?
That was
Yeah, my oldest daughter Alice is up there.
that was half an hour ago.
All right.
Yeah, 11:30 here.
She sent me a picture.
Well, I would
Sweet.
think that
She's up there.
wear would be would not
Up in
be
Times
as
Square
much.
tonight.
Like in zero or near zero gravity, where would be not there. Things rubbing against each other are not going to stop.
There's dust, there's particles, there's all kinds of stuff up there. Plus, you have unfiltered ultraviolet light from the sun. Now, the
Well, there's
body
that,
of it,
yeah.
the sphere, the body of it was almost solid magnesium. I mean, it was a magnesium alloy. There was some other elements in there. I'm not sure 100%, but it was majority magnesium. But just the ability to grab that puppy and bring it back down, take it apart, study it.
Learn from it.
I think that was an opportunity missed.
They'd have to use the Canad arm to do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know the details of this, so it's not going to be great, but roughly in the 1800s, roughly thereabouts throughout that century, there was an event that was so magnificent where meteorites were constantly coming down, and they wrote about it, and it just lit up the freaking sky and whatnot. And it was like something so impressive that like a lot of people wrote about it, which hasn't come to pass that I'm aware of, but it's supposed to be cyclical.
Now, was that like the Perseid or the Leonid meteor shower, or?
Dude, maybe, yeah.
Okay.
What year was it?
What?
What year was it?
Somewhere in the I would assume somewhere in the mid to late 1800s. Maybe late to mid to late 1800s, somewhere thereabout.
Well, in the early 1900s, when Halley's Comet was scheduled to come through, there was some scientist. This is the thing, having a little bit of knowledge can be dangerous. There was some scientist who was convinced that Halley's Comet was going to come dangerously close to the Earth. And some sort of gases off of the comet was going to turn the atmosphere into nitrous oxide. And we were all going to basically laugh ourselves to death. And it created a minor panic.
What a way to go.
It wasn't as bad as, Orson Welles and War of the Worlds or nothing like that. But it did create a minor panic of people freaking out like, oh my God, no, stuffing towels under the door and things like that. But people just knew they were going to laugh themselves to death.
Y'all say hi to my brother.
Howdy, brother.
Hello, brother. Hey, Eloy.
Yeah.
It was 1833.
Oh,
There
so it
was-
was okay.
Yeah, there was like 13 asteroids, and it was, what was it, Linoid? I just saw it a second ago.
Leonid shower?
Yeah, Leonid, yes. Thousands of meteors fell. Slavers are told their families had been sold as the night skies exploded, blah, 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 Tennessee terrified. I saw somewhere in there was, which meteor shower it was.
But could you imagine living in that time and seeing something like that in the sky before newspapers come to your door and all that kind of stuff? Like,
Wait, they did
the
have
sky's falling.
They
had
did-
newspapers, but they didn't have them in every, nook and cranny of
Yeah.
the
Sometimes
the
it took
populated
months to
world.
get one.
Yeah. Like if you're living in New York, okay, but if you're living in Wyoming, probably not.
Hey, they had them in backwaters, Everglades, USA.
Yeah, but those were like
But did
man
they
bite
print 'em
duck
every day?
stories.
They had them. Well, actually, they had localized little things, but
Yes.
St. Augustine would, when they got around to it, you would receive, these people back then would eventually receive the paper. So like the Great
The
Starvation,
monthly.
the Great Starvation 5 years ago, I'm reading about it now.
Yeah.
And
We
stuff
have
like that.
we have 2 newspapers here,
Mhm.
and they put out 1 paper a week.
Same here.
Oh,
I don't know if ours bothers anymore.
what's a newspaper?
That's what you used to train
Something
a
you
dog.
used to get in 1831.
That's something you used to train a puppy how to not go to the bathroom in the house.
Yeah, I feel really bad, but I didn't ask for it.
Didn't ask for what? Oh,
I got a phone book.
you got a phone book?
I got
Really?
a phone book. Yeah.
The
You
new
got a
phone
phone?
books here. The new phone books here.
All
Yeah,
right.
I got a phone book. I feel really bad because
You got a house phone?
I don't.
Yes, that's all I have.
I
Yeah,
don't.
I know.
I don't. Yeah, but
I got a phone book. Look
yeah,
how thick it is.
see what I'm saying? Yeah,
You know, Greg, we used to call that TV Guide.
right.
Reader's Digest.
Just about.
I got a phone book.
I haven't seen a phone book in years.
And
Right,
that's
right.
that's
Well, we get them all the time, but it's like I feel bad when I get them
I got
because
a
I'm
phone
gonna
book
use
right
it.
here.
but that's the white pages.
Now, listen. In the event of some sort of what do they call it, electromagnetic pulse due to some sort of like thing,
EMI, yeah.
all those people from back,
EPM,
yeah, one of those two, or both of
EMP,
them,
EMP.
EMP. If that were to
Electromagnetic
happen,
pulse.
what's that?
Electromagnetic pulse.
Yes.
If we came to that scenario, those phone books and all that, those things would have served us well today.
Yes. Oh, I agree. I agree. Oh, that's
And only-
a whole nother topic. In fact, if you guys, oh my God, yeah.
If we had a computer worldwide situation like that, where we lost all that information, how much information have we acquired just virtually that we have not printed out that we
Right.
would lose just in these last 20 years?
Yep.
Yep.
And only half of that is phone numbers. The rest is advertising.
Oh,
The
yeah.
whole world's going paperless, and now there's no paper trail.
Yep.
No
Okay.
paper trail, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Absolutely.
I have a landline, and I have to have battery backup for it because it comes in on fiber optic. So there's no power like from the phone
Right.
company, the old Twisted Pair. It had your power for the phone,
Yeah.
and so I have to have a battery on there so it'll work. But I have cordless phones, and the power is out on them, and the base doesn't work unless it's
Well,
powered up.
I got about 6 plug-in phones in a box in the closet. I'll send you one, Greg.
Oh, I don't need D anymore. I've got an old rotary dials,
No, okay. Well, there
and
you go. Then
and
you're
they
all
still work.
Mm-hmm.
I've got
Like,
one of those.
Yeah.
It's in my truck toolbox.
People don't believe that I don't own a cell. Well, I own a cell phone, but I don't have service for it. Yeah.
Now, do you know what the number 2 most common or most used murder tool was 50 years ago?
Don't tell me a phone book.
A hammer?
No,
The telephone itself.
Damn,
the
listen
telephone itself.
Yeah.
Oh.
listen to Dave, a hammer. Oh,
Yeah.
who said a hammer?
No, number 1 was a ashtray. You know those big
The
ones.
big
that usually
kahunas, yeah.
the ones that usually sit on the damn on a stand or pedestal with an airplane on it.
Dude, those were rocks. I mean, those were heavy mofos. Yeah, you could definitely, dude. Wow. I'm just thinking, you get so angry and you grab the ashtray and you say, "Shut up!" Bam.
Well,
I mean, come on.
both of them were tools of opportunity, or whatever you want to call it.
We all know it was Colonel Mustard in the billiard room with the lead pipe.
With the pipe. With the pipe.
So
With
you're
the lead
saying that ashtray deaths have statistically been on a downward spiral?
Well, people
Yep.
go quit smoking.
And same with phones, cell phones. You bang them on the head for months.
Well, no, people are afraid to break the screen.
Yep.
You look at them wrong and they'll break.
That's why I don't worry about it no more.
We would lose. I mean, we would be in big trouble as far as everything from banking to. It would be a catastrophe.
Yep. That's why low yield nuclear weapons are the thing, because you don't have to destroy buildings or people.
Oh,
You just
still-
destroy their electronics.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
Electromagnetic pulse will take out every electronic device
Yep.
within a certain radius, and then they're just hosed.
Well, look
Is
at
it-
Southwest Airlines. They were having a problem with their computer system like last week, and lost
I
what
don't
12
think that didn't have anything to do with the
Flight?
MP.
Huh?
That didn't have anything to do with the MP.
Not sponsored by Southwest Airlines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they had to cancel like 12,000 flights or some shit like that.
Yeah.
And just before that, it was
Uh-oh.
WestJet up here in Canada that their computer room got too hot and it's really messed up their flights
What
for
you got there, Al?
about 3 days.
Al got his toy 3D printed and assembled.
Does anybody know what this is?
Yeah, isn't that the Deep Space Nine one?
Yeah.
I thought it was
Oh.
a tarantula.
I thought it was a
Is it
stand.
right?
I thought it was a stand for a flower pot.
And what's neat is it printed out like a card. I was looking for a deal, but it printed out like a card. I didn't print the card part, but it's totally flat and it goes together. It's just like this right here is
It all interlocks.
is totally flat. See how it's anyway.
Oh, okay, and it's held together with fishing line. Yeah, okay.
No, I was trying to get it to go right side up, but it doesn't.
Whoops.
Out of balance.
Star trekking across the universe. Boldly go
Anyway.
forward because we can't find reverse.
Whatever happened to? Do you remember? All of us would remember. There was a side gig sort of internet thing that
The
Al.
dark web.
Well, it wasn't dark web. Where Al
PC
would
Pursuit.
what?
PC Pursuit.
I haven't even finished the
Let me
freaking
finish.
example.
Okay. What
haven't
is PC Pursuit?
I have no idea what that is. But I wanted to say, do you guys remember Twitch?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that used to be a cool alternative where people really the screen was different, and Al would do all these things and he'd get specific, and there was other people that would do that. It trended for a while and then it became like passe for some reason.
Well, the internet gamers still love it.
Oh yeah.
There's lots of gamers on Twitch.
Yeah, there is. I've also seen paleontologists on there.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
actual scientists doing experiments.
Mm-hmm.
Car guys, the crazy Ford engineer or something like that. The guy's got a camera in his shop. I mean, he's a certified mechanic and stuff. I mean, yeah. There's
The one I remembered from Twitch was that girl, and she was a cartoonist amongst other things.
Uh-huh.
I forget her name, but she was on there all the time,
There's so many of them though.
and she was in the makers community or whatever.
Oh, Sarah.
Connor.
Was that Sarah Wartooth Designs?
Yeah.
That's Sarah Connors, ain't it? Or Connor? Or
Yeah.
something like that?
Sarah Connor,
Yeah.
yeah.
I remember her being on it all the time, and
Yeah.
why I was there, I have no idea.
Oh,
You go down one rabbit hole. Oh, look, check this out. Okay, yep,
It was her and a couple other guys, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
And then they got like a maker space, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden they disappeared.
she posted a damn
Didn't
thing
they?
the other day.
I haven't seen her in a while.
Well, they probably held on, or
Okay,
COVID
now,
a lot
really
more than I did.
COVID really beat a lot of people down as far as
Who?
social. COVID.
Who? Oh,
Corona.
COVID. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about Coven or something.
some guy, yeah.
General COVID has beat people down.
Yeah.
But then before that, remember MySpace? It was
Oh yeah.
everybody had a MySpace account. For
I had one.
Not everybody.
Not everybody.
I did.
No.
I had one.
and yeah.
Well,
and,
that was-
MySpace is still there, but it's something else.
Do
That
you remember
was-
GeoCities?
oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I
I
had
had-
some land on GeoCities.
Tripod.
Mm-hmm. You could get free websites on there.
Yep.
You could
Yep.
make your own free website.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly.
And what before MySpace there was it was not so much it was just I guess a platform was ICQ.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh
It
yes.
was a communications
program.
platform.
Yep. And
But I
then-
remember bulletin boards.
Oh, man, you actually went down a path that's very near and dear to my heart.
How about Usenet news groups?
And yes, in fact,
Yep,
Usenet
yep.
news groups and
They
final
were
Note
after bulletin boards, I believe.
Yeah. Well, the kind
Or
of
they
kind
kind of coexisted, I guess.
in the early 90s, late 80s, I ran a bulletin board system. And you can Google Kilroy's Zero BBS, and you still find documents out there of the phone numbers that the BBS had. In fact, the other day, I saw a video on how to connect your PC, Commodore 64, to the internet and run your BBS. Now, I don't know where you were going with BBS, and I took off with it because this, like I said, this is so near and dear to my heart.
You ain't got it set up again?
No.
Well,
Whether it ever comes back up, I don't know. But I interrupted you. I'm going to let you keep going. I'm sorry.
No, I was just mentioning earlier forms of or platforms that people use to communicate that weren't. It wasn't like the telephone itself, the dial-up, so and so, and it just things evolved. Hey, the new stuff comes along. Oh, let's get on that. Let's get on
Look
that.
what we're doing. Look what we're doing.
Well, yeah,
right now.
exactly.
Yeah.
We would go back to something previous and say, wow, this sure sucks as a platform.
let me ask you guys a question, because I don't know I'm sure I could Google it and figure it out. But when all the live videos started happening, where people would go live on YouTube years ago, when that started, and things like this would occur, it went straight through the Google service, if you remember the Hangouts, and it had its way of doing it directly.
I still can.
Well, before you go into that rabbit hole, I just want to delineate one strange thing that I've never heard any of you mention or whatnot. Any of you mention. Google stopped offering that service, and all of a sudden, this StreamYard appeared as an alternate.
Yeah.
Is StreamYard connected to the YouTube in terms of some sort of sub company within that, or
no, it's not. It's run by two guys. It's owned by the two guys that founded it. They've got a bunch of employees now because it's really blown up and become huge. But these were two guys out of college, but not very old. If they were 30 years old, I'd be amazed. I don't think either one of them were 30 yet. They started it as a streaming platform to connect to YouTube because Google was dropping the Hangouts. Before StreamYard came along, you had your choice of OBS or Streamlabs, OBS, and a few other streaming services that you could go through. What made StreamYard so big and so popular was the fact that it was 100% web-based and easy to use. And that's what got everybody jumping on StreamYard.
So you're saying that when Google, what was it called? Google
Hangout, right?
Google Hangout. When Google Hangout stopped, and I know there's I know that you could do that through a different, but for now, when it stopped for the general public where you can actually go live, I didn't see anything other than the option of this StreamYard pop up. But you're saying that you could still go live through all the other sources.
Yes, there were 2 or 3 other sources. What they did was they disconnected Hangouts from YouTube. So you could no longer use Hangouts to go live on YouTube.
Right.
But you could go through a streaming program. And I'm trying to remember what they called it, an RTMP server or something like that. And like OBS,
but
which was go ahead.
But here's the so here's the thing. in order to connect to YouTube, you're supposed to have some sort of backdoor to get in,
Mhm.
approved by YouTube, I would assume.
Right. And OBS had been. OBS has been around for a while. There
Okay.
were a lot of people that used that rather than using Google Hangouts. They used OBS.
Hmm.
So that was an option that was there long before
See,
Google got rid of Hangouts
Okay.
for YouTube.
All right. All right.
they,
that
they
clears up.
had they had access to the APIs that allowed them to connect.
Mhm,
Because back in the Microsoft days,
mhm.
there was, I believe, some type of antitrust lawsuit where I can't remember exactly. They were split up Microsoft into software and hardware or something like that. But anyway, they made it to where the court said that you had to give access to the APIs or the application program interfaces that connect
For
to servers or to the back services, so that you wouldn't have a monopoly situation. Yeah.
Right.
Gotcha.
So they already were in there. They already had gotten in there, and it had been that much further, I guess. But then these guys hooked in, and man, they're going gangbusters.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Now, isn't there a Google Meet or something like that?
There is.
Yeah.
That's
See,
supposed
I
to-
was in there somewhere. Yeah, I mean, I was looking at chat, and I could have sworn I had bookmarked one of those Google Hangouts,
Mhm.
and that's what I was looking for.
And you can still use Google Hangouts.
Hangouts, video.
You can't. You
Oh, well, that
not
was
that button now.
That's the wrong button, Al.
Ding. Which one of y'all kicked him out?
He kicked himself out when he pushed that button. He went to a Google Hangout.
Either that or there was an electromagnetic pulse in his area.
What we ought to do is when he comes back, just everybody act like we can't hear him.
He's probably
No, that's messed up.
You're cruel.
Funny as shit though.
We did that to Patrick one night in a hangout.
I-
We're all just
remember
sitting
that.
there looking at him. You're just looking at him, and he's like, "What? You guys can't hear me?" We're all just tapping our headphones, or
he could have lost his. Oh, there he is.
not that
Oops.
button now.
No, I found the Hangout. It
I know.
automatically took my camera and shut me off.
And you were the only one there, weren't you?
Yes. Actually, it was Brenda. Check this out, guys. Well, no, that's not the same one. Never mind. I was going to say it was Paul Corliss, Jim Bashir's, Dixon Hoffman, Kilroy, Luana Pierce, Bob Lee's workshop, Robert Crow Mobile, Patrick's workshop.
Mhm.
Why was Patrick? Oh, he joined and he left. Okay. But anyway,
Yeah, the Hangouts are still there. It's just they're not connected to YouTube.
right.
And
Correct.
you can't start a new Hangout. Now, if you have a link to a Hangout that works like that one you just found,
Mhm.
you can send people invites to that Hangout and still use it.
Although it has
wonder-
glitches.
I wonder if I should send it.
Well, you can start your own Hangout that way. See?
I did just a second ago.
You were the only one you're the first one here. Invite people.
Oh dear.
Another shower event.
Now, has it quieted down in your neck of the woods, Eloy? Or are they still blasting fireworks?
No, it's the bass now has when the fireworks stop, they come in with the bass, and when the bass stops, they come in with the shrill music in order to keep the torture going. Yeah. It's almost like I was telling Mark, it's almost like some sort of ritualistic. Like, look, I know that all of us experience New Year's and the Christmases and the this and that, but it's almost here. There's almost a ritualistic, savage sort of like element. I don't know how to explain it.
An
It's-
element never forgets.
You're gonna get tagged for that one.
Realistic, savage.
Well,
Well, you said you were out by FIU.
Remi-
I don't remember that being a real urban area. I thought that was more of a.
you should see it, Richard. You should
Remind
see
me
it.
not to go to Sweetwater.
It's been 10, 12 years since I've been down that way.
He's got high rises going up next door to him.
At least by FIU. I've been 10, 12 years since I've been down there.
Well, when you arrive in Miami, like just in a general sense, you're in a very urban environment. But when you head out towards the Everglades, like you had said, you had visited the Everglades. We're at the extreme end of like what you would call, I guess, the metropolis of what is Miami-Dade County. And so we're bordering roughly the Everglades. So just a little bit further, and it really is just pine trees and woods and whatnot. But the thing about it is that that's not true as much anymore because there's been a lot of development. So we're surrounded essentially.
Wow.
Do you remember a few years back that pedestrian overcrossing collapsed?
Oh yeah.
There, that was what, 2 blocks down from your house, block and a half, something like that.
1 block.
1 block from his house.
Yeah, I think that, as I recall correctly, the National Hurricane Center is on the grounds at FIU.
They are.
Yeah,
No.
and the Hurricane Center. Yeah, I went to a week-long class there a number of years ago.
Yeah, they have they're on 117th, which is just down the block from me, and they have their facilities there. Yeah,
I guess I remember that as being more suburban. Didn't think it was a.
From what I gather, it used to be, but I mean, Eloy can go out in his front yard and literally throw a rock across 6 lanes of traffic into the FIU campus.
Wow.
Well, when I grew up here, just from my parents purchased here. They got married and purchased here in 1971. They used to live in the Little Havana area, which is basically the outskirts slightly of downtown Miami.
Southwest.
Yeah, and they came here. But what this was a cheaper alternative, albeit distant from your, the things that you would normally want to have access to in Miami. So, but people started purchasing far away. And this was that. And so you didn't have, it was suburban slightly, but within the last 10 to 15 years, it has exploded. We don't have much land, so it has exploded in terms of acquisition and the building of more and more multi level buildings and whatnot. So,
wow.
So yeah, it's pretty it's pretty extreme. This is the middle of everything. Let's put it this way.
Yeah. And FIU is huge now.
It's huge now. You can go in there and...
It wasn't small then, and I guess I can imagine.
It wasn't small 10, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, but it wasn't what it is now. Now there's extra buildings and facilities and things like various shops, and it's almost like its own little downtown in there as well. Yeah. So it's not the same world in which one grew up in by any stretch of the imagination. So
from the looks of it, neither is Greg's living room.
Dang!
Damn.
Dang!
Oh my, missed that.
How could you miss that?
Thinking of conversation.
I'm just trying to figure out how he got all the snow out of his yard for that party.
I got a snowblower.
How do you get that background going? Is that something in-house?
Yeah, it's in the settings.
Yeah.
I'm going to try that. Let me see. Layouts, right?
That's what Al's doing.
Virtual background. Virtual background. It might be layouts on your end, but it's virtual background on my end.
Where are you from Homestead, Elon?
I'm about 20 to 25 miles away from Homestead.
Oh.
And that's very close to the Everglades, is it not?
Yeah.
It is as well. It does. It all runs together. Let's say.
Yeah, because they didn't develop it until way later on than because it was whatever you want to call it, less than ideal property.
It's pretty good though. I mean, my uncle used to live in Homestead.
No. They upped the game there. But I'm saying, like, as they ran out of room, they had to go to the next, and then they would, bring up the.
They would keep going in, basically, is
Yeah.
what you're saying.
Mhm.
Yeah, because when Andrews was there, man, it was like they rebuilt the place too.
Yeah.
It got totally, well, not totally wiped out, but anyway.
Mostly wiped out.
Parts of
Mostly,
it
yeah.
got wiped out
Yeah.
because it was under spec building
Yeah.
whatnot. Yeah, I can't
I-
even think of it.
Hey, you know what that is? That's midnight, guys. Happy New Year's. Happy New Year from Odessa, Texas.
All right.
Well,
Happy New Year.
Okay. So
I have my New
From
Year's drink right here.
Canada, even
according to my clock, you got 1 minute left.
maple syrup on it. No, it's
Nah,
midnight.
I heard it.
Oh no, you're right.
Now, who you gonna believe, me or your lion ears?
My lion ears, because
Okay.
it is 11:59. 12
Now
o'clock.
it's midnight.
There you go.
Now
12
it's
o'clock.
midnight.
I was
Yeah,
just-
that's
I
why I
was
was
just
thinking
saying
you
that.
had a
There you
minute.
go, Eloy.
You
There
had
you
a
go.
minute left.
I was just setting it up. Oh,
Linda's she's literally chomping at the bit. Can I get the pipes?
Yes, with the
You
flame? Yes. Yeah.
You can play them in your room.
Yes.
But I'm going
Come in
slow,
here
right?
and blast my ears off.
You're going
Yes.
slow.
Come on, Linda.
Am I moving fast or
Do
slow?
it. Do it.
You're
Do it.
Well,
stop
you're
frame.
moving. You're moving.
But is there a trail?
It's
No.
Well, no.
Just a little choppy.
Your
Yeah.
hair looks like mine, Eloy.
you look like that Rankin Bass stop motion animation.
Oh, so yeah. So it's having issues trying to cope with the
But this isn't really an action venue, really. So I wouldn't worry.
yeah.
You notice that's a Canadian party, eh?
Is that?
Yeah. Well, you can tell. There's clues. I don't know
Is
if
that
you
any
guys
better?
would
Labatt's.
there. Well, that's one of them. Yeah.
Well, they
There
sell
should-
Labatt's down here too.
Yeah. But there's Molson Canadian there too.
They sell that down here too.
But
There's your
there is
answer
one-
from Linda Al
Where? Let me look. Wait,
on the screen.
wait. Happy New Year?
No.
No
on the
flames.
screen.
Oh.
No, there's for Canadians, there's a dead giveaway lying on the grass behind the chair.
There's
Oh,
There's grass
Twister?
behind the chair? What?
Lying on the
Twister?
grass. No, Hudson's Bay blanket.
Oh, looks
Oh,
like
that
the
looks
game
like
of Twister to me.
Yeah. Well, no, it's a Hudson Bay blanket.
Very
Left hand
abused.
blue.
Very abused.
It's a bunch
Okay.
of colors: blue,
It's-
green, red.
It's New Year in Mississippi. It's New Year in
Ottawa.
Ottawa. Okay, I couldn't remember which province.
Apawa?
if that's not
New
a
Year's
crime
in
scene, I
Texas.
don't
No,
know
I think
what
it
is.
should have been New Year in Ottawa an hour ago. She's Eastern.
You can get the pipes, play them in your room. They'll hear them here.
Put your socks, your wool knit socks over top of the.
That doesn't
drones.
do
Doesn't help.
anything. Doesn't do the loudness of the pipes is 110 decibels at the
Ooh.
channel.
Ooh.
So that's pretty loud. That's right up there with jackhammers and stuff.
Really?
And they have 2 volumes, on and off.
I don't know which one I'd rather listen to more:
Well,
bagpipes or jackhammers.
that's
How about
there's the name of my garage band: Bagpipes and Jackhammers.
That's torture if I ever heard.
There you go.
You know.
Okay, I don't know if this shower thought this borderlines on a Mandela effect.
Nelson.
Kind of. But basically, nowhere in the nursery rhyme does it say that Humpty Dumpty was an egg.
It doesn't say that Humpty Dumpty was an egg in the
No.
thing.
No. So where do we get the idea that Humpty Dumpty was an egg?
I don't understand how we got that idea.
I don't either.
Other than he fell to pieces and nobody can put him back together again. Well,
Humpty
that's
Dumpty
part of
sat
the
on the
story.
wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men could not put Humpty Dumpty back together again. Nothing about an egg.
maybe he was just porcelain.
We
Or
can
is
figure
it-
that one out, though. I'm going to type in why
Or his armor exploded.
Mhm.
was Humpty Dumpty an egg. Figure that
All I
out.
got to say is that must have been one heck of a party.
Wasn't at a party. Steve says from the original Mother Goose book.
Where
Okay.
the hell is he at?
Lewis Carroll invented the character as an egg.
Okay. But it doesn't say it in the rhyme.
In a 1903 edition of Mother Goose's Nursery Rhymes.
It was drawn as an egg.
He was drawn as an egg, yeah.
Okay. All right.
I never would have known that if you wouldn't have, you know.
So both of those are true. It doesn't say in the nursery rhyme that he was an egg, but it does. The first citation of it, he was drawn as an egg. Okay, that's completely different.
Well, check this out. The riddle probably exploited for misdirection the fact that Humpty Dumpty was also 18th century I can't even read that word, reduplicable slang for a short and clumsy person.
That I had heard. That it was a slang for a short, kind of clumsy, dumpy person.
That had the shape of an egg.
I did not know that bit, though. That's an interesting one. I'm glad you brought it up because I would never. That's some of that weird side knowledge that's useless but interesting.
Yeah. Oh, there's all kinds of stuff like that. For instance, we know that a tomato is a fruit. Okay. So technically speaking, tomato juice is a fruit juice.
Yeah.
But
So
by the same token, an olive is a fruit. So olive oil is fruit juice.
Admit it, some of you actually drink olive oil.
Yeah, I know a couple people that do.
not I, said the pig.
There
The
was
problem.
Now, okay. So here we go. There's a what do you want to call it? Not a conflict, but this theories that fruit does not belong on pizza, as in
Fair
Hawaiian
enough.
pizza.
Fair enough.
And I don't know if anybody here believes that or not, but
The problem. Okay, so the obvious problem is that the assumption is that fruit equals something sweet, and
Yeah,
sweet
okay.
would not necessarily fit within the concept of something like
But-
tomato or.
but why does almost all pizzas made
with tomato.
have tomato sauce on it? If
Mhm.
that's a fruit sauce, then
That's a valid
So-
question. That is absolutely a valid question.
Very much.
Except for those white garlic people, and you know how those folks are.
Oh wait,
oh, olives, green olives stuffed with garlic. Oh, I gotta
Can-
jar them in the fridge. And now just thinking, I think I gotta go there.
can you
Eat a
pause
dozen.
that? Can you pause that for half a second? Tomatoes are in the vegetable section of the grocery store.
They're in the produce section.
Yeah.
Well, they're in the produce
Excuse me,
section, but they're
My
next
dog
to.
calls.
But
And they're
you don't see them next to oranges.
No, you're absolutely right, and that's where
Yeah.
they get that joke. You know, the intelligence is knowing that a tomato is a fruit. Sense is knowing you don't put one in a fruit salad.
Yeah.
So, but if we're going to go that route and say, okay, olive oil then is a fruit juice. Dang, boy.
I had to go get my little Wookie. She's
Yeah, and it
scared.
sounds like she really wanted to go too. Oh,
She's
okay.
scared.
Yeah, fireworks.
Yes.
Sorry, doggy. So if we follow that logic, if you take beef and you cut it up and you put it in water and you boil it to extract the flavors out of that beef into the water, I think we'd all agree you're making soup, right?
Yeah.
You're making
Stock.
Broth.
stock.
You're making broth.
Stock, yeah. The
Okay.
broth.
Stock. Yeah.
By the same token, coffee is a soup.
Yes.
So is tea.
Yeah, I wouldn't take that to the next family reunion. I don't know. I guess you're technically right, but we can't use that in our heads to proper. I'm gonna have a cup of coffee, not a cup of. I'm gonna brew.
I'm gonna have some coffee soup.
I'm going to have a cup of soup.
I used to take. Well, you remember there was cup of soup as a you added just boiling water to a paper or waxed paper thing way back when, and that was
The
that was
dry
a thing.
powder, yeah.
Oh,
You
Olive
peeled the
oil.
lid back and you threw in the hot boiling water, and there you had
Mhm.
cup of soup.
Yep.
Usually chicken noodle because
Olive oil was Popeye's girlfriend, but look at the spelling.
What was the arch nun? What was the real original arch nemesis of Popeye? Was it Pluto or Brutus?
it was Pluto.
Bluto.
no Bluto.
Pluto. Pluto.
It was Bluto, and then when they sold the King Features Syndicate, they introduced Brutus.
Yeah.
He was Brutus in the live movie musical / whatever
Mhm.
with Robin Williams.
Yeah.
Yep.
I gotta say I didn't care for that movie too much, but they picked
Nobody
perfect,
did.
absolute perfect olive oil.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shelley
I did.
Long. Yes,
Shelley
she was
Long.
born
Shelley-
for that part.
Shelley Duvall.
Duvall.
Yeah.
Duvall.
Yeah.
And
Where'd I
I
get that
do
from?
not like her. I guess it's maybe her looks, but she's a perfect olive oil.
Yeah. Robin's asking, can oil be juice?
Not
Well-
1030, no.
Yeah, we
That'll
have to
give you the
qualify that.
skitters.
Yeah, we're not talking Pennzoil. No.
You come over here.
Castrol GTX. Have a steaming glass of that. Fill mine
The
up,
racer's
please.
choice.
Yeah, I know. Shelley Long was cheers, but Steve, saying the wrong word is my thing. Okay.
I thought that was mine.
Well, I'll share it.
Okay.
I got a bit of that too.
That
Quite a
and
bit.
butchering names. So to be technical, whether oil can be juice or not, you take an orange and you press it, you get the juice out of it. We wouldn't argue that's orange juice. You take an olive and you press it, you get the oil out of it. What is that if not a juice?
You
You
take
know.
the ground and you press it and you get oil out of it. Wouldn't that be a juice?
Yes,
look-
earth juice.
Look at what's in V8 juice.
Mhm.
There's I think tomato is about the only fruit in V8.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
still
I don't think a carrot is a fruit.
Carrot
still
juice.
considered it's still considered a juice.
Spinach.
Yeah.
Whole bunch of stuff in there. All I know is it's good stuff, Maynard.
A
I'm getting
carrot.
hungry.
Wait a second. A carrot is. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You know what? I'm still
Yeah,
stuck
don't-
on vegetable / fruit. With the carrot thing. Yeah, it would be if you crush it and you extract its liquid. I guess it's juice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, beetroot, beet juice.
Okay. Eloy and I have already had this discussion. Is a hot dog a sandwich?
Only if it's in a bun.
Meets the requirement. It's meat between a piece of in between bread.
It meets the requirement. It does. But there's something completely wrong about saying it, and yet
It's
it
just
literally does meet the requirement.
configured differently. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, for goodness sakes, you know, I would have to say yes, but
Me too.
it's
You can,
wrong.
you can eat it with your hand without a plate. You know, you don't need utensils.
Well, what is
have you-
that thing? Okay, beef Wellington. Is that a? I think that's what you call beef Wellington. Is that a sandwich?
Beef Wellington is, you know,
A pastry
tenderloin
around
wrapped with a pastry. Yeah.
So technically, is it a sandwich?
You slice it, you get a little bit of a band of pastry around the outside of the
Yeah.
meat. I
It's
don't
more
think
like
it
It's
qualifies.
more like a chicken pot pie or
yeah,
a,
it's,
a
now,
Well, if you guys think
shepherd's pie
about,
with a crust.
I know I know that there's a reason for it. I'm assuming, but hamburger sounds like ham to me,
mhm,
but it's beef roughly there
yes.
about. So that's
And
wrong in itself too.
no, because it was named after the place, Hamburg,
Ah,
Hamburg, Germany.
Germany.
Okay, Hamburg.
Steve
Okay.
said
What do you call?
pie?
Do what? No, what now?
What do you
Steve
call?
Beef Wellington is a pie.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Actually, thinking about that, that's probably closer to a pie than a sandwich. Yeah. And I'm sorry, I will stand pat on this. If it doesn't have crust on the bottom and on the top, it's not a pie. It's a stew with a hat. It's got to have crust all the way around.
Mark, I agree with you, but however, the reason they do that, I guess, would be to save on material. I
Mhm.
think it's a ripoff.
It's
myself,
a big,
but-
serious ripoff. If
No,
it,
it's to let the moisture out so you don't have a gooey mush on the top.
have you
or a
had
crust.
the banquet or the Marie Callender's frozen pot pies? You put in the oven for like an hour and it comes out hotter than it just slightly like 2 degrees less than molten lava.
Yeah.
And you flip the thing over on your plate and lift it off, and there's a crust all the way. That's a pie.
There was a guy I
Anything
worked
else
with.
is just stew with a hat.
Yeah.
The guy I worked with, one of his favorite sayings is hotter than a chicken pot pie. And like, he just picked that up.
He's right. Even McDonald's hot apple pies go, damn, that's hot.
Okay, now within this world of food, I don't know how many of you frequent the fast food joints. I don't as much as I used to, but I've noticed a serious downturn in the quality, and I don't know if it's my taste changing and that it was always crap, or that the quality is literally going down the hill.
I don't go enough to know the difference.
I think both.
A little both, yeah.
Fruit pies and dessert pies are different, Steve. We're talking about meat pies, savory pies, dinner type pies. So, and I'm always hungry, Al.
Now,
Yeah,
Okay.
that's where I'm at right now.
shepherd's pie. There's no crust at all.
Nope.
So,
But they're,
so
but
what do
they're
you call?
Oh,
What do you call a sandwich without any meat?
a sandwich.
A BLT.
Hence,
Oh, sorry.
peanut butter and jelly.
it's a
No?
sandwich.
Well, yeah, but
Things
Mustard?
a sandwich.
a sandwich. Oh,
called a
I see what you
sandwich.
did there.
Okay.
You know, if you guys are all meat eaters, you guys are all contributing to the death of
Yes.
countless animals. I just want to
Yeah.
say that
That's
right now.
right.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
That's right. If we
You-
weren't
you-
meant to eat them, God wouldn't have made them out of meat.
You
I'm
mentioned
a vegetarian by proxy.
you mentioned shepherd's pie a minute ago, and that's one of the food pet peeves of mine. Is that you go somewhere? I love shepherd's pie. I love a good shepherd's pie.
Mhm.
And you go there and you read the menu, and they start describing the shepherd's pie, and they start telling you that it's made out of ground beef.
Mhm.
Well, what the hell did shepherds tend to?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't do mutton in this country, and I don't understand it.
Shepherd's pie is made out of lamb. If it's made out of beef, there's actually a name for it. It's called cottage pie.
Mm-hmm.
Cottage
Okay.
pie is cottage pie is the same thing, but with beef. Shepherd's pie is with lamb, and that's just one of the advertising pet peeves when I go.
Makes
You go,
sense.
you go into an Irish restaurant, and they're serving shepherd's pie with beef, and it's like, come on, why don't you just serve it on a pizza crust? I mean,
Hey, somewhere out there they do.
With pineapple, with pineapple on it. With pineapple.
Yeah.
so that one,
Tomato.
I really enjoy a good shepherd's pie and a nice cold Smittix, and I just
Now, in the UK, they do make that distinction. You can get shepherd's pie or cottage pie.
Right.
But over here, they just, Americans. I mean,
They just say, "Here, want a hot pocket?" There you go.
Then the excuse is like, well, lamb is so expensive, and some places cut it. They'll do like 25% lamb and 75% beef, and then call it
we're
a blend.
Yeah, we're strange. Americans are weird. We take a little bit of something. I mean, we discovered tacos and then came up with Taco Bell.
That's not a taco.
No, I know it's not, but you know how Americans are. I mean, we discovered pizza marguerite, and then now look at what we've got. We're arguing about whether pineapple should be on it, and every Italian over in Italy is going, "Hey, none of that crap should be on it."
There's a channel where it's an American guy that married an Italian lady, and he brings her to the United States, and their whole channel is about him taking her to eat American food. And when she goes there, she always does the Italian, "Oh, no, in Italy, no." And so he says, "Okay, can you do better?" And then they race back to the house, or they purchase stuff at the store, and she'll make the equivalent item, but done Italian style. And it's funny as hell, dude, especially with her the way she expresses herself.
Yeah. So she was just like mortified over SpaghettiOs, right?
Over everything, anything.
Alphagetti.
She will make her own spaghetti at home before buying it in a box, as an example.
We made Linda hungry, and this is a good thing for me.
Yeah.
She says, "Screw it, gonna
Flakies?
make some flakies."
So what's
Yes.
flakies, Mark?
Take puff pastry, and you bake it. Well, take that back. First you split the puff pastry in half horizontally. Put an egg wash on half, then put it back together. Bake that. Then after it comes out of the oven, you split it, and that egg wash is there so you can split it. Then you put a buttercream frosting and a fruit filling. Put it back together.
That sounds good. Sounds very good.
It was one of her Canadian recipes that she found. It went, oh.
Speaking of flake, did you ever run across a chocolate? We call them chocolate bars up here. You'd call them a candy bar, but it's flake chocolate.
Yep.
And it has a consistency, a texture just different than everything else.
Yep.
Very. I don't know what they called it or what the name of it was, but I haven't had one for 30, 40 years. But
the store we go to get our international stuff had Maltesers, so I grabbed them instead of a flake bar. But yes, it's almost like layers. I was talking about puff pastry. It's almost like layers of puff pastry, but it's chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to break it up before you open the wrapper, because you can't just open the wrapper and take a bite. Chocolate's going everywhere.
Yep.
So you break it up in the wrapper, then you tear open the top and you pull pieces out and eat it piece by piece.
That's too much damn work.
Did you guys ever have? Did you guys growing up ever have? We did a variation. I don't know if you guys did it too, but it would be Jell-O, and then you'd get like a topping of cottage cheese with the Jell-O. Is that something across the board normal for everybody?
No.
I've seen it. I think I've had it a time or two, but it was not my favorite.
My mom used to make it years and years and years ago, but haven't had it in years.
Jell-O
like
with cream. I've had, and I remember seeing that. Like cubed Jell-O or gel in little cubes, and then pour cream in it.
Last time I had Jell-O was in little shots. It was.
That wasn't cream. That's
what I was thinking, Al. Shots.
It was either gin or vodka. It wasn't cream.
I've had Jell-O in the cube with whipped cream, but not with just cream. No.
Well, whipped cream as well too, but just Yeah, heavy cream poured on the Jello.
Oh wow. No, I've not had that.
No,
Um, I've had, let's see, my mom used to make something she called strawberry salad, and it sounds weird, but it's excellent stuff. Strawberry jello with strawberries and walnuts in it. You pour a layer, put it into setup. When that's set up, you take it out, and then you, bear with me, put in a layer of sour cream, about a 1/4 inch thick layer. Then more strawberry jello with strawberries and walnuts in it. Put it in the fridge to let it all gel. You make it the day before. Then you cut it into pieces like you would a sheet cake and serve it like that. And it is excellent. Oh, and there was crushed pineapple in it too. Excuse me, I forgot the crushed pineapple.
Wow.
God, is that stuff good? Man, it was good. And people would freak out when you told them people had tried it. Man, this is good. What is this in the middle? Sour cream. No way.
I've had something like that they also include like the tiny mushrooms.
No.
The little mushrooms. No.
It was strawberries.
The mushrooms, marshmallows, little marshmallows.
No.
Okay.
Mushrooms.
Both useful items, but not interchangeable.
No, I've seen that with the I've some call it ambrosia.
Yeah, but that's all mixed up.
Yeah.
At least all the ambrosia.
It's not in the layers the way you described. Yeah, right.
Yeah, but when people find out that sour cream, they don't believe you until they taste it by itself. Then it's a son of a bitch. It is sour cream, but it's excellent. It's really good. So it's strawberries, crushed pineapple, and walnuts in with strawberry jello. Gosh, I'm gonna have to make some. It's been a while since I've had it.
How many, for all of you guys, throughout your life, how many TV dinners would you estimate you've gone through?
Oh, God.
TV dinners, the frozen ones, you
Yeah,
peel back foil to expose tater tots, preheat the oven.
From the aluminum era. Let's say.
Let's see.
24.
I can't remember for some reason.
Lots.
They were too damn expensive and not compliant.
I used to
With my mother.
I used to work night shifts. I'd get home 8 in the morning, and when I was still living home, the family would be off at work or whatever, or after I got married, my wife would be at work, and so the easiest thing I could do is throw a TV dinner in, get a quick bite to eat before I sacked out for the day.
Oh, I could see that quite.
Yep.
So I ate them a lot, which this probably shows.
I think I'm right along with Greg. I don't think I've had more than a dozen in my life.
That's crazy.
Maybe fewer.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy because I've gone through TV dinners like mad.
My mom liked to cook. So we didn't,
Yeah.
I mean, we had them on occasion. And I mean, it was a rare occasion when I was a
parents
kid.
came up through the Depression and they cooked. They cooked everything. And, what? Go out and pay $1 for these things. That's $4 or $5 for the family to eat. No, I can make it for 50 cents.
Cooked and ate everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but wait a second. Back then it wasn't $5, $4. Jeez.
Well, no, but it was the point.
I don't know. I'm just putting out numbers. She would say.
Then again,
it's
Canada.
probably 5 times more expensive than cooking your own roast beef or whatever dinner.
Yeah.
It had one of the little inserts in the aluminum thing. I'm talking about back. It had the brownie, and sometimes if you cooked it, it would become a little bit charred and dehydrated and stuff. But it was good. It was great if it was done just right.
The potatoes would get foamy and stuff, and then they hardened, kind of that foam state.
The crunchy around the edges of the little tin foil. Yeah.
Were those microwavable TV dinners, or were they oven?
More modern version of the heater meals, where you break they're almost like a civilian MRE, but that you break the little chemical pack, and the chemical pack gives the
heats up.
heats up the little the plate,
Mhm.
and it heats up this meal for you.
Yep.
Ever tried one of them?
No.
Only MREs. I've never had the civilian version.
Yeah, the civilian version we use for like disaster relief, because
Mm-hmm.
you really shouldn't be passing out MREs to civilian population, because you think about it, it's 4,000 calories designed to feed
Well,
a combat ready soldier. Plus, it's got something in to keep them a little constipated, and then you're going to give some little lady in a nursing home 3 of them a day. It's not the best thing.
okay, yeah, I was gonna say if you get to the point to where you've got to be passing out MREs, they probably need those 3,000 calories, but
Not 3 a day.
not 3 a day. No, most GIs won't eat MREs 3 a
Right.
day.
But civilians don't understand that, but they think they're supposed to get fed 3 times a day.
Yeah.
So they look for 3 MREs a day, and
No. That MRE lasts you a day.
it's just ugly.
Yes,
I've done
it
too many
is.
times. It's ugly.
Now, Linda says, I have never made you a TV dinner. No, you have not. Now, we do get, because I like them, the frozen pot pies like we were talking about earlier.
Calendar pies are
The Marie
delicious.
calendars.
They're
And
delicious.
some frozen Chinese stuff. There's
Really?
brand of egg rolls and like shrimp
egg
fried
rolls.
rice that I like.
Egg rolls are
Yeah,
good.
I've
Totino?
had more
Totinos?
frozen pot pie
No.
type things than TV dinners. You know,
There is one brand of frozen pizza that I actually like, and that is Freshetta. Everything else,
Cardboard.
nope. I will jump over a stack of them to get to a slice of Freshetta.
When was the last time? I'm picking odd. You purchased and drank. You purchased, kept in the fridge, and drank yourself a nice tall glass of prune juice.
Well, not a tall glass, but kind of like a small glass. I love prune juice, man.
It's good stuff.
I love it.
it's good stuff. It'll do stuff to you.
Oh yeah.
Yes, it will.
Not prune juice, but occasionally Linda likes to make this one recipe, a chicken soup that has a couple of prunes in it, and I like prunes.
You
Always
sure
have.
those are prunes?
And yes, because the little Ziploc bag is in the pantry, and I will go in there and snitch a prune or two on
I
occasion.
had today prunes.
Mhm.
They were
Prunes
in
are
a
good.
cake called
Yeah.
Vina Tarta.
Called what?
Vina Tarta.
Vita tarta. Okay.
Vina Tarta. It's a Danish, and no doubt there's variations throughout the world, but it's a Danish / then Icelandic, because a lot of Danes moved to Iceland. It's a layer cake, and it's a layer of whatever type thin, and I'm talking thin, like this, an 1/8-inch cake with then a layer of prune sauce or prune
Like a
whatever,
jam?
jam on, and it'll be about 10-12 layers high with then an icing on top, like kind of a marzipan type of icing on top.
Are you writing this down, Linda? You
Oh,
got to
it's
take off,
great.
Dave?
Yeah, I'm gotta go take some medicine and I'm going to bed.
All right. Well, get you
Dave,
feeling
well-
better, man.
All the best in the new year, Dave.
Feeling better.
David, I wish you a happy one. We'll talk soon. 2003 rest, because it's gonna be a ride.
2003.
2023. 2023. Sorry.
Okay,
Yeah, 2003 is going to be a ride, all right. So for 2003, what you need, okay, is some of this right here, okay?
Wow.
Get you
That's
some of this.
No, I don't plan on crapping my way all the way back.
Uh-oh. Look out. Tonight he's going to party like it's 1899.
Ah, hey, and that's actually good for you too.
It is.
Sure. It's
It
great
has
for you.
supplemental minerals.
In moderation.
Mhm.
Unless
That's pretty
Look,
moderation, don't you think?
What? Yeah, but if you look at the can, it says 6 servings.
You know how you do it though, Greg? Greg, this is how you do it, Greg. You take white bread, wholesome bread.
Have a
You
good
eat-
night, David.
You eat
Hi,
3
David.
slices of wholesome bread, then you shoot down a couple of glasses of the prune
and a
juice.
block of old cheddar.
I got my cheddar.
And let them fight it out.
I got my cheddar.
Yep, he's eating cheddar with a prune juice chaser. Let them fight it out.
That's
Dude.
like taking uppers and lewds at the same time. Yep.
Okay, so here's a question, and because for me this is a big deal. It's not a big deal, but it is for me. I've always thought of eggs, a dozen eggs, as something accessible and wonderful, and it still is. But has the price roughly tripled in your areas or not? Because it has here.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just send the
It
wife
has.
out. She
Yeah.
gets them.
I don't. I don't know nothing about no eggs. Her bagpipe instructor has chickens, and she brings eggs home from lessons. So, Steve says the perfect prune drink is an ounce of prune juice and 16 ounces of good bourbon. What did that bourbon ever do to you, Steve?
This is 5.5 ounces. 5.5 ounces.
I hope you ain't gonna be busy tomorrow because you're gonna be busy tomorrow.
And 5.5 ounces.
So how many
times
ounces of
16?
bourbon you need now?
That's what I'm trying to say. Yes. Yes.
60 ounces of bourbon. So you're looking
Oh,
at you go get you a half gallon and you're set.
I think you're gonna need more than that.
a Texas Mickey.
But see, after the first 10 ounces of bourbon, you don't care anymore.
You can't get your shorts down fast enough.
That much bourbon, most folks don't drop their drawers anyway. So,
Right,
you know.
right.
Whoa, that was a twist.
Ooh.
Steve says, yes, prices have skyrocketed on eggs. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
they've gone a little bit extreme, dude, for a dozen.
Yep. I know she's right. The
Wish
flakies
we
are
could
baking.
smell them baking.
Well, see, the dirty secret is the oven is about 8 feet away from the intake for the furnace.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sitting right on top of a vent. So everything that's in there cooking, I smell it not long after it starts. Yep.
Nice.
Wonderful thing.
Yeah, there's been a lot of baking going along here on here in the last month or so. You know,
Oh
with
my
all
God.
the Christmas cookies and Christmas this and Christmas that.
Christmas stolens and oh my God, cookies. Not a lot of ginger snaps this year.
No ginger
don't-
snaps.
I
No,
don't-
or it's
I
not
don't-
a Christmas thing here.
I don't know if someone's paying attention or not, but there weren't a lot of ginger snaps this year. So
Nudge, nudge, wink,
No
wink.
more.
Say no more. Say no more.
one of my favorites. And when I was a kid, they were probably my least favorite cookie ever. I wanted the chocolate chips, or I wanted. You remember M&M cookies? I thought they were the greatest thing in the world, man.
Ginger snaps were one of the cheapest
Mhm.
by volume. And I would go, and I remember my aunt says, "Okay, go buy some cookies, you know, whatever." And she gave me whatever, $1.50, $2, whatever. Well, I come back with the biggest ass damn bag of ginger snaps, and I could just eat and eat and eat and eat them.
For you guys, in your various ages, would have experienced different things at the grocery store as far as the products that they produce, and you know, there's there's items that would cross time and whatnot. I remember, and you correct me if I'm wrong or whatever your thoughts are, but when we go to the store, if you wanted a cookie, it would a soft cookie. It was baked at home, and when you went to the store, it was always those hard cookies, chocolate chip cookies and whatnot. Until
For the most part, yeah.
okay, because until sometime somewhere in the 80s, at least for me, remember I think it was something to do with Keebler, or it was like soft batch ones where they were actually quite moist and malleable in those red boxes. Do you remember that switch? Or
Well,
did you have,
we didn't have Keebler up here, but we did have cookies that were in. Remember that? Is it Mylar? That kind
Yeah.
of like plastic looking, whatever. Anyway, where the bags would come, bags of cookies would come sealed in these Mylar bags, and they were soft, and that was the whole reason to have it. Otherwise, they were just like a paper bag, you know, a plasticky kind of wax or a wax paper bag, or you know. So that they were hard.
Gosh.
and then that happened probably in the 80s, late 70s, mid 80s.
Oh, it's just because the bakery started doing all the gourmet cookies around that time, and the mass producers of cookies realized that they needed to have a soft cookie to even be anywhere somewhat competitive.
Keebler had some good cookies. We go down to these van meets in the U.S., and one of the guys that belonged to a van club in North Dakota, there, he was a Keebler driver, and so he bring cookies all the time. Like, of course, the bag might have been a little bit smushed a bit, and a few of the cookies were damaged, but that didn't matter.
No.
What was the blue? Because I don't buy sweets anymore much. What was the blue regular typical chocolate chip that was awesome? That was
Oreo. Oh no, chocolate chip, Chips Ahoy.
Chips Ahoy.
Chips Ahoy. That was
we got a soft version of Chips Ahoy too, boy.
But that's later, right?
Yeah, it's later. Yes.
Okay.
I always made me wonder what chemical they use to make it soft.
Happy New Year to you too, Steve, and have a good night. Take care.
See you, Steve. All
Good
the
night,
best.
Steve. Happy New Year's. It's an incredible thing. It's rolling through the country.
Mm-hmm.
The event is just rolling on.
I still got about an hour and 20 minutes.
Well, I'll be here.
You're on the left coast.
Yeah, I'm in Oregon, man. Where you been hiding from me or something? Yeah, I'm in Oregon.
Oregon's on the left. Yeah, Oregon's on the left coast, right?
Go to Washington and hang a south.
Yeah, there you go.
Or California and hang a north. Either way.
Al, how long have you been in Texas?
How long?
Well, I've been in Texas since 1980.
No return.
For real?
Yeah.
Dude.
And before that, you were where?
Chicago.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Chicago.
So you haven't picked up the accent yet.
Chicago.
That's pretty crazy, dude. There's a video about there's a few of them, but there's one guy that does road trips and then films towns, and he did a series where he went into like not very far from you, but kind of far. There were like 3 different city or towns in the middle of Texas that no one would necessarily visit other than if you're local there. And he went through and sort of tells the history of these little towns in the middle of nowhere.
I think I saw it the other day.
Okay.
Paducah is one of them. Paducah is one of them.
Paducah, Kentucky?
There's a Paducah, Kentucky. Yeah, I've been there.
Paducah, Texas.
Okay.
And it was the other towns that were near Paducah. I think
it's the same video. Paducah in Texas was named after the one in Kentucky.
Oh, okay.
I've been to Paducah, Kentucky.
This time last year, I was in Paducah, Kentucky.
I spent a week there one day.
That's crazy, guys. I didn't even know that Paducah, Kentucky
I was there for
existed.
that. I was working that tornado that blew through Mayfield, just south of Paducah.
And not that this really has anything to do with this, but so a little genealogy talk here. The stepfather of my first wife lived in Paducah when he was a young man, and to me, Paducah. Every time he would say Paducah, 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 and yeah, it was a tiny little town.
But the weird for me, and obviously it's not weird in a general sense, but the weird.
It's different.
Okay, so you go into a little town in the middle of Texas, and it's small, and you have your 1 or 2 buildings that are like the centerpiece, and then you have just a quiet, like there's no noise, like you could stand there and nothing's happening.
Yes.
Forever and a day.
It's weird, yeah.
It's very different.
Well, you got to remember, most of those people were either farmers or ranchers.
Right.
And town was where they went to buy supplies and then went back out to the farm or ranch.
Yeah.
And that was its only reason for existence there.
Yeah.
And as
Lot-
fewer and fewer people are farming or running ranches, I mean, the populations are dropping.
I think, and don't quote me on this, I think they do a lot of cotton in that area.
A lot of cotton.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of cotton.
Yeah,
Still
a
to
lot-
this day.
They had the bales. They had the huge, and the guy was driving through, and it was just an impressive, weird, different type of experience. You know.
That's why we went to Paducah, Kentucky. There was a quarter horse racetrack.
Okay,
there.
I was going to
The
say,
horse races.
yeah.
Lots of
Right.
good bourbon around there too. Lots of good bourbon in that area.
We used to drive. We met and got married at Fort Campbell, Kentucky,
Okay.
down on the southern, Kentucky Tennessee border.
Yep.
Actually, most of Fort Campbell is in Tennessee, but they built the post office like 6 feet across the Kentucky border, so it's got a Kentucky zip code. It's Fort Campbell, Kentucky. We would drive all the way through Kentucky, north to south, and go to the racetrack, horse races up in Evansville, Indiana. And so that was the majority of our exploration, was the various horse race tracks.
So Eloy, maybe you can tell me this.
What?
When did it become a thing that on New Year's Eve that all the programming on these movie channels is slasher movies?
Is that what's been happening to you?
Yeah, like, you know,
I'm not gonna lie, because I have gained because of your opposition for the past year and a half. I have been selectively calling different stations in the greater Manitoba area and explaining that they need more slasher movies, and they have apparently listened.
really, okay.
This is all a conspiracy to surround you with zombie and vampire movies to enrich your experience.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to thank you for that.
I thought he was enriching our experience already by his background.
Is that classic stuff or what?
No,
Oh,
I'm
it
talking
is.
about him. I'm talking about
Talking
him.
about Greg.
I'm like totally distracted. What the hell is going on behind you, man?
Yeah, that's a nice blanket over there behind that chair, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
You don't see him that color no more.
And I don't know.
I
but
just would like to know what time of the morning this was.
Move the beer bottle a little to the right.
Do you know who they are or not?
No, I don't.
Look
I
at,
just know it's a Canadian thing.
yeah,
With all
looking
the
at the
clues.
Don't tell my wife, but I wanna know.
looking at the beer bottle under the armpit, I'd say that's 2 in the afternoon.
What could be?
I
The
get the
shadows,
sense
yeah,
that-
the shadows are almost straight up and down. If you look at the picnic table behind,
Yeah,
I
get the
just
sense that
noticed there is a picnic table behind.
But
I
because
get the
we don't
sense that
know what
that's-
direction we're facing, we don't know whether it's 11,
it's
12, or
11.
what.
It's probably 11 or it's probably anywhere from 10, 11, or 12 due to that that you just said about the shadows.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
Nah.
she should be at home in bed and
She's-
covered up.
She's facing south, kind of southeast, maybe.
Mhm.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, well, it depends
Look
on
at the way the
which
shadow
end-
is casting.
No, you're depending on which end you're talking about.
She's
gotta-
facing.
now you gotta think. Now this is Canada, so the shadows are a little bit different than the
Yeah, the
US.
sun is going to be lower on the horizon for you.
Yeah,
So it's right about Linda
depending on time of year.
said unless she's in Brazil.
Right. Well,
What?
she might have a
No, she'd be the
Brazil.
other way up if she was in Brazil.
Yeah, no, nobody in Brazil is that pale.
No.
Not dressed like that.
What's the matter, Drew?
Good point. Well,
Nobody in Brazil is that pale.
No. Well, tourists.
Yeah,
Tourists.
it's kind of like Hawaii. Nobody but tourists is that pale in Hawaii. I even I got tan so dark I discovered the hair on my arms is blonde.
Mhm.
I walked around like a photo negative for 3 years.
Mine goes blonde in the summer.
Well, regardless, we know she's in Canada, but my goodness.
But her heart's in Mississippi. Lord.
So, any other? Let's continue with the shower.
Shower thoughts? Okay, I thought we had given up on those. Let me
We
let
just
me
got
bring
sidetracked.
them
No,
up
because this
here.
is going. This is going. This
It's
the,
going
the,
south fast. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's
You
see.
can thank me for that. You can thank me.
Well, no,
Okay.
we can thank Greg's picture and go ahead.
Eventually, and I'm not saying it's going to happen in our lifetimes, but eventually there will be more dead people on social media than living people. It will basically be a graveyard full of the lives of millions of people if those
Yep.
platforms still exist.
Well, we just lost 2 this year that I know of personally.
More than that.
Oh, no doubt there's more than that, but the ones
To-
that I interacted with.
we
Yeah.
we did
Yeah,
we did,
couple here too, for me.
Yeah.
but according to some estimates, the world population is on a decline, and the replacement population or the replacement numbers aren't catching up to what we would need.
Right.
So, in theory, if it continues in that direction, there will be more dead leaving their trail online than
Mhm.
the people active as they come through.
Right.
But
If
it
those
wouldn't be noticeable to the average person.
if
Well,
those if these this is all assuming these platforms still exist by the time it gets to that. But
and there isn't another platform that takes over and is more popular with live people.
and that's what
Is
I'm
what I
getting
would
at.
say. Yeah. Okay.
MySpace said that would never happen.
Yeah, and look at them. I mean, you have more and more people jumping over to TikTok. I mean, it's hard to find anybody under the age of 30 who's on Facebook unless they're promoting something.
I jumped over to TikTok for about 2 hours.
We're not their target demographic. Yeah,
No.
I've never even checked it out. I don't
And
care.
I will not watch a YouTube short.
And they have, I mean, you've got the Snapchat, you've got TikTok, you've got Telegram, you've got all of these other services out there. And people are moving away from the social media outlets as we know them.
Yeah.
It's the end of the world as we know
So
it.
basically what it's going to end up being is a graveyard of people's lives.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know what the future will end up being with the technologies and interests that people, the popular and all this. We don't know what that will look like, but if everything stays the same as far as population replacement, I think that thought is correct. That it will be a graveyard of people.
So
Yeah.
Now, kind of sort of related, but not really. When someone has passed away, do you delete their phone number off of your cell phone?
No, I don't.
I haven't.
Over time, yeah.
Maybe,
Okay.
yeah, mate, but did I remember the last time that that person's dead? Nope. Don't know why.
Okay.
I sit there and I look at it for a second. I go, should I delete this? Should I not? Well, it ain't going to hurt nothing.
There was a survey
until the number is reassigned to somebody.
There was a survey done in 2018, and like 75% of the people surveyed said the same thing. No, they don't delete it. And what you're saying, Greg, is exactly where I'm going with this. Statistically speaking, if that number holds true, 75% of people don't delete a phone number after somebody passes away. Statistically speaking, it has to happen eventually. That phone number is going to be reissued to somebody.
Yep.
And somebody is going to get a phone call from that old number and think the dead have come back to life.
Yep.
Just for a minute. It has to happen.
I will say that on a separate sort of timeline of what you're suggesting here, it's a if all that is true, what you just said as far as the statistics, it brings me sort of a little bit of comfort that people. And by the way, it is scary that Rick here says, "Yeah, after a time, I knocked them out."
Yeah.
After a while, yeah.
But it is comforting because people, it shows, well, maybe laziness, but I think
I
it
think
shows.
that's what it is mostly.
No, I don't think so. I think it shows
I think it's
the
sentimentality.
difficulty of someone to lay that to rest and no, this is my friend or my loved one, and what?
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I think it shows a little bit of that.
It's a little too final. I think you're right. I think there's too much sentimentality attached to it, and it's too final to just delete. You're gone.
Yeah, they used to talk about the 5 steps of grieving, and that's now like a 6th step. You know, it's like an extra step we never thought about.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
true.
Now that's
guys-
phone numbers. What about YouTube channels of persons that you were friends or subscribed to that have passed on? And I've got one that I think he died 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And I still have it in my subscription list or whatever. And some for more recent than that. And, for whatever reason, sometimes I'll go back and watch some of his videos.
Yeah.
Like just kind of I
Yeah.
remember this one. And,
I've done that. I've done that
Yeah.
myself.
It's kind of, look,
it's like
obviously-
looking at a photo album, if you want to say, like of old friends,
I was gonna say that. It's kind of like this is their memory, and it's preserved in this format, and we only had up until recently the option. So,
And
Well, I
why
mean,
would I ever delete their unfollow, whatever, unsubscribe or whatever?
I don't know if you guys ever followed him, but Charles Neal, he's got had a woodworking channel. He's dead, died a few years ago. But he was like, if you want to know something, where Mark's our guru, many of our gurus for Aspire and the software.
I'm sorry.
Charles Neal Charles Neal is the finishing guy. He knows everything about finishing, how to mix. He gets into all the what can be mixed with what, how it should be shot, what temperatures and all that. The guy was genius at that stuff. I still go back and watch his videos. He's been dead a number of years now, just because I can't remember it. I can't find my notes on it. I'll just go back and watch the video again.
Yeah, that's a very good reason why they don't delete stuff on their end either.
I hope they don't delete it on their end, because there's nobody I found that can replace them right now.
Yeah, if an author dies, do you delete his books or their books off the shelves? No, you don't.
Yeah.
It's just a different form of media, a different.
Yeah.
Well, look at how many people are still watching Bob Ross videos.
Yeah, on Twitch, in fact.
Yeah, and on YouTube.
Yeah.
And buying the merch is still out there. You can still get the Bob Ross brand paints and brushes and all that other good stuff.
They're still to this day disrespecting him. But anyway, I digress.
Let's hope they all have happy little accidents.
but there's a version of that within that disrespect, that's not disrespect. It's sort of when someone in his case, he's so iconic that it's almost like a caricature,
right?
Where it's gone beyond the bound. It's kind of like Star Trek for you, or some joke about some sort of band. They have a life of their own, and it's gotten so big that Elvis, he's kind of joked around with the but people still like, I've joked but I think Elvis is the best, right? But there's that element of that they're so bigger than life, regardless of them passing and whatnot. So Bob Ross is kind of like that in a way.
Kind of like Jamie Page when he visited a little while ago. Now to me that was really
It was an incredible experience.
There you go.
My toilet never quite worked the same again afterwards, and I keep saying that, but it's true. I think something happened. Maybe I don't know, but it's no longer operating the same as it used to.
And he's not even Australian. You know, the water goes backwards in Australia, doesn't it? Or
Yeah, they say that. Something is down in those pipes that I fear will return and attack. I don't know.
I mean, he is from an island after, right?
Hmm.
So
Aren't we all?
Yeah, this islander.
Yeah, I am, and you are too, Eloy. Right? I mean, well, maybe I don't know.
Well, no, I mean,
No, you're from
we
Peninsula.
are. No, Al and I are recently related to an island like JP would be.
Well, yeah, he's a little bit more closely related, is all I was
Mhm.
saying. Because I
No,
mean,
we are
he
too.
still lives there.
Oh no, we're not. We would be, because I would assume, Al, that you have known recent ancestry coming from the Iberian Peninsula to some degree, or are you a long-standing ancestral people of the island?
I don't know.
You haven't
I'm
even
from the
looked
island
into
of
I haven't
North
even
America.
looked at it. Yeah, I haven't even looked at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I was, you know, the original native, or whether I
No, you
was.
weren't original native. Maybe you
I mean,
were, but
Well, maybe I came over from Africa. You know, descendant wise, I don't know. You know, I really don't.
there
That'd
is a
be
way to find. There is a way to roughly thereabouts find out, and that's by entering your information into a database that circumnavigates the world
Is this a
digitally.
commercial?
DNA test.
One would
And
think.
and if you act now,
If you buy now, we can afford to buy our staff chairs.
look, I've found
Operators are
Al.
standing. Buy.
We've never talked about this, Al. You and I. But I
I
have
know. Yeah.
I have found I have it has been enriching for me on many levels to do the well, I was doing the tree, but to do the DNA test, because it allows you to see cousin matching and this and that, and it's really it's been a nice study that I have not stopped doing. It has been enriching for me in many levels, to be honest.
They
I
found
can
they
imagine.
found another murderer in Canada through DNA sites or
Happy
DNA.
New Year somewhere. Just turned 2.
Yep, somewhere in between,
New Year.
somewhere in the middle of the United States.
Oh, look at the fluffy.
That is a flaky.
Oh,
Oh.
nice.
Does it have egg in it in the middle? Is that what it got?
No,
No.
I set down
Nope.
my plate here.
I
No
think
egg
you
wash?
were talking about the egg.
Is
Give it
a
4 minutes.
buttercream frosting and raspberry.
Let's get it 4
Mm.
minutes.
Does Linda have a sister?
Yes, she does, as a matter of fact.
No, I don't think my wife would like that. She's right in there.
Hey man, well, what are you doing on
Well,
the roof?
you can do anything
Nailing
once,
shingles.
Al. Whoops.
Oh, okay.
Does she have a sister?
Does he have a sister?
Well, I
just-
mean,
yeah.
it's all about the pastries. So
I'm not going there.
I just
Oh
I
yeah,
just squished it.
make it look good, Mark.
I squished it. And all the goodie came out. That's the problem. They're messy.
Yeah.
Linda says, yes, she has a sister and she's not married.
Oh, okay.
There you
Well,
It doesn't do me much good.
oops.
Too bad you are. No, I'm teasing. Let's get a shower thought in here. And this is kind of depressing when you think about it. April Fool's Day is the one day of the year when people will actually critically evaluate a news article before believing that it's true.
But not
you-
all.
wow.
You're right.
And they get taken.
Yeah.
I would say that's true prior to the advent of the internet, especially in our era, because now there's a lot of doubt on what's printed or digitally printed from news sources. So people doubt all cross.
Yeah, I would say, Eloy, that's exactly right. Like, bit back 25 years ago, if it was printed in a newspaper or
It was
whatever,
true.
it was true. But
Mhm.
now it's like,
Yeah. Well, you guys have. Whenever I bring you guys a piece of information, it could be something benign, like
Or-
Rick and Al. You weren't here for this, or maybe Rick was during one of the shows. But I brought Mark, and maybe Greg was too. I brought Mark and Harju and some other people there a video, and I said, "Dude, this is freaking amazing." As an example, the video was a guy somewhere in Asia, and he'd go up to the side of a mountain, and
yes,
he'd like
I remember
spray,
that.
and he'd spray like the side of the hillside with water, and it would like flake off, and he'd start to break pieces of, and diamonds and rubies would come out, and it was a plethora of that. And so I'm saying, dude, isn't this awesome? And then somebody said, dude, they just pulled out a perfect cut diamond out of the rock.
Right.
It's bullcrap, dude. And I was like, oh man. So you don't know, you could be taken up just because you want to believe that somebody's finding,
Mhm. I
there's
remember
all-
that video.
there's all sorts of things like that you want to believe a certain a thing because it kind of suits your thinking or whatnot, or maybe it's just a nice fairy tale, and so there's a lot of that out there on the internet.
Mhm.
Well, that's been going on for years and years and years, playing on people's gullibility because of their want to, strike
Believe.
gold, believe, it's like I'm saying, like, something specific, like strike gold or win a lottery, or on and on and on, like,
But
like,
you saw the video. He was pulling out,
yeah.
dude. You should have
Oh, yeah.
out. He was pulling out these beautiful gems and gold, and I'm looking at him like, damn, that's awesome. And he kept pulling them out and more, and so it's like you want to believe that, damn, somebody struck. This is quite. And then he pulls out a freaking like faceted diamond, like this, a faceted diamond this size, dude. And it's like, So
There is, and because you never know. But the thing about New Year's is, or New Year's, the thing about April Fool's Day is you never know what somebody is going to publish or print, knowing it's a joke.
Right.
But how many people are going to believe it?
Mm-hmm.
the other day I shared a page with you, and I said, and you said something to me, and I said, no, Mark, Dolly Parton passed away, dude. Because I look at Greg, because there was a post on Facebook, and I saw it, and I was like, holy crap, Dolly Parton. And then Mark happened to mention something about Dolly Parton. I said, no, dude. And between him and I going back and forth, it showed that no, this site is. So I went back and blocked that advertisement site because they're just bullcrapping people back and forth.
I was going to say she was just on live with Miley Cyrus doing
Yeah.
the New Year's with
Yeah,
Times
she
Square.
was. I saw her.
So she's pretty
I saw
alive.
both of them.
But
Yeah.
Ian Tyson did die.
Who?
Yeah, a Canadian.
Oh, sorry. But that's the point, dude, that you can be bullcrapped and then you end up going down that. But you know what? With celebrities and this and that, they pulled that on Bruce Willis the other day. Did you
Yep.
see that?
No,
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, they pulled it on Bruce Willis as well. So it's like,
Well, I think by far, to me, the funnest April Fool's joke I've ever seen the media pull off. I wasn't alive when this happened, but I've seen the news report several times since then. Was in 1957 for April 1st, the BBC ran a news article talking about the spaghetti harvest and how it was going to be a bumper crop this year.
you're kidding.
And you can find it on YouTube. It's about a 2.5 minute long clip. And it was the BBC News put out this clip about they're going around harvesting spaghetti. And you see the people out there picking the spaghetti out of the trees and putting it in baskets and this, that, and the other. And they're talking about how great of a year it's going to be and all this, that, and the other. And
Well,
that went nationwide, and people freaked out over it. What? Spaghetti harvest? I
Do the
think that's
word
fantastic.
do the words Orson Welles mean anything?
Yeah.
Does
Yeah.
the name Orson Welles?
You talk about who fake or incorrectly spouted that so and so died. Gordon Lightfoot, and I think it was Gordon Lightfoot, was supposedly died. Now he's old, and Canadian artist, but I know, Gordon Lightfoot.
No,
Who?
not
I
the
know
Who.
you.
I remember him.
But anyway, Ronnie Hawkins phoned him up, or phoned, like, he said, what? Like, he phoned up the house or Gordon Light, because they knew each other, and I don't know. Ronnie Hawkins was the guy that had the band, that was the band backing him way back in the 50s and 60s. But anyway, yeah, sure enough, Gordon Lightfoot had not died, and this kind of stuff. And it wasn't April Fools. It wasn't meant to be. This was just an incorrect, something that come out of nowhere.
Well,
Some
the
of that-
same thing happened with the Dolly Parton story. It was from like 2018 or something like that, 2019.
yeah, some of that's just tabloids trying to sell print. That's all.
A lot of it is. A lot of it is. It's kind of like Keith Richards. If he'd have started digging every time somebody said he was that far from death,
Right.
he'd be halfway to China by now.
Well, there's another element to this, like that tabloid type thing. The way so the gullibility is a thing, but let's think about this. People, so I wouldn't imagine in my brain to publish something that's bull crap. At worst, I'm incorrect about what I know, and I publish it, let's say, and I'm incorrect about whatever I'm thinking, but I would not, in my mind, think, let me create this bull crap in order to deceive people. And since a lot of people, maybe not everybody, but a lot of people don't think in those terms, I don't think any of us would think in those terms. Oh, I'm going to create something that's bull in order to trick people and hence, acquire money or whatever. I don't think that people are thinking, which is good news, because people are not necessarily evil per se.
You got to look at it in perspective, though, because I love satire. I love good satire, and I will specifically go out of my way to read something that's from Babylon Bee or from The Onion,
The
just
Onion.
because they're funny.
Yeah.
But the number of people that go off the edge of the earth when they read some of that stuff, believing it, it's like,
Yeah.
how could you be that gullible as to, it's coming from The Onion first off, and then the story itself is so ridiculous. How can you be that gullible? Yet they are.
No,
So
would
you're
I think it comes down to fact is stranger than fiction. So it kind of blends into where the fiction becomes so fact-like because it's so strange.
now, would you guys say generally, is the populace more or less gullible or skeptical with all the types of what you call media out there? Before there used to be only like newspapers and television news and radio, and now there is, more electronic and that kind of stuff. Has the population become more skeptical of what's going on, or not? Take into consideration the Nigerian prince thing.
It depends where it's from,
The Bill Gates will give you a free copy of Windows 98 if you pass on this electronic news email.
It depends on who it's coming from, and if what they're hearing is something they want to hear, then they're gullible. If it's not something that if it's something they don't want to hear, then all of a sudden they're questioning it and doubting it and labeling it fake news before they've researched it at all, whether it's fake or not. And it's just easy to assign those labels these days.
But as a percentage, what is the population more or less
I think
One
it's
way or the other.
50-50 because I think Rick's right in that if it's a story about someone or something that you have an opinion on, it just depends on which side of the fence you're going to fall on. If you don't like the person, the main point of the story, and it's some wild, outlandish thing, you're more willing to believe it than if you are a supporter of that person or that thing. So I think it depends on, a lot of it depends on perspective. And I think a lot of it is taken out of context, because using your example, Rick, of a story in the Onion, if it's shared directly from the Onion, a lot of people know, okay, that's a satirical website. This story is a joke. It's not meant to be taken seriously. But the minute you take that credit away, it's no longer, it's no longer from the Onion. It's just from Mark. Now that context is gone. And people who agree with me will dive right on it. And people who disagree with me will call me, everything but a human being. So
let me attach something to that you all are saying. In terms of what Mark is saying, so Rick was he explained more, but within what he was saying there's an area called satirical, and then there's the gullibility and whatnot, but there's the enjoyment of satire and whatnot within this world of information and all that. Then Mark went with, if it's once removed or twice removed, and all of a sudden it kind of sort of it takes on sort of a life of its own, and people could go in one direction or the other. Things can happen. When you talk about people that write and are looking at information, such as people that are focused on one topic, and they look at books and references, you always have the footnotes that lead you back, which Mark has talked about, to an origin, and you can trace back the information. But that's very different than what Greg was saying from the beginning, in terms of, that's very specific what you guys are, where this led. But in terms of Greg saying in an overall arching way, and Mark did say 50-50, I think it's kind of, it could be a 50-50, but I would lean towards gullibility for the general public at large, because people don't have the time. If you're a person that works on engines, or if you're some sort of medical person, you may be skilled in your particular field, and you may have your side hustle or side entertainment thing, but you're not up to date with all the. So like if somebody comes across and puts something like Elvis found on the moon or something like that, even though that's an exaggerated, nobody's going to believe that, but something that you can't quite quantify because it's not in your purview, in your field, you might just accept it as part of the social conscious, and that's how the little trickery gets into the. So I think that mostly we're unfortunately susceptible to gullibility in a broad sense, if that makes sense.
I think we're lazier. I do think we're lazier. We want everything. We want the that instant hit. Robin saying, "Can I come on just a few before I go to bed?"
How come I saw it
But
and
you
I
have to
don't see it
change
anymore?
your shirt.
What's that?
Robin has to change her shirt before she comes.
I don't see her anymore. I saw that comment. I don't see it anymore.
It's there.
I see Linda's.
There you go, Robin. Sorry.
Yeah, it's weird. I see Linda's. She's not married, and then your spaghetti comment, and then and I saw it a second ago. I mean, I saw that specific question. Anyway, it doesn't matter, guys. I'm just
okay.
it's weird. I mean, that's weird. Yeah.
So what are your thoughts on the question that Greg put out?
I don't think gullible. I think gullible. When I think gullible, I think of the 1950s, and we have actually changed a lot since the 1950s. I think.
Hey, everybody.
Robin, no.
I think the opposite of gullible. Happy New Year, Robin.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year, everyone.
So, do you think people are more gullible, Robin?
I'm like pretty gullible.
So Robin, let me just ask this question. Well, I guess he's not here. You are not the same person that's laying down in that.
No, it's not me. It's not me.
Okay, all right.
No, okay.
See,
I was going to make that joke about an hour and a half ago, and I decided, no, I'm not going to do it.
I was going to make that joke an hour and a half ago.
I was going to ask Greg, where did you get that picture of Robin? And
It's Robin.
but I decided, no, I wasn't going to do that. I wasn't going to do that.
Where did Greg go? Oh, there he is.
I'm here.
Oh,
you changed it? He took the picture of you off.
He went back in the house.
Oh.
What he didn't say is that's his backyard.
He changed his background, unlike me changing my shirt. He changed his background.
Now, okay, second part to that question. People you know, do you think you hang out with more or or whatever you want to call it, interact with more gullible people or more skeptical people on a whole? Like,
dude, that is such a tough. So if I run through all my friends and everyone I know and just I don't. There are things in which I'm gullible, topics or areas that they. So it's a. Whoa! He just left.
Who?
I guess he didn't like my answer.
Wow.
But you get what I'm saying, though, right? Like, everybody has their strong suit, in different areas, because they're focused on whatever they're focused on. And they have gaps in the areas that they may not be focused on. And that, I think that's where that 50-50 balance that Mark was saying. I think it depends. I don't know that there's a solid, everybody's gullible, but I'm not gullible. I think that it's wrong to think, oh, I'm not gullible, but everybody else is, because once you do that, you enter the zone of, oh, I know everything and everybody. And so it becomes a problem as well.
Well, not only that, it becomes a paradox because you're gullible enough to believe that you're not gullible.
Exactly. What do you guys think about that? I mean, because if you really believe that you know, if you can have evidence that you know more than the person that you're talking to, let's say, on a given topic, but to overcompensate or to suggest to yourself that, oh, I've got this wrapped up and so there's nothing that can be offered incoming, you've trapped yourself in a paradigm, like Mark was saying. I think strongly that that's true. What do you guys think?
I'm not sure, other than I think people have grown less gullible. Robin aside, okay.
Thanks.
Wait a second, Greg. Oh, there's Greg.
You going to come back and listen to the answers to your question?
Robin kicked me out.
Oh,
Greg.
That's what you get for sharing her picture online without permission.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Do you know where the problem is, Greg? That if you think, if you start, it's easy to say, man, all these people are gullible. I'm not gullible. But what you're doing is you're trapping yourself. You're making it easier for you yourself to be gullible. It doesn't apply to every single topic, but in a general sense, you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you're the diggity dog of knowledge and other people, because that would put you down that spiral. No,
maybe.
Sometimes you don't know what you're gullible about, and I got a perfect example because I'm sitting here. I'm not generally a gullible person, but I'm sitting here Googling, gee, Bruce Willis isn't really dead? Because I thought he was.
It's called the Mandela effect, I believe, guys. You think something's happened and it really hasn't happened, or something that you don't think happened actually takes place. Look it up, the Mandela effect.
We did a whole show on it, Al.
Yeah.
And that basically the Mandela effect is something that is it's out there in the public consciousness that is not true. And some people put a sinister meaning to it. Other people accept it as the kind of gullibility that we all seem to have. And it came from, there was a few surveys done around the world that the majority of the people surveyed thought Nelson Mandela died in prison.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, having not heard this, he was busy being president of South Africa. So, but there's all kinds of little things.
But that's my argument from the beginning was that okay, so here I am, and then I have my local news, the radio, my neighbors, TV, the internet, and then I have my interests that I might delve into and acquire information from those interests, be it whatever it is. But
Right.
what I don't know is what I don't know.
Right.
And what I
Understood.
and what I don't know is everything else.
But when the 13 people around you that you talk with all say that Nelson Mandela died in prison,
Exactly.
meanwhile, back at the ranch on the TV news, they're saying, well, President Mandela went and spoke at a conference at the UN today.
Yeah.
I know we tend to think there's security in numbers. So either the news is wrong or those 13 friends of mine are wrong. You know?
But so everybody may be wrong
Mhm.
on a given. The majority of people could be wrong on a given issue or topic or
Sure.
result, and everybody accepts it as such. It's an accepted false reality due to lack of information, and that's just
And that's what I mean when I said that I think we've gotten lazier because fewer of us are willing to go look,
I
to
think
go
I
check
agree.
it out for themselves.
my argument is. It's not that we've gotten lazier; it's that we don't have the means to snuff out all the lies and falsehoods that are
No.
available out and about.
No, we don't. But like, for instance, when you thought Dolly Parton had died,
Yeah.
all it would have taken you was a couple of keystrokes to Google Dolly Parton, and you'd have seen that she was still alive.
And you know what? Why I didn't? Well, go ahead.
Well, no, but what I'm getting at is, so when that happens over and over and over and over and over again, that's when those things become part of that Mandela effect. That's all I'm getting at.
Yeah. No, and my well, I don't know if can we attach this because the false memory is the Mandela effect. It's
Mhm.
like is Freddie Mercury not singing of the world at the end of We Are the Champions? Does he not end it, or does it end cut off? That's one of the Mandela effects. I
The world.
I don't remember it either way unless I hear it in the radio. I accept
Yeah.
what I hear on the radio.
Yeah, same here. The line from The Empire Strikes Back is not "Luke, I'm your father." That's never said. But if you ask 100 people, more of them are going to say, "Luke, I'm your father," which is
Yeah.
not the line.
It's I'm your
The
father.
line is, "No, I'm your father."
That's the
Yeah.
same as the Gone with the Wind one. Frankly, Scarlet, I don't give a damn was not the line or was
Right.
the line, but whatever it is,
It was frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in Casablanca, Humphrey Bogart never said, "Play it again, Sam." He said, "You played it for her, you can play it for me. Now play it."
Mm-hmm.
That's
Back to who's skeptical and who's not, and people accuse me of being very skeptical,
Yeah.
and I just say no, I'm a realist. Like you got to check things out, before you take it as gospel. Now, one of the things that got me on the internet and the being faster and you learn things or you whatever or current events is the death of Princess Diana.
Mhm.
I was on the computer and it was late at night here. I don't know what time. So, and they come out and what, you're kind of, but there wasn't all that many places to go and check it. And sure enough, like I checked this, did I believe it at first? No. And then, well, maybe. And well, where is it? I went to see it what do you call it, proofed or
Mhm.
proven by somebody, some other outlet. And that.
But
Sure
Greg,
enough.
Greg, so if you hear a piece of information that's
Yep.
not a call to action, it's not a call to go to your bank account, it's not a call to change your book reading habits or your pasta making routine or your exercise routine, and you hear a
It's a
factoid,
Nigerian prince calling you.
and you hear that factoid, it's not doing anything to you other than including this extra information that if you believe it, sooner by hook or crook, sooner or later, it's going to reveal itself to be bullcrap, and you're going to say, "Oh, that was bullcrap," and you move on with your life. So there's other scenarios that lead to more outrageous conclusions that could sway a person that are important, like, "Oh, open up your Nigerian your bank account for the Nigerian prince."
Nigerian prince.
That could lead to devastating things. But so we're all fooled a lot of the time, is what I'm
Yeah.
trying to get at.
Yeah.
Because we can't
It-
be on it on every topic.
No.
No.
And that's where I get back into kind of a 50-50 mix, because let's take the Nigerian prince for a minute.
Yeah.
These people who do these email scams, they're not stupid. They're dumb, but they're not stupid. They know that sending out 10 million emails, they're not going to get 10 million replies. They're looking for that one person who is greedy.
Yep.
And they're going to play and prey on that sense of greed.
Now,
Because
And
it only
or
takes that one
Or
person.
gullible.
and
Greedy or
or
gullible.
not that up to date
Yes.
on whatever. What do you
Right.
You want to call them
Scams.
dumb, but you know.
But there still has to be a level of greed there, because I mean, if they sent you an email saying, "Look, we got $6,000 we need to get out of the country," that's a little bit more believable than $1 billion.
so when Greg, I don't know about the rest of you guys. I'll be honest with it. When we were talking about this issue in the background months ago, and I was saying, and I said to you guys, I think it was either, I don't think it was live. I said just in the group, I said, you know what? I can't understand why people would even accept that mail and correspond with the Nigerian prince, this and that. And I had no concept other than it sounds like bullcrap. So that's me
Right.
just waving it off. But I never analyzed why they would waste their time doing it when it's so obvious. And Greg said exactly what you've just repeated, that they do it for the amount of people that are gullible enough to fall for it.
Right.
That concept escaped me because it's inconceivable. I know there's fraud out there, but it's inconceivable to put myself in those slippers and
Right.
think I'm going to create this template in
Right.
order to deceive
And
people.
those
to acquire-
people don't want to waste any time on somebody who is skeptical, or whatever you want
Right.
to call it, a little bit more intelligent, whatever.
Right. And
They
they
wanna-
will exactly.
Yep.
You are not the person. You are not their target.
But why?
I'm
Because
gonna go.
you
I'm gonna
are-
go, guys.
Okay,
Sorry.
Robin.
Bye.
Have a great New Year,
Thanks
Robin.
for
Happy
letting
New
me
Year's.
on.
Happy New Year.
Bye.
Bye.
Got a
Bye.
party to get
See
I
to.
you.
want to see a new
No,
shirt
I'm going
next
to
time I
bed.
see you.
You want to
Yeah.
what?
I want to see a new shirt next time I see you.
Okay, you will. Okay, bye.
Have a good
Bye-bye.
evening.
There's a coming to a picnic table near you. Anyway,
So,
I'm sorry.
what was I
Did
gonna
say
say?
that in my outside voice? I said that in my
Oh.
outside voice.
What was I going to say?
I don't know.
So the Nigerian prince thing, I thought that was a curious. I never put myself in the shoes of the crook.
Right. Well, see, yeah, and you're not the person that they're looking for. And in fact, they will intentionally put misspellings in those emails
Why?
to weed out the people who are too smart to fall for it.
Let me tell you guys this. I've told Mark this, I think, before, but this is a curious thing. When in the 80s, we lived. My parents split for a time. They separated, and I moved in with my aunt, my two grandparents, and my mom a couple of miles down the road, and it was a duplex. So we lived in one apartment, and there was a Cuban family that lived in the other. And so one day I come back from, and I was very little, and one day I come back from school. I was going to Catholic school. They dropped me off. I walked up to the door, and there's policemen everywhere. And my aunt's there. She was talking to the policemen, my grandparents and stuff. And apparently, um, they our house was robbed. It was during Christmas time, and it was ransacked. And apparently, the air conditioner in one of the bedrooms was pushed inward, where the people went in and took everything. But they took everything except my birthday wrapped gifts with my name on it and stuff. The neighbors, the guy that lived next door was the one that robbed it. And it was later found out when I talked to my aunt about this, Mark, and the thing was that when the police were there, the mom came up, the neighbor's mom came up and said, "Oh, well, at least they didn't steal the young kids," without knowing. She said, "At least they didn't steal the young kids, the Eloy's presents." And my aunt, her eyes opened up like that. She called my grandma. She said, "I have to talk to you." And she said, "Look, we're gonna have to move from here. It was those people. Look what she said." And she said, "Oh, I didn't hear it." Yeah, she said. So here's the point. Number one, they didn't steal from me, so they had some sort of conscience that maybe the kid because he does come over. I would sit with them and watch TV, and they felt some sort of, this is a kid, but they weren't above robbing everybody else in my family. So the point is this: they showed themselves to be the thieves in their gullibility of thinking they were brilliant, but at the same time, they weren't that brilliant enough. So crooks think they're brilliant, and they get busted all the time. Is what I'm saying.
Prisons are full of people that thought they were smart.
Yep. Yeah. There's more than one of those out there.
I found it curious because you don't have to be all evil. You can be enough evil where you rob just enough, but maybe you have some conscience for some leftover goodwill within your thieving. So it's a spectrum of evilness or nastiness that
sure.
exists.
Okay, now how about the romance scams? There's another thing of, like I say, it's 100% gullibility there.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
People get on these whatever forums, sites, this, that, and the other. They meet somebody online, and okay, yeah, the guy butters them up, and the woman say, and well, just send me $500 and I can buy a plane ticket, and then it turns into 50,000, then 150,000, then $1 million, or whatever. It just keeps going. And what do you say to those people? And then they lost their life savings. And what I go is like, how did you get so far down that well that you couldn't get back out? Like until you hit bottom. Like you didn't have another dollar.
Well,
sad.
They know how to prey on the people at their weakest points. If you're on one of those kind of forums, you're probably lonely and looking just for any kind of attention.
And that brings me down to people on their weakest points, and that. And I know you don't like to get into this, but I would say there are some instances where religion or the guise of religion does that.
There is a long history of charlatans in that world.
I'm going to have to push back with Greg on the religion thing. In this way, I'm not going to blame religion, just like I'm not going. So here's the thing: it's a tool.
I'm with you there.
Anything that man can use as a ladder or a stepping stone structure in order to seduce their prey, it's not the item that they're using or the category. It's their snake oil. It's their fraud. It's the fraud. It's not.
Well,
the,
that's what all I was saying. Like, you know, it's a tool.
The misuse thereof.
Yeah.
It's the misuse of, whatever
Sure.
discipline or whatnot.
And that's what I say. I don't
Sure.
go
I mean,
care for, or I don't
Yeah.
see as
It's
above
an
board.
exploit, guys.
yes.
Yep.
Any way, anywhere where there's a crack, and I understand the deal about religion, because sometimes people get driven by their convictions. Now, I don't know if that's where you were going with it, but
There are charlatans everywhere and hucksters everywhere, and
Mhm.
swindlers everywhere. And some do use that as their tool for leverage to prey on your strong convictions to send me money.
Mhm.
So there's all of that, but within the and
But
one
I'm-
doesn't even you don't even have to put the example out there, but to put it out there as a balance. When I was involved specifically in church activities in the past, and you can assume gullibility and this and that. I can only but as to the religious, but when there was an advantage beyond whatever connotation you want to put on spiritual things. There was a social community glue and participation amongst parishioners, food drives, collecting, for a charity or gathering for whatever events that did serve a community purpose beyond maybe a religious sort of a specific, spiritual thing. It served the function in terms of that.
But you're talking about your church versus some guy knocking on your door collecting for whatever back in the day.
Why I brought it up was I had my grandmother and two aunts that were, I'd say, used or duped or whatever into the the business of religion, that because they were looking for something, because they were in a certain place in their lives that they thought they needed something, and one of the takeaway I got from it was they wanted 10% of the gross income of all of these people. And I go, well, goodness, that's I didn't care for that.
Well,
I wasn't good. I was letting them go. Look, you can do what you want and you do it, but
there's a difference between passing the collection plate and harassing for funds. There's there's a big difference. But again, and I'm with Eloy on this. I don't blame the religion for that, because I don't think it's the religion that did it. I think it's the people.
The misuse, yeah.
Well,
the misuse.
Mhm.
Now we can all have our opinions on
the complication.
Wherever there's an exploit, wherever there's a
Yes.
crack, that
Okay,
Yes.
so in its rawest form, that is, I believe, true. Wherever there's a crack, but these are tools that they're ways of getting in.
Sure.
But it's a complicated thing, because you could consider the spiritual side from let's say an atheist view and say, well, that's a hack, that they believe, but that matter, and then that connects to financial situation, and you can spread it into the whole thing is a money making. You could go in that route, but the reason I brought in the benefits of a social glue and community glue is because there are benefits on that level alone, that
I don't think anybody's doubting that. I don't think anybody's doubting.
there's lots of whatever you want to call
It.
But any club will have social benefits for joining it, or you know what I'm saying, like it can be a car club, a boat club, a gardening club, a so and so, a religious club, and in there could be persons that are doing whatever. But hello, Russ.
And we had Mike, Dances with Aardvarks.
Yes, hi, Mike.
In the UK, joining us all. He had a good one up here. Was the Mandela effect originally called the
Mhm.
Mandela effect,
Mhm.
or is that just the Mandela effect?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Is it?
Question.
Excellent question. I like that. Let
Yeah.
me throw out a shower thought here.
Okay.
And for those of you who are new, just joining us, Russ, Mike, I even saw Bob Lee in here for a brief minute,
Yeah, Bob Lee
and
was there.
Denise and everybody else coming in to say Happy New Year.
A lot of people partying.
Shower thoughts are those weird thoughts that you just have floating through your brain while you're in the shower and nobody's bothering you while you are singing and you think you sound like Frank Sinatra. We often say that something is so easy a caveman could do it. But when you stop and think about it, cavemen made fire without lighters or matches. And they lived off of animals that were several times bigger than they were. So was it really that easy?
I am so
Just different.
Oh, okay, I'm going to say it's being serious. I think it's people's perception of the intelligence of caveman without looking at exactly what they did.
Mhm.
You know,
Yep. I think the potential for intelligence, a developed intelligence, was definitely there. Obviously, because
it did develop.
because we're here. Yeah, exactly. But I don't think they were dumb. They just weren't educated. They
Well, yeah,
they weren't.
exactly.
I have to throw in a couple of bone dice into the thing. If we're talking about cavemen in reference to what you would call Neanderthal type people,
Mhm.
that's one story. But if we're talking about early man going back in time, prehistory written, they were pretty in a general sense. We don't know the specifics, but in a general sense, as far as what the information is, they painted pretty freaking cool. They made tools. They survived. They hunted. If you take
Exactly my point.
if you take a man today
Mhm.
and you strip him of all his knowledge,
Right.
that's been built up,
Of the diode, of the PN junction,
yeah,
just
Yeah.
that.
And Russ has put it here. They were educated according to the times they lived in. Absolutely. It's kind of to put it into something that we can relate to. That's the difference between street smarts and
Yeah,
academic smarts.
he's totally correct. But I'm comparing it. If we're comparing us to them as
Mhm.
far as intelligence,
Mhm.
they didn't have the education that we might have.
Right.
Had.
That's
It's
what I
kind of
mean.
I'm saying. Yeah,
That's what I mean.
If we
Yeah.
do a flat out side by side comparison without the variable of we've gained all this experience not because of our efforts but because of the efforts of those that came before
Right.
us, and if we did it that way we would say we're brilliant and them not as much as us. We're quite brilliant, but the
Right.
key is if for me is
Right.
if you were, because there's a lot of people that like to diminish the past and call them dumb.
Right.
For me, the key is if you snap it off at us and make us learn everything back again.
Right. Right.
Let's see who's the dummy.
Exactly.
Great.
Exactly. And it makes them smarter than us or more intelligent.
We have people here now that think you're dumb if you don't know how to operate your smartphone. But then again, tell them to hitch up a team to a wagon.
Or dial a
And
rotary
you
phone.
see who is the dumb one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're really good at picking out shoes.
Simple
Now make a
example.
pair of shoes.
Simple examples, but true. Yes.
One of my favorite comic strips was BC.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Before
Did
Christ?
you? Oh my gosh! Did you look at that brilliant cartoon channel? Originalos.
I mean, for
It's
goodness
called.
sakes, just in our lifetime,
Originales.
and prior to our lifetime, all the things like I'm pointing to my air conditioner here.
I was wondering.
Right there. I mean, things like that. I could fool myself to think Eloy in the modern world, plus there's an air conditioner, Therefore, I extrapolate that air conditioner and Eloy created the air conditioner, and people think in terms of like all this. They internalize everything that exists now without understanding that was created through a program. All these things were created and handed down to us. So we're basically fortunate people, is what we are.
Right.
You know?
Well, we
I'll tell you
stand on the
something.
shoulders of giants. I mean, and
Mhm.
those, not any of them were, I mean, some were giants, but you put all those millions of people together, those billions of people together, and we're standing on their shoulders. That's
Yeah,
pretty
right.
tall.
Tell me something, Eloy. Did you win a lottery, or did you just turning over a new leaf because of your, you know, there's a lot of light in your room there.
I was wondering
Would
that
you-
too.
Yeah. Like you're
Man,
blowing the budget on
get the
on the
lottery.
lighting.
And he's got an air conditioner too. We're talking
Yeah.
electricity here.
Come on,
Can
you
imagine
guys.
your power meter is spinning like a damn frisbee.
Don't you
No, but-
guys know Sweetwater fireworks when you see them?
Oh,
But
okay.
those are LED lights.
Oh, okay.
I could have them. Well, not all of them. Some of them aren't.
But I bet you they're curly fluorescents.
Well, you know, but yeah, if I want light in this room, but the problem is
Nope.
when we're doing our regular show, I like the dark cinema type thing.
Yeah, yeah.
this
The disembodied head floating in the background, like what's this guy from Battlestar Galactica? I can't remember the name, but
Cylon
anyway,
Warrior? The
I don't
Cylon
know.
Warriors?
Zod.
is it
No, that
Zod?
was Superman. That was Superman.
Oh, yeah, yeah. No. See, now I got to go look it up.
Um, we were talking about cavemen a couple of seconds ago. There is a brilliant YouTube channel. We talked about it once before. And it's called Originalos. These guys are in, I want to say Finland, but they do about 3-minute long cartoons, and it's cavemen either discovering things or inventing things. It is flippin' hilarious. It's great entertainment. I just posted a link over in the chat. The videos are anywhere from 1 minute to 3 minutes long. Most of them are about 3 minutes long. But it's before there was fitness, before there were commercials, before there was a soup plate, before the family doctor, things like that. It's flippin' hilarious. I highly recommend it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that I remember that one because you had shared it in a previous episode, and we talked a little bit about it. It's it kind of it kind of shows that cartoonish early barbarian or caveman lifestyle, right?
Yeah. And they were just, and all the language is made up. It's blah, 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 blah. But you don't
Cool.
need to understand a word to
Watch it
get
later.
the cartoon. It's it's funny stuff. Very
Well, that
funny.
was kind of like the cartoon comic strip BC.
Mhm.
You know, there wasn't a whole lot of dialogue, but it was, you know,
Johnny Hart is funny. That's all there is to it. I like that brain. Let's see. Trying to find, you know what? I think we have gone through all of the shower thoughts that I had written here. Now it's time for a quiz. Was there any one of these shower thoughts that really made you go, wow?
They all did a little bit.
yes, yeah, I got to say, you know, to different degrees. And I didn't get them all. Like,
A lot of good points were made by all as well concerning all the different thought patterns on like fraud and all that stuff. So
This is the living with a bagpiper. Okay, it's almost midnight here. Now can I go play outside? Yes. Now
yes.
you could have gone and played outside all evening long, baby.
give her, Linda.
I just didn't want you to do it right here next to me.
I do. I want to hear it.
You'll hear it. 110 decibels. You'll hear it.
Let's hear. I can hear it up here in Manitoba.
Yeah. From Texas to Manitoba.
On a calm, clear night, pipes can be heard for 5 miles.
Well, I think we're a little further than 5 miles.
I'm going to ask a question now.
My microphone isn't.
Name the one or few top inventions for you guys that were either out within the 20th century and or now lately, whatever, that really holds a special spot in your brain, or that is significant enough that you're close to it. Invention or creation or whatnot, just something within that realm. It's broad enough that you can pick any that you desire, but that's important to you or that you think stands out. Invention, creation, 20th century into the 21st century. It could be recent, or it could be something quite at the early part of the 20th century.
Okay, I'll go here, and I'll just because it was invented in the 20th century, and it played a big part in my life, and that was the snowmobile. I wanted one since I was a kid, and there were only a few of them around, and I got a ride on one, and then oh man, that just cranked it up. And what did I have? Snowshoes, and to go play in the snow. And yeah, okay, but you can the snowmobiles.
Sounds
and then
like work.
Yeah, I ended up as part of my career was working on snowmobiles and working for a company and making money, or fixing them. And also we raced them and did well and traveled and that racing and that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's a one. There's probably many, but
for me, I'd have to say we're using it right now, computer technology, because no matter what I'm doing in life these days, whether it's on with woodworking people or something, my firefighting stuff.
Oh yeah.
My RV groups or whatever. No matter what you're doing, you're the bond that's holding everything together is the computer technology.
Very good.
Well, you got it.
Al, you seem to have something under your up your sleeve about this topic. Hit us with it.
Computers. I like turtles.
No, not computers. You weren't listening to the question from the beginning. You just ramped off. You were vamping off of Rick. The question is, in the 20th century, what invention, creation, would you think is no?
Computers.
Okay.
The microchip, the transistor. No, certainly computers. I wasn't ramping off of him.
Okay.
Technology, electronics, computers. Yeah.
So you would pick the same as Rick?
Most certainly.
Certainly. Fair enough.
Did you guys hear that?
Oh yes.
Yes. Yeah. That's why I went, oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Rick.
Oh, well, Happy New Year's to Mark and Linda, because it's now midnight over there.
Well, 4 minutes till, but
midnight at the Oasis.
Midnight at the Oasis.
Maria Moldauer.
To bed.
So for Mark, what would that invention, advance, standout thing be?
I have two.
Is aviator glasses one of them?
No.
How about mustaches?
No. The CNC router and YouTube, because without both of those, I am nothing. No. Yeah, I've got to say those things. I mean, I have always been a machine guy, but I've also always been a wood guy. I don't know how to weld, don't know how to paint, don't know how to turn things on a lathe. I'm not a machinist. There's literally no end to the things that I don't know.
Oh, same here.
But these things have made me so curious to dig deeper and figure out more and learn more. I just wish I could have had one 30 years ago. because the sky is literally the limit.
Mhm.
You know,
Oh yeah, exactly, Mark.
and YouTube, because that's where I do a good portion of my learning. Because I say it as a joke, but it is true.
No.
If 3 people
Yeah.
are interested in something, one of them has started a message forum about it, another has started a Facebook group about it, and another has a YouTube channel on it.
Mhm.
And that's how information spreads these days.
Yep.
We were
Yep.
talking about newspapers printed once a month or taking however long to get there. Information now travels at the speed of light. And
Literally.
Indeed. Indeed.
And so now, I mean, I'm a heavy addict to this YouTube thing, and what it can teach me, what I can learn from it.
So I would.
I learn every day from it. I'm sorry, Eloy. I had
No,
to
go
say
ahead. Go ahead.
every
No.
single day.
Oh yeah.
I learn. It's anyway. Yeah.
I'm going to go against the grain slightly, although it's connected to everybody except the snowmobile. The snowmobile was a very personal, specific to Greg's
Well,
scenario.
okay. Now let's just take snowmobile.
And they
It
said
was just a specific, but it brought into my life electrical, mechanical, lathe operation, welding, all these types of things, because you'd had to know all of it to work with it. So it wasn't, yeah, okay. I'm just saying, like,
No, yours was fine.
yeah,
No.
yeah, but I'm saying, like, computers even.
No, well,
I
that was what. Rick,
I was dealing with computers in 1993 with snowmobiles because they come out with electronic ignition, and you had to work it. You had to fix it.
so these are all a product of this
Yeah.
this computer and motor and this. I'm going to go against the grain slightly, but it's not going against the grain because it's still part of this.
Don't tell me. I'm going to guess.
Go ahead.
Beatles.
The Beatles? Is that what you were going to say?
Yep.
Dude, come on. I was going to say it's not going against the grain per se because it's involved with everything you guys are saying, but it's a little bit retro. I would say the radio is quite the significant thing because, well,
Transistor.
Well, I was thinking of the end product, but yes, but for me, the end product of transmitting information,
No, transistor.
yeah,
Transistor.
I'm just saying that the end product
There
of
was
like,
radio before there was transistor.
well, just to say,
Fair enough. I'll be back. Bella's calling.
just to say that the radio seems to be a very important thing, and I wanted to because obviously
I would agree. Yeah, I grew up and I had a radio, and yeah, what'd you do? You listen to music, you listen to broadcasts of different types, and all that kind of. Even there was the Wash and Ash read the funnies on Sunday morning. You'd sit in front of the radio and you get out the Saturday comic section of the newspaper that was, and they would read them with different funny voices and that. And I remember that as a kid. Now that wouldn't cut it now, but it was a big thing.
No, but you better watch it. Well, now two things. There are, like Mark was saying, people that are so dedicated in whatever their thing is. If 3 people like it, you'll find something. There's people that are dedicated to saving those old
time radios. Yeah.
Old time. But
Yep.
the other bit I was saying, the overarching thing is true. I think is the computer, that technology of internet computer. It is the pinnacle of everything one could wish for.
Currently.
I mean, my goodness.
Currently, because who knows what's going to happen next?
Yeah.
Anything.
Nobody knows what the next big thing is going to be.
Dude, anything we want right now, as far as inside our brain that we would want knowledge on, is available. Even, I mean, there's people that collect buttons. If you want everything about buttons, you can find it. It's so insane.
button and a string.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane. I mean,
Yeah, absolutely.
it's awesome. It's
Let's
freaking
see.
awesome.
Whoops. Without computers, there is no YouTube or CNC mark. There is CNC. Because that's been there, and it also depends on what your definition of a computer is. Because before the digital that we're using now, there was analog.
It depends
we're
on
talking
what
about pneumatics with punch cards or paper
Yes.
tape.
Yeah, paper
And
tapes.
before that, it was punch cards. It goes all the
Mhm.
way back to
Player pianos.
no, it goes back even further than that. It goes back to the 1600s with oh my god, I can't think of his name.
I wanted to throw
Made
in a
the
booklet.
loom. He
I
developed
want-
a set of punch cards that would move the frames in the looms so that he could actually make patterns.
I
I
don't know why
can't think of his
Hollerith
name.
is coming to mind, but that's not
No,
the same punch card.
I had
Jacquard.
I had a great place, and I was just wanting to sneak in a little bit, but I you were on your thing, and I was kind of being rude, but I wanted to slip in a Bill Clinton quote because it fit perfect with what you said, but I couldn't get in there. It was when he said, "It depends on what the meaning of what the definition
The
of
word is. Yes, it depends on what your definition of computers is.
Yeah,
Because that was a computer. Yeah. Yes,
Yeah.
Russ, that was still a computer. And yes, now I can think of his name, Louis Jacquard. He developed a set of punch cards that he could make complex patterns, to include a portrait of himself woven into fabric with this punch card system. Now, he wasn't the inventor of it. It went back before that, but he applied it to the loom, and it was an early form of computer. So it wasn't 100% digital. So
let me ask you guys.
One of the
Let me ask you
original
guys.
computers was World War II. The unit that they used to try and figure out the Enigma code.
Damn it, Greg. Let me ask this question. This one.
Okay.
Look it out from
Dang it, Al. Let me ask this one question. When was the last time?
What is it? Come on now.
Dang
Eloy,
it, Greg. Can I now?
Get it out.
Hey, Eloy, what's the question?
When was the last time you guys here on the panel sat through a whole show on broadcast on TV?
oh God.
I guess it was tonight.
Get out of town. No.
I cut the
I
cord.
got to
2 months
qualify
ago.
it though. It was on PVR and I played it, and it was the local news.
Well,
It was only a half an hour.
Does it count if
Okay.
if you're getting it through a streaming service
Yeah,
through
no.
your wireless network?
No.
Because that's how I watch local station.
Do you watch your local station in a significant?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but we do, but we get it. Well, I was getting it. I was going to say through the cable company, but I'm getting it through the CBS app. Actually, is what I'm getting it through. Yeah, it's weird.
You're connected to the internet. We all are. But the point is, how about you, Rick? I mean, what?
You know, it runs. I mean, there's a couple shows that I try and sit and watch as time allows. Yeah,
Okay.
not many.
Now, if you want to talk about,
there's not a lot on network TV that really catches my eyes these days. You know, if I and I have the TV on a lot, it's just usually background noise. It's it's on the. It's on
You know what it is?
there you go.
It's you know what it
it's
almost sounds like it's an expensive paperweight is almost what you're saying in a way, but
yeah.
Oh, marvelous it is.
I usually have the History Channel on, and it's just
Right.
jabbering off something that's
The Hitlery channel.
Well,
Yeah.
see, that's what happens here too. It's constant streaming of Netflix, of the History Channel, of Ancient Aliens, of I don't know, this video stream that Mark showed was, I think it's
you're
going to be
also
really,
you're also
As far
lost
as-
in the computer world. There's no going back.
oh yeah,
as far as
My
network
television
programming,
is on from the moment we get up in the morning until it's the last thing I do is turn it off when I go to bed, and it's
My
usually on the national news channel.
as
And
far
it's
as
why you want to know who died today.
as far as network type programming, I mean, the only show that I've gotten hooked on and I really seem to enjoy over the last few years, I started watching that Yellowstone. I'm one of the ones
Yeah.
that bit the
Yeah.
bullet, and I
I
enjoy
don't
that.
know. I don't know that one.
I enjoy that.
Now it's what,
1918
1918 or 1923, right?
I haven't watched any of the spin-offs. I'm just
Yeah.
focusing on the one. I enjoy.
Harrison Ford is in one of them. Is why
He's in
I
one of
see
the. He's one of the spin-offs. Yeah.
yeah.
As for a drama or entertainment type of a show, I do watch, and it's PVR. I don't go is Blue Bloods.
Yeah, I
With
watch that once in a while.
and the before that though, I used to get into the those cop lawyer shows.
Perry Mason.
No.
I used to love Perry Mason.
No.
Oh,
Law and Order. There was many different iterations of it. And then there was a CSI bunch.
Yeah, there's a bunch of CSIs. Yes.
Yeah.
I only watch Law and Order to watch Marissa Hardicke.
Yeah. And then there was
Beautiful
another one about FBI. What do they call it?
The FBI in color.
They would fly all around the U.S. Catching.
Yeah, I mean,
but they,
I have the cable package I have just strictly so I can watch. I'll admit it. I just strictly so I can watch NASCAR.
Really?
Yeah.
I give up on NASCAR.
Oh, I love NASCAR.
25 years ago. Now you can't get me away from a F1 race. No, that's real racing. NASCAR to me is like WWF.
That's what it's become. That's what it's become. I got away from NASCAR in '96, something like that.
Whenever Richard Petty retired, that was about it.
What is your TV level of watching nowadays, Mark?
I was just sitting here thinking as you guys were talking, the last full episode of a TV show that I watched was Antiques Roadshow, and that was in 2016.
Wow.
I haven't watched TV since. Not of any substance. I mean,
Import,
Linda has it on, and I'm usually back here or outside or out in the shop or something like that. She watches a lot of on-demand movies. And there are certain TV series that she likes to watch and everything. And I come out, I eat dinner, and I go on and do other stuff. And I mean, I'll maybe watch 20 minutes or listen to 20 minutes of it as we're eating dinner. Or if I'm walking from one room to the other, I'll catch a little bit as I'm walking by, but I don't watch TV.
It's not even appealing.
No, there's nothing on there that interests me.
The ability to type or say, whichever, I want to see this or this or this, and find all the options there. It's just there's no beating it.
Yeah, if I want to watch something, I can usually find it online. If not, YouTube somewhere else.
Unless it's an event like a sporting event or something like what
if even if there's a big news event. Like for instance, this last big tornado outbreak.
Yeah, everything's online.
I blame Steve Nealon for this. He's got me hooked on this guy back in Kentucky who does live weather streams, and he'll go 10, 12, 13 hours. And he's got people out on the road reporting on what's going on. Like they'll pull into a town after a tornado and start trying to help people in this, that, and the other. His name is Ryan Hall. And it's, I mean, they've got meteorologists on this thing. And I mean, it's just a fascinating thing to watch. they're hooked into, Radar Omega and the National Weather Service and all this other good stuff, and they're getting real-time information, real-time satellite information, warning people, it's coming your direction. If you're in this town, this town, this town, get into shelter now, and this, that, and the other. And it's really very, very cool. But other than that, I mean, I just don't really, there's nothing on television that appeals to me, and there's nothing that I'm interested in. If I'm interested in something, I look for it online. Because
I gotta say,
believe me, there's more than enough to keep me occupied online. Too much.
I gotta say, I was a kind of a late bloomer when it come to. Well, there was two stages. I lived in Winnipeg, and we had cable TV, and but before that, there were just the local stations. And when we got married and moved out to where we are, there was no cable. So that was 1981 until when did the mini dishes come along? What that would be mid '90s, later '90s, and now they were only American. There had none in Canada at the time. So what you did, you went down to the U.S., you bought a dish, you brought it across, and then you had the card. They had these cards you slipped into the receiver, and you had them pirated by somebody. And so I was watching, and so all of a sudden I went from Farmer View from 1980 to 1998 or 1999. So there was only 3 channels that I had for all that time, and then all of a sudden I got 100 and whatever or 200.
Didn't know what the hell to watch.
Well, there you go. And like there was NASCAR, there was mud bogs, there was and I'm just talking a lot of. There was snowmobile racing on it. On and on and on. Like it was like kid in a candy store. I had to watch this stuff 24/7. And it and then, well, after a while, things got a little bit, more. It just the blooms off the rose after a while. And it's just
even that compared to our access today. Like, let's say, and I'm not trying to. I'm just adding this whole. Let's say a specific washer that goes between a bolt and a specific whatnot. Before we'd have to go to the what you call the I can't even think of the hardware store, and we'd say I'm looking for this. They'd open up books and look for numbers and maybe not. And this now you can go online and like there's wall to wall different sites and different prices and stuff. So even to the minuscule little component, some sort of little thing.
But okay, like, I get you, like what you're saying. Like there's this communication. The other night, I don't know what it was. Thursday night, Friday night. My son is fixing up the trailer to haul his snowmobiles, and he's looking for an 1157 light bulb.
Yeah.
Okay, it is after hours of the store that you could go and buy it at. Like we have a Canadian Tire up here, which is it has an automotive department, and they would have them in pairs in a blister pack, but they're closed. But when I was growing up, there was corner gas stations, they call them, or service stations, and you could walk in there and you could buy an 1157, 1156, a 1034, on and on and on, and it was nothing. Right off the rack. Now, you either have
got to hunt.
You got to hunt. You got to wait for it online. And that's up. I know you have next day and a 2-day service on Amazon down there, but we have it maybe this week, maybe next week,
maybe this week,
up here. So so of course, so he's out there in the garage, and he says he's talking to me through the phone. Says, you got any 1157s? Well, I didn't have any new ones, but so I robbed one out of my older motorcycle, and sure enough, But I'm saying, like, okay, it's good to have all this stuff at your fingertips on the computer, but it still doesn't replace when you could go down. And I worked at these
Yes.
gas stations, and I pumped gas at these gas stations that had oil and this and that, and like
Mhm.
automotive things.
Yeah.
What about the opposite of that? When you go out to the local and you spend 4 hours trying to find something, and I'm if you can hear the vitriol in my voice, I don't know if that's
No.
right or not, but
I have the cure for that.
that you can't find it here.
I have the cure for that.
Yeah.
That phone book you feel guilty about having.
Oh,
But there's no
no,
yellow pages.
Spend
no.
spend a
I'm
half
talking
hour
about.
calling. Spend a half hour calling a couple places, and
I'm talking about. Yeah, well,
before you
I
even
guess the
leave the
phone
house.
book, yeah, would be the thing to do. Yeah, but
That's
But there's
back in my day.
There's a
we
very-
put in the yellow pages and we called. Do you have these? You have these? You have these?
I mean,
All right.
they made it so easy now. If there's something specific like that I'm looking for, say at a Home Depot or a Lowe's, I can look it up online.
Mhm.
I know, okay, which
Yeah.
one of the local stores has it? What aisles it in? How many do they have?
Yeah.
Because their inventory is right online.
Okay,
Most
I see what
I
you're saying.
I bought brakes the other day for my car that very exact same way, and then paid for it, and then had the daughter go pick them up the next morning and bring them. So yes, fantastic. But if you go somewhere where you're going to get labels, and the label you want isn't there, and you go to the next store, Avery label number XYZ, and it's not there, and you go to the next one and it's not there.
Okay, let me add this variation to it, which is kind of
How do you
where
do the
Greg
opposite
was
as well?
at. We used to have two hardware stores here in Sweetwater, mom and pop small ones.
Mm-hmm.
They provided very specific items that you could go and get immediately there that service the local community according to what on average people are looking for,
Mhm.
plus very detailed items, and you could order and whatnot through them. Due to more people going to the big box stores, at least one of them has been shut down for the past year and a
Oh
half.
yeah, oh yeah.
So that's
Exactly.
going away.
And that's what I'm saying about these big box stores / whatever corporate things. We have a place up here called Home Hardware, and the dirty thing about it is it's home. So you walk into Home Hardware and you want Schedule 40 PVC pipe. Oh no, we don't have that. We have Schedule 80, which is like
Thicker.
the no or the other way around. It's like conduit.
Yeah.
And I'm there, no, I want the heavy duty stuff. Well, we don't have that. And so many times I went in there for a breaker for my panel, and I'm telling, okay, I need this breaker. He says, oh no, we don't have those. That's industrial. It's the comp out that they use. They only have a couple of brands of certain things. I went in there for BX cable. The heaviest I could get was 14. Well, no, I want 10 to do my compressor. I only want 5 feet of it, but oh no, we don't have 10. So you have to go to an industrial supply place. If there's one that will sell it to the general public, that won't sell only to jobbers and contractors,
Yeah.
or you go to a contractor and you buy it from them, or you hire the contractor. And
Yeah.
so many of those have gone away, like at those box stores or the Lowe's, and we have them up there. They bought out the Canadian Rebby and different companies there, and we got
And good luck if you're gonna need a rep, an in-store rep, to give you details. You may get lucky, but more often than not, you better come prepared, and because it's gonna be very hard if there's a specific thing that you're looking for them to actually properly help you out nowadays.
I walked into one of them and I wanted 50 bags of cellulose insulation. it's like ground up newspaper with additives to it, right? And you rent the machine. And why I went there, because they would rent you the machine if you bought the stuff, right? Like, so I go in there, and here's 4 or 5 guys standing around in a, chatting away with their orange or red vests on,
Or blue.
and you go there, and they, oh, excuse me, on your, your thing, where is the so and so insulation? And all they do is point. And I said, no, I want 50 fucking bags of that, and I'm not going to load that on myself and put it out in a cart, 10 at a time or 5 at a time or something like that.
Drive the
And
pallet out. Yep.
so I went to the customer service desk, and I says, let me talk to your manager. The answer was, oh, he's upstairs, and he
Call him
doesn't like
down.
to be bothered
Not my problem.
by,
Not my problem. Get him
Mhm.
down here.
yeah.
If
But
he
no,
can go
no,
upstairs, he can come
she
downstairs.
she wouldn't do it.
Okay, well, now that I know he's upstairs, I'll go get him.
Yeah,
Yeah, she told me you were upstairs. I'm coming up here.
Mhm.
no, but
Oh no, buckle up, because
Mhm.
that kind of interaction, similar, I've seen more and more here, where it used to not be the more often than not interaction. That's the direction we're heading. That's the
and,
direction we're
and I
heading.
would go into these places, and I would ask a simple question, and smiley face, and get an answer or whatever, and and you expected to be, you know, given some sort of courtesy, and they would figure out your problem, and they wouldn't want. A wife went into a place, and it was, I don't know what it was. And this nice young girl of 18 or 19, she asked her, "Where's the so and so?" And she just kind of looked at her. Oh, I don't know. Not, wait a minute, ma'am, I will go and find out where it is, or like this kind of stuff. No, just, oh, I don't know.
I'm telling you, my local hardware store guy, you'd go in, whatever your problem is, he put a few options on the counter. He said, "Well, look, this is going to cost you this much, but you can do this, and that. Now you have this option over here and stuff." And then he'd push it forward in front of me, the both options, and he'd say, "There you have it." And he'd sit there looking at me, and right. But the cool thing is that he laid it out, and you had your, he gave you the now. It's good luck with that. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not the same.
Yeah.
We have
So
a hardware store in
We-
Winnipeg, and it was a family owned one for years. Like, I'm talking 75 years, and they sold out. The family, or the guy who owned it, sold out, and they sold it to a co-op that wanted to keep it going. Like, so it was a kind of a community sort of deal, and like, they do a good job, but they're up against a problem.
Right.
And I found this out with my cousin. We're sitting around a bonfire. We're having a bonfire get together and that kind of stuff. And I got my fork, my pitchfork, and he's saying, "Oh, his wife, who's right there, says she's coveting your pitchfork." And I says, "What do you mean? Like, pitchforks are pitchforks, right?" And he says, "No. Well, the ones you buy today, they're made in China. The tines on them are so damn thick and blunt, you can't even stick. They won't even go into hay or straw. Like, it's you know they're useless. Where mine is big, long, like, thin tines of good quality steel, springy steel, and that. So here's, I go down to this co-op hardware store that was, going to have everything, all the drawer pulls, nuts, washers, bolts, all that kind of stuff. And sure enough, they got these pitchforks in there, and they're the Chinese, fat tine things. They're all at times almost as thick as my damn finger, all the way
Sounds
to
like a
the end.
spading fork.
Well, exactly. Like, so yeah, they're trying up here a couple of places, but the world does not supply
See,
with any quality.
We
Or-
have Hubbard's Hardware here. They've been around since the late 1880s, and they understand their role. They know they can't compete with the big box stores. So their role is to stock the things that you can't get at the big box stores. They have a
Mhm.
big sign along the back wall. Their hardware department is like, I swear there should be halos above everybody, because they got a big sign above the hardware counter that says hardware equals nuts that fit bolts. And I don't care what screwed up thread you got. I don't care what the pitch is, the diameter, the size, anything. You walk in with a nut or a bolt, they've got a fastener to fix it, to match it. And that's all there is to it. And washers, lock washers, star washers, Keps nuts, nylocks, you name it, they got that sucker in there. They got stuff in there I've never heard of before.
Mhm.
And so they understand their role. If all the big box stores have is 20 amp circuit breakers for a square D panel, they know their job is to have the 30 amp and the 15 amp.
Mhm.
They'll have 20 amp too, because they know everybody wants 20 amp. But they'll have, they know their role is to stock the stuff that the big box stores don't stock. And they do it very, very well. Searched Lowe's and Home Depot looking for a pick handle. Hubbard's has them.
Mhm.
1880s, you said, Mark?
Yeah. I think it was 1885 they opened up here in town.
That is freaking awesome, dude.
It is.
It's amazing.
Yeah. And you know, they have, I mean, you can go get fence wire, you can go get electrical wire, you can get conduit, you can get whatever the hell you need there. But they mainly focus on the stuff that the big box stores just don't carry.
That slogan brings to mind a place in Winnipeg that it was neon sign on the front, so you know how old the place was. And it was called Bearing Supply, and it says their slogan was, "If it rolls, we've got it." And
There you go.
and and it was of course they're gone, and if you want bearings, you got to go through whatever hoops to try and get.
These small stores, I don't know about your guys' area, but like farm hardware and just little nooks that service the community, due to the increase in renting the spaces that they use, plus just the community, they have to raise the price. It becomes a snowball effect. And so at least here, a lot of those mom and pops are going away big time.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
Hubbard's just expanded, and because they're getting more and more stuff in, they just remodeled the store. They expanded their outdoor. I mean, you can go get livestock tanks. You can go get rain barrels. I mean, up to 1,500 gallon rain barrels. I mean, you just the stuff that they carry that the big box stores just don't or can't for some ungodly reason. And you go to a big box store and you buy a lawnmower. If it breaks, they'll exchange it for you. But at Hubbard's, they got a service department that services everything they sell, and they don't charge outrageous amounts for it either. So if I go buy a rototiller from them and it has an issue the next following year, I can take it in there and they'll diagnose it for free. And if they've got the parts out there on the floor to fix it, he'll tell you, okay, you need this part, and this part. Write down what aisle it's on and send you on your way. So.
One of the challenges I see is that I see it with the big boxes and with the small local vendors is they're carrying generally less and less, which means that it's becoming harder and harder to go to the store and find what you want. So it's the point I don't even try sometimes. If I can find it online and I know I can get by without it for another 2 days, Amazon will have it on my front porch in 2 days. Why should I go?
That's kind of the way I think about it.
Why
Yeah,
should I
a lot
go
of
there and
a lot of times you can do that, but if generally speaking, when it gets to that point, if I need something, I need it right now. I've got my lawn half mowed. I want to get it finished now before it rains. So
I'll give you, Mark, a great example of something similar to what you were working on. I'm getting ready to do a small project that requires epoxy. I figured out what colors and types of epoxy I needed. Okay, I'm going to be getting to that in the next 2 weeks. I better get the epoxy ordered. Boom, it's here. You know,
and I believe me, I shop online for that very same reason.
When I start the job, the epoxy, everything I need is right here already.
I just got it.
There are emergency scenarios that it's run to the store in order to patch or this or that.
And
that kind of thing.
I live in a fairly, I mean, I live in the Albany, New York area. It's not a big city. Small Albany is what we call it. But I mean, I got to travel 90 miles to hit one of the good retail woodworking outlets, a Rockler or a Woodcraft or one of those places. I got to travel 90 miles minimum, and that's to hit one Woodcraft. If I want a Rockler, I got to go almost 200 miles the other direction. It's a long drive to do some of that stuff.
I'm in a town so podunk, our crime rate goes down at night. Okay. I think there's 8,000 people here. Our closest Rockler is 270 miles to the south in Sacramento, and our closest Woodcraft is 270 miles to the north in Portland.
So you're similar, only worse. Yeah.
But I still have 4 hardwood suppliers here close by.
Well, hardwood I can get, but it's the
Well, they do have some stuff. I got this. Got me some more 2P10 off of Amazon. Got it in the mail yesterday because this was $15 with Prime shipping, free.
Yeah.
My hardwood supplier wants $28 for the same bottle.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I will go buy. In fact, I call them my offsite storage. It's just no, that's not a hardwood store. You're my offsite storage, and I only pay the storage fee when I go pick it up. And they love me for that because I don't bitch about how much it costs. Yeah. Because how many times am I going to buy Babinga? So, but when it comes to something like this, and I know I can get it cheaper, and I don't need it yesterday, I'll go ahead and I'll do it. But if I need a new good example, and I'm going to get real down in the weeds here, pardon me. If I need a new 1/4-inch end mill, I know I can jump in the car and go down the road 3 miles to Lowe's, and I can buy a Bosch upcut or downcut spiral end mill for $18.
Really?
I don't have to wait on Amazon shipping because when I need that, I need it now. So
the thing with the chain stores around here and that, you go in there and ask them for a whatever product, be it paint or hardware or this or that, and oh no, we don't stock that. Well, why? Well, we didn't sell enough. So a whole bunch of their inventory, if they don't sell so many per year or whatever,
it's gone.
It's gone. They will not bring it in
or it'll
and replace it. They will sell what they had. Like, well, I was just here and I bought 2 of them. Oh yeah, but yeah, you bought the last 2.
Now the big boxes here, for instance, Lowe's, and I go to Lowe's because it's 3 miles away. Home Depot, I got to go to the next town. It's about 25 miles. But here at Lowe's, if I need something and they don't happen to have it, but a store, say in Roseburg, 90 miles away, they have it. They'll ship it down here to my local store, and I can pick it up the next day.
Most of them will do that. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, it's all about networking and getting out there and figuring out who's got what and what's got who and everything else. But having a place like Hubbard that backstops both of the big box stores, I know with probably 75% confidence, because nobody can carry everything. I know with about 75% confidence that if Lowe's or Home Depot doesn't have it and I need it right now, I can probably get it at Hubbard's. And if they don't have it, then I do have to go online because that means nobody has it. We got other stores buying things at Hubbard's and reselling to their customers.
You guys have got it better down there in the U.S. that I was down in the U.S. Mid 90s, and we were losing our mom and pop and whatever hardware stores. I think there was something like 9 in Selkirk, this little town here, and there is only one now, which is a chain. and that. But we went down there and we went to the hardware store for whatever reason. We were, going to get something. And I'm walking through there and they got leathers for a hand pump, like the valves
Mhm.
for a well hand pump. They got this, they got that. Like, and you walk it, holy crap, look at this. They got this, they got that.
Mhm. Oh, I haven't even started on the farm and ranch stores we have here. We have one called the Grange Co-op that just moved down the road from us. They built a double size store from what they used to have, and that's where you get all your animal feed and fencing and just you name it. If you can use it on a farm or ranch, they got it, to include tractors and stuff. But those are all over the place because there's a lot of agriculture out here.
Mhm.
I mean,
Well, we've got a store here, and it come out of Saskatchewan, and it's called PV Mart. So it's kind of a farm store, if you want to call it that. Like there, you can buy animal feed, you can buy barbecues, smokers, this,
Yeah.
that, kind of thing,
Like a
and
tractor
their
supply.
their toys are all agriculture. They're John Deere and this and
Uh-huh.
that, you know, and clothing. They have like work clothes and
Yeah.
work gloves, and they got a lot of stuff.
That's how you can tell whether you live in the city or the country. If you're walking around downtown and you see people with Chevy t-shirts and Ford t-shirts, you're probably in the city. When you're walking around downtown and people are wearing International Harvester t-shirts and John Deere or Caterpillar, okay,
Well,
yeah, you're probably country.
a friend of mine, he owns a motorcycle shop, one of the motorcycle shops in town, and he says his wife was from Saskatchewan, and he met her out there, and he says, "All right, we're going on date night to PV Mart."
Yeah.
You just reminded me there was a band on YouTube called something or other, the John Deere Society or something or other, and they played folk rock type music. You just reminded me of it by saying John Deere. I'm gonna see if they're still even on YouTube just for the heck of it.
Yeah, we got a John dealership about 2 miles down the road from us.
There's a Facebook page.
Is there?
Yeah, the John Deere Appreciation Society. But
Yep.
it's probably tractors.
If you know what a farm mall is, you live in the country.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's
If you've driven a farm all, you grew up
Yeah.
in the country.
If you've driven a farm mall to move a manure spreader, you definitely live in the country.
you may live in the country.
If you're not mystified by the fact that there is a thing called a manure spreader, if that didn't just surprise you. All right. Well, we ought to wrap it up. You want to do even numbers or you want to just go ahead and wrap it up? We've been on for 5 hours and 20 minutes.
We can go ahead and do a little goodbye if anybody wants to leave any goodbyes or anything to that effect, and then we can wrap it up. I think I'm happy that we. I'll go first. I'm happy that we spent it together via the wonderful advent of the internet, and it's a brand new year. Wish you all you guys and everyone out there that's participated this evening the best of things. Always positivity and good things. And nothing. I hope to connect with you guys again in this new year. So, um, I'm very happy that we did this.
I am too. I am too. We had a lot of fun. We had some new faces out in the chat. Mike, Dances with Aardvarks. We know Russ. He doesn't drop by very often. Glad to see you did drop by today. I mean, several others. Robin popped in. I mean, we saw Bob Lee earlier. I'd have to go way up there.
Denise was here.
Denise was here. Robin was here most of the evening. I mean, Al, thank you for coming by. I mean, lots of new faces. Jerry was here for most of the evening, off and on. And can't forget our regulars, Rick French, who popped in to say hi today. And Greg our buddy, the Snow Crusher,
David,
and
David
from
from
Portal
Portal.
Woodworks. Yeah.
Steve
Hope you're
Nealon.
doing better, David.
Yep.
Steve.
Who's there?
We can't name everybody. I want to say a special thank you to my own personal Piper. And
She's awesome. I heard
thanks for, the neighbors heard it too. I heard a little bit of a commotion out there when I think she went right outside the office window and was walking around. And I'm going to give her valuable style points because there are 2 trailers and a pile of driveway gravel out there. So she managed to navigate around all that to play.
And she baked some fluffies or whatever you call them.
And
Right.
she baked flakies, man. And
Flakies, yeah.
I'm kind of surprised you don't know what flakies are, Greg, because that's a Canadian treat.
Mhm.
Yeah, you're gonna have to post the full recipe for them at some point.
Yeah.
I'll talk to her. I'll
I might have had it by a different name or something like
Okay.
that, but
I'll talk to her. I'll get her to do something, and I'll share it on my Facebook page.
There you go.
But
I love how Greg called them fluffies, and I was going with it. I was like, yeah, fluffies until you changed it.
well, when they say flaky, they mean flaky because these son of a
Flaky.
guns are a mess. They dribble all over you.
Good. They look good.
Puff pastry goes everywhere. So, oh yeah, I have a wife who can bake, and that's part of the problem because I like to eat. Thanks for putting up with me and shower thoughts. Now I have to come up with a new list because that was 30 of them that we went through.
Mhm.
And so that list has bit the biggie.
They were good.
They make you fluffy. You've heard
That's what he
Gabrielle.
That's just a nice way of calling me fat.
You heard Gabriel Iglesias, right, Greg?
Yes. Yes.
Talking about the 5 stages of fatness. There's now a 6th one because before it was big, healthy, husky, fluffy, and damn.
Yeah. And damn.
Well, he's added a 6th one, and now it's hell no.
Oh hell no.
And the difference is you'll work with the level 5. You'll work with damn. If he comes walking towards you to get on the elevator, you're like, you'll let him get on. But if level 6 starts walking toward the elevator, oh hell no. All right, that was enough of that.
Anyone else before we?
Well, I gotta say, I enjoyed
Had a good
it,
time.
and it was a first for me to spend, a New Year's Eve on this type of a
Yeah.
platform. Not that I do a whole lot of New Year's Eving stuff anymore over the last years, but it's just become a very, minor, just another damn day. But it was very enjoyable, and all the best to everybody in the new year.
That's right.
We appreciate you, dude. Although you were very controversial the whole way through, I will say that.
That's my job, man.
Only when we got to the what was it,
But fluffy.
the beach blanket bimbo vampires from Beetlejuice 5. Then he got controversial. It's like, wait a minute, how can you not like that?
Any other words before we round it?
I guess I wasn't here for that. Why
It's
did
a running-
why does me, I've got the song in my head and it goes something like, "We're so glad you had this time together," or something like that.
Showing your age,
Anyway.
Showing your age.
You started that, and there is a off-color song that a band in they were in the 70s here, and it was called Gracie, and it started off, "We're so glad you got lots of money, Gracie." And it goes on to describing her as one of the most
Okay.
I cannot say the lyrics on.
It was not Carol Burnett, that's for sure.
I was getting ready to say that was a reference to our Carol Burnett show.
Yeah.
You'd always
Yeah.
come
Oh
out
yeah, I know that one. But
pull on her ear to say goodbye
but to me, and the thing is, our buddy that one of our buddies, he always brings his guitar out to or used to always bring the guitar out to the bonfires and that, and people would request the Gracie song, and everybody would sing along.
Greg does not want to. We can't rip the umbilical cord of a show this evening, but we're going to do that because we've got to go to bed. It's still you guys still have the whole evening ahead of you over on the West Coast or Midwest, let's say. We on the East Coast, ask Rick, it's quite late. So
It's quarter four.
We bid you all good a farewell. I wish you the best. Enjoy your the rest of the weekend into the week. We will see you next Tuesday. You guys be good out there, and thank you guys. We're out of here.
Happy New Year.
Have a good one, y'all. Happy New Year.